All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the winter retreat, the town of Blowing Rock. We'll take a roll call. Ms. Powell?
Virginia Powell here.
Albert Young here.
Doug Matheson here.
Sue Sweeting here.
David Harwood here.
All right, everybody's present. If you would, please, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Shane Fox. He can go over the agenda and we'll move forward.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning on day two. I think we had a very productive day one. Just about on time yesterday and covered all the topics that we had on the agenda. So today we've got another full slate of topics to discuss. We'll start this morning with a review of 2020 and things coming up in 2021 from the Blowing Rock TDA and Blowing Rock Chamber. We'll then go into an open Q&A and discussion about the Blowing Rock ambulance or potential ambulance with the Blowing Rock Fire Chief Kent Graham and Town Manager and Town Council, followed by Park and Recreation placeholder that includes several things. Park and Recreation Advisory Committee, Mr. Councilmember David Harwood will speak towards some of the efforts that have taken place over the last 5 or 6 weeks and upcoming plans with potential part of grant application and strategic plan. Lunch today will be catered from Bestseller. Is that correct? So Rob will be bringing food over. So we'll look forward to that around 12 o'clock.
Can we stay for lunch?
You can. You can. Absolutely. After lunch, Park and Recreation will continue. We'll have a discussion about 321 landscaping that the town plans to take over on July 1st, 2021. And then we'll look at Devant Field, the highest and best use, followed by planning and zoning for the next few hours. So we'll be intrigued to hear from Planning Director Kevin Rothrock on all things planning. An update on 160D, the North Continental Statutes update, 321 Ad Hoc Committee update and timeline. We'll discuss our year and short-term rentals and possible changes or enforcement opportunities that we have there moving forward. And then we'll finish up the day talking all things stormwater. We've had a year, and I think we continue to have years in which we have some more torrential downpours than we've had in past, at least frequency-wise. So we'll talk about our current ordinances, maybe some ways to strengthen those ordinances, and then we'll go a little bit more in depth of what maybe some other communities have done in the way of setting up either committees or stormwater funds to help deal with some of the stormwater issues. And then hopefully around 5:30ish, we'll adjourn for the day and be back on Wednesday to finish up day 3 of the retreat. So with that, I think it's time to hear from the TDA Director, Mr. Tracy Brown. And I will get his PowerPoint up momentarily.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Drop this so you could hear us. I asked Charles to come along on this little outing so that if there's anything you all want to argue about or blame, I can turn it over to him. Because he caused it. No, seriously, we're, joined at the hip, the Chamber and the TDA, so I thought it'd be an opportunity for us to be able to talk about anything that we touch on, and you guys can ask questions or guide the conversation if you want to. I guess the biggest reason we're here this year, thank you, is the Sustainable Management Plan. And all I put up was just a couple of images to have a pretty picture to look at. It's really an open discussion at this point. You all have seen, and I left with you about 6 pages on the process that Mr. Brooks is going to use in this. And it's outlined here how this goes, how it runs, basically 4 or 5 steps, 7 steps to the total process. The contract's been executed. He is starting now. We're in the midst of gathering data. We're hoping if COVID does not throw a wrench in it, he can come in March to visit during the real slow time, have a chance to meet with some of the local school parents and that kind of thing, get a feel for what things look like in the off-season. But then the idea is he'll come back with a team at the end of June, spend about a month with us, and at that point, be able to meet face-to-face with the key stakeholders in town. Some of this he'll be able to do over the winter or up until then, like interviews or surveys, he'll be able to do via email and that kind of thing. But boots on the ground for an extended time in late June, see us at the height of the season, and we'll go from there. He'll, like I said, be able to meet with our different groups, residents, seasonal residents, businesses, and all the groups that we define or think ought to be in there. So you guys, of course, included in that. Before we get into any questions, I wanted to show you real quick how things look in terms of occupancy tax collection. It'll kind of give you an idea. I'm not getting any power here. All I need is just to click one through there. There you go. So numbers and traffic, this is a graph that shows how our occupancy tax collection ran this year as compared to 2019. Blue is the 2019. Red is something we don't want to continue to do. That's no fun. But if you'll notice, trend lines pretty much stay the same as those spikes. Those big dips and huge spikes would really sting. Traffic basically followed this pattern. We came to a screeching halt at the end of March into April. April was basically nothing. But when we came out hard. If you look at that October spike, that's when all the cane was being raised. And that was not just a Blowing Rock problem. That was a problem at any destination that had wide open spaces. So it was the beaches too, but literally any mountain community saw this same kind of thing. The Blue Ridge Parkway was a big draw for us, and we just have what people want. And those few weekends there in October were a real pain in the neck, but that's what you see. That's basically what was going on.
I feel like I used to always complain about the Valley Cruises Fair and the football game, the homecoming. Is that trifecta weekend?
Right,
Well, none of that was happening.
right.
So they were all here. You know,
That's-
usually that, we complain about that traffic, but it pulls people away, but they weren't pulled away.
No, they had nowhere to go. They usually would be sitting in, those cars would be in parking lots and fields and
Right.
football games, that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I say that let whoever's listening know and just remind you guys that this was nothing that we planned on. The pandemic is nothing, and that's all driven by pandemic. It was nothing we wished for sure, but we, for lack of a better term, had our asses handed to us because of it. And I say us, I mean as an industry, we were killed. And, I don't mean to make light of it, but literally there are kids out on the front line that are putting themselves at risk. Then we get the volume that we get. We have restaurants that can't accommodate them. We've got hotels that are overrun, overworked. So it's been tough. And our complaint is too many people in some regard when there are big cities like Charlotte and Raleigh and Greensboro that are suffering bad. Their hospitality industry is crumbling. The business travel has stopped. That's not happening. Ours is all leisure, and man, they took it up. They really got out. A lot of pent-up demand, a lot of anxiety. So they came to places like this. They went to the Outer Banks. They went to Myrtle Beach. The Smokies were covered up. So as bad as our problem has been, it's not as bad as it could be. So I just wanted to kind of show you that and let you think on that just a little bit. In terms of our overall traffic, I'll just pull these this morning, and I really don't have a bunch to show you in terms of this, but in the red line there, those are our exits off the Blue Ridge Parkway. You'll notice that 221 is estimated. Well, if you look over the third column over or down, percentage in change, this was in December. There are 221, 321 intersection, we're up 6.4%. And on 221 estimated up 6.8%. If you go further to the right, you'll see the percent change year to date. We're actually down in traffic for the year in 2020 on the Parkway. We had some closures throughout the year at different areas, but then when we shut down and no travel was allowed, we were actually down on average about 3.5% or so. The problem again has been those spikes. When those spikes happened, they happened hard. And the last thing we want to do is see this coming in on 221. That's out of my front windshield. When I say and hear and see some of the emails flying around and people talking about the terrible issue we have with traffic and tourism, I like to remind people, as Charles and I often say, hell, we live here too. That's out of my windshield. That's not just a newspaper clip. We see it, and that's the last thing we need, last thing we want to see. So hopefully with this management plan, Brooks is going to be able to come back with some good recommendations. And some of it, man, we already know. There's no need, like you're saying, to put 4 events on the same weekend in our town. There's no need to allow somebody else to come in and shut down our Main Street and have their own festival for their benefit that clogs up and causes this kind of thing. We know that maybe out of this, I would be remiss if I did not say, we need to let this process work, not get out ahead of it. Let Brooks come in with his people and see this fresh and not trying to shove something down his throat. He'll be able to read into that anyway. He's done a couple thousand of these, so I'm not worried about him being misled or anything like that, but I think we need to be careful in how we approach this and not think we have all the answers. A lot of them we probably know already, but we need this outside guidance to kind of push us in the right direction. I don't mean to rattle on. Charles, if you want to say anything about that?
No, but on these numbers and on that first graph, I think the thing we have to remember is that those numbers in that first graph don't represent the day trippers. Those are the people who are staying here overnight. So a lot of this traffic you see in front of you right there could be people that are just driving through, who knows? But that's one thing. I think we're blessed, as Tracy mentioned, here, because we managed to escape a COVID year.
You could actually take that out.
From a tax
Switch
standpoint,
over.
fairly unscathed. This is not a graph you can see elsewhere in North Carolina, just for reference. State tourism's down over $9 billion this year. That's a huge number, and taxes across the state are down over 300 million. Your tax here is going to be up this year, as long as
We're trending now about 10% year to date above last year. And last year would have been, had it not been for COVID, our best year ever on record. November, for example, was up almost 24% compared to November last year. You can kind of see that, how that's playing. If you want to, you can go ahead and switch out for Charles's and he can talk a little bit about, if you're okay with that, Charles, about events.
Sure.
Tracy, have you seen any, and maybe y'all are getting to it, any projections about this year?
Yes. Again, it's going to depend on how well this vaccine rolls out, how comfortable people are. Charles and I are on phone calls all the time, conference calls with the state and different organizations. He's always in the chamber side of things, on this side of the country, really. I'm in this side of tourism, this side, this region. So we're talking with folks all the time. They're saying, they being folks like the U.S. Travel Association, North Carolina Travel Industry Association, that leisure travel will be back to its regular self in 2023, following the same trends that we had seen in the past. Now, a couple of things are going to play into the recovery right now. It's going to be partly due to COVID, of course, and I need to flesh that out a little bit more. Part of it's this new election. Every time you have an election cycle on a national level, things kind of stall a little bit, so it's going to be hard to kind of differentiate or pick that apart. Depending on what the economy's doing, how people are feeling, how comfortable they are, that will play into travel every time. It typically takes a little bit of a dip, but it certainly stalls. Because we are where we are, we do have the wide open spaces. We offer things that you can't do in Charlotte or places like that, Columbia, South Carolina. You don't snow ski in those areas. We have it. It's looked at as a safe outdoor activity that's active. Some people, and we saw a lot of that this time. Regular travel, they say, is 2023. Business travel, possibly a little later than that. Business travel is the one taking the biggest hit. No conventions and that kind of stuff. But leisure travel is doing just fine, particularly in places like this. I don't think we're going to see the erratic spikes that we saw this year. I don't have a crystal ball, but things are starting to going to settle down. They'll start to settle down once the vaccine is well on its way. What's going to happen in leisure travel is we're going to start losing some market share once things settle down and people feel comfortable to fly again. They feel comfortable to take a cruise. They feel comfortable to go in a car and drive to places like Maine or Miami or whatever. Right now we're getting a lot of trips that are 2-3 hours in, 4 hours. And I mean, good for us, but the news media have played us as a safe haven. And we've had a lot of earned media pieces. I met, when it snowed out here, I met 4 TV stations at 4:30 in the morning on Main Street. Ask Matt, them boys are running around pushing the snow, and I'm out there, yeah! Just making sure the guys had a place to go to the bathroom, had some coffee, that kind of stuff. But the media has really pushed us, and not just us, but we're close by. We're the closest place like this to our major markets like Charlotte. Charlotte's owned now, like BTV's owned by a group, Gray Communications. They have Atlanta stations. What do? They package a story. Oh, it's snowing like crazy in the Blue Ridge. They send it to Atlanta. All of a sudden, that same story that was supposed to be in Charlotte, in places like Atlanta, up in Roanoke. So that's kind of pushed this whole "we're a safe place to be" message, and we've never had to say anything. So to answer your question, yeah, predictions are 2023 we're going to be back to normal, riding that wave like we normally see, the ebbs and flows. And it may be a little bit later for business travel. Leisure's doing just fine for places like us.
What do you think about that? Shane and I were talking about this yesterday, the Roaring Twenties. You know, that happened after a pandemic. And this might be also a question for you. People want to get together for the big events and just be together as many people as possible. I mean, what do you think of, do you think that's coming for this summer?
Not this summer.
Why not?
I mean, there's pent-up demand, but there's still a lot of fear. And, I think that, it depends, like he said, how fast that vaccine gets rolled out and what happens and how long it takes our national economy to rebound. Because unemployment is still really high as, you know, we're looking at other factors now. So, if that national employment number can come down, the economy can get rolling again, people get back to work, then we'll probably see a little more of that. But we're not counting on this summer being the roaring twenties from an event standpoint, which is where I'm moving to right now.
Because it looks, you know, if, I was looking at projections right now, and if they hold true and gas continues to go up, I think we'll see like what we've seen before, people taking the shorter trips again. You know, I look for us to still have a real busy summer if that continues like that.
Yeah. As long as we're perceived as safe, and continue to do the kind of work that we do, we're gonna be in good shape. And we're blessed to have this second homeowner population, because that brings all the extended family and friends in. That's a whole nother animal. It doesn't necessarily benefit the TDA directly, but it benefits all of our businesses, and that ultimately is what we want.
Pierce, Tracy, it's a nationwide trend. I just read Jackson, Wyoming had record crowds. And if you've been to Jackson, it's not close to anywhere.
Yeah, everybody wants to be out. They want to be out where they can explore. A big issue, if I can, Charles, just for a second, a big issue for this that may come out of this management plan, you know, when you dig down into what a true sustainable management plan is, you're talking about everything from recyclables to housing, you know, every bit of that from one end to the other. We're not going to necessarily get into all of that here, but one of the issues that we're seeing is you got a lot of people using our facilities, and I don't mean just Blowing Rock, I mean the parkway, the trails, whatever, that aren't necessarily accustomed to this kind of outdoor adventure, and they don't know how to treat it. So they're crossing over fences that they shouldn't, they're taking trails that they shouldn't be, they're littering, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's something I think may come out of this, is how we would play a role, not just as a TDA, but as a community in supporting sustainable practices and how to treat the environment around us. You know, the old John Muir saying, the mountains are calling and I must go, whatever. That's a certain type of person. That's the reason you walk around here, everybody kind of looks alike. It's the type of people that probably have a four-wheel drive and a pair of hiking boots and are going to opt to eat something a little more organic or natural or whatever. A bunch of tree-hugging eco-freaks are what you are. Me too, just no hair. But anyway, that's a problem we're seeing, and we've got to really kind of step back and take some guidance from Brooks on how we might address that and better educate people when they're here, and take a more substantial role in kind of pushing that message. But I'm sorry, I digress. Charles, please.
I want to just update you on a few of the things that we're doing at Chamber, the events first. Winterfest, we are having Winterfest. It's nothing like you've seen in the past, but it starts Thursday, this coming Thursday, and goes through Sunday. It's mostly a marketing event that we're just telling people that we have great food here and we have great shopping here, and that we have this beautiful place here in the winter, Winter Wonderland. We are having ice sculptures. We are not having any ticketed events. We are not having any gatherings or crowds. Restaurants will have special winter feast menus instead of having winter feasts as we've had in the past. We will have chili in the restaurants on Saturday for people that have had chili in the past on Saturday. So they'll go around the restaurants. The restaurants are pairing up with nonprofits to raise money for nonprofits of their choice. Because Winterfest is all about nonprofits, that's really what it's about. And so we're trying to give them some avenue to raise a little bit of awareness and a little bit of money, perhaps, not a whole lot. The restaurants that are serving chili on Saturday are going to give 100% of their proceeds from the chili sales to the nonprofit that they paired with. So there could be a few $100s for them. We will have a chili competition because we have a trophy, so we'll be getting little samples and taking them somewhere, deciding who has the best chili. There's no mass gatherings indoors or outdoors. We're trying to discourage crowds. We will have the ice stroll. These are some pictures of the ice from last year. I think we have 18 ice sculptures that are lighted and will be spread around through downtown. You'll be able to have a little map to show you where they all are. Businesses are sponsoring those. The big centerpiece ice sculpture that has always been in the park will be there, but it will not be carved there because the carving draws a crowd. So we're having the ice sculpture made in Charlotte and shipped here on a truck and put in the park, and try to do it as quietly as we can. People can still socially distance and walk around and look at it, but at least they won't be gathered out there while it's being carved. I want to tell you just a little bit about Savor. Originally, we were going to try to reintroduce Savor this year, but we're not. We're going to postpone that to 2022. And we're working on trying to develop an all-day event for probably in the spring of 2022, which may be a kickoff to what Virginia was talking about, the roaring. I think maybe by April of 2022, there'll be time for people to get out a little bit better. But we will be basing this on activities to savor while you're in Blowing Rock. We're keeping our brand. We think it's a good one. And so that's the plan for Savor. The symphony, as you know, last year was canceled. This year it is on the schedule and calendar, tentatively for July the 23rd. However,
Now, is that the same weekend as the tour of homes? And a horse show too?
And the antique show.
So, we don't know if this event will happen. It will be entirely based on the North Carolina gathering limits, whatever those are at the time of that event. Outdoor gathering right now is 25. So between 25 and 4,000, which you see there in that picture, is a big span. So I don't anticipate that. However, the symphony is not a very scalable event. You have to have a certain amount of infrastructure regardless of whether you have 1 or 5,000 people out there. So the symphony itself is not very scalable, as we found out last year. It gets really complicated when you start dealing with something like that. So we're planning on right now in 2021, on that day, a 50% prior year. We can scale to 50% and still come out okay. But that would be 2,000 person event, which I still don't know if that's going to happen. So, but we'll see. There's big deposits and big money involved in this, so we have to decide a ways out. It's kind of hard. That's the plan. It's on the calendar. Art in the Park, this past year, we ran, we did not have May and June, as you recall, but July through October, we did have it 50%, and that's what we're planning this year for the first 3 shows. May, June, and July, 50%, and then August through October, the capacity, we're looking at going up on that. We don't know how that will work out. We are currently under the direction of a special agreement with North Carolina DHHS, which we will continue to operate under in terms of COVID protocols. We'll keep those in place for the entire season. Hand sanitizing, masks required, of course, and then the separated street there. So that's kind of the plan on our part. We do have some issues there with artists. A lot of the artists, back to the economy question earlier, a lot of our artists are gone. And this happened in 2008 as well. Artists are kind of at the bottom tier of the economic structure. And so when the economy gets bad, they kind of have to go back to doing work somewhere else, working for somebody else. So it's hard to get the artists. We've got 175 applications, which is really good, of people that do want to come. So our concerts in the park event, we don't know yet, but based on outdoor gathering limits, we may be able to have those. We did have them last year, 4 of them, and socially distanced. Outdoor gathering limits, again, drive that. Farmers Market 2020 was the best year that we ever had for that. I think that's partly because people just wanted to get out and cooped up, and so they came out. They were able to see their friends and neighbors there without getting COVID, so they could wave to them at a distance. And
I could keep a lot more money, if you could talk the girl that sells flyers not to come this year. Yeah.
You need to get your checkbook right, man. You better buy the flowers.
We are going to run the market May 27th through October 14th. A few other things. The restroom that we have been working on so long over at Lone Rock School should be completed by early summer. We had a ribbon cutting there last week. Some of you were able to attend. Not a ribbon cutting, a groundbreaking. But we hope to have a ribbon cutting sometime in the summer. And Josh Cash says as soon as the weather breaks, they'll be out there doing that. The water and sewer are already there, which is a big thing. Next down goes some concrete, so we're off and running there. We are producing, along with the TDA, a Living the Dream video, which is a video production to market and promote to remote workers to relocate to Blowing Rock. A lot of our real estate right now is from, we've had a huge year in real estate sales as well, as you all know. So, in fact, a lot of the inventory, a good portion of the inventory is gone right now, but it's been a boom for real estate and construction. So, we're hoping to continue that. We know that there's a pent-up demand. These people that are living in the big cities are tired of that lifestyle, and tired of what's going on in the cities, and they want to move out here where the air's fresher and things are clean, and COVID has helped with that. Civil unrest has helped with that from our standpoint. So we're going to put this video out, and should have it done by summer, by spring probably.
Where are you gonna use that video at?
Well, it will reside on the website, but it'll be used in some marketing promotions that will go along with it. Mostly social media stuff. That's the audience that we have to reach is pretty much a social media audience. So we're not having to spend big money on print or television, radio, media.
a listing agent, give me a call.
I think Virginia's got about 800,000 followers. You could just put her as an influencer out there.
Yeah.
You know, one thing we were looking at on that video too, and we try to do this on all of our media products, is to be able to leverage it in any venue that we're in. So, video we shot 3 or 4 years ago, or I shot this past weekend, we can drop it in places where we need it. And one of the things we want to do is go to a certified North Carolina retirement community through Visit NC. And we'll be able to leverage this stuff with that. Say these are some of the, amenities we have in this town. So we'll use it across every platform we can, or at least parts of it.
And kind of in line with that, and in conjunction with that, we're trying to reestablish our young professionals group. That kind of ties with the same thing with that video. It all kind of ties together. So, working on that, we have young professionals. They've not been able to meet. They're a very social group, and of course, COVID is not a very social environment for it. So, we'll be getting that group back up. We did have to postpone our leadership challenge to March of 2022. Just couldn't make that work. You got 3 things there. You got participants. I had plenty of participants. You got venues. That's the problem. And then you've got presenters, and that was a real problem. There were a lot of presenters that just are still not able to get out. So we're but again, I think March of 2022 will be a great kickoff for that. And then we're working on electric vehicle charging stations, grants and opportunities. We've been working with a company called Rivian. Rivian is actually, for the most part, is an electric truck manufacturer. They make small commercial vehicles, delivery vans, like Amazon delivery vehicles and UPS delivery vehicles. And I read last night they'll probably be getting postage vehicles, U.S. Postal Service vehicles. But so they contacted us a while back and wanted to find a location for some Rivian chargers here, or to put some chargers here in town. And so they wanted to be on 321 or close to the parkway. So Rivian has now gotten into, they're starting to make cars as well. But we thought originally that they just wanted commercial vehicle chargers so that they could get UPS vehicles coming up the mountain. They could stop here and charge, quick charge, and then go on and do their deliveries. But no, they want to be they're trying to establish a network like Tesla has, that people can use their charging stations all across the country. We are looking at some grants to get some funding, but back to Rivian, we worked with folks that own the Food Line Shopping Center and Tanger, and these, they have now met with Blue Ridge Energy, and these are superchargers. So a supercharger takes a very special kind of electricity and very special infrastructure. You got to have enough power line capability to be able to run a supercharger, which can charge a car in 20 minutes. So it's very high voltage, and Blue Ridge's grid doesn't really cover everywhere with that kind of voltage. So it was determined that Food Line did not qualify, their voltage was not high enough, but Tanger it was. So they're going to put in 2 superchargers at Tanger. Now Tanger already has, I believe, 4 level 2 chargers over there. So these are going to be 4 level 2s plus these 2 superchargers. So there is one supercharger in Lenore, just went online at the corporate headquarters of Blue Ridge Electric. They just built another one somewhere up in, at their office, I guess, in Ashe County. They're going to put one in their Boone office, and we're going to talk to them this Friday about opportunities that we can have to get one here in town, because we
Now, will it just be for their cars, or will it be for any electric vehicle?
The Rivian Chargers initially will be just for Rivian vehicles for about the first 2 months, and then they said they would change the converter so that it could be for anybody. But it is a full fee charger.
Now, you know we have two in town.
Yes, those are level 2. They're in the parking deck. Takes about 4 to 6 hours to charge a vehicle on those. So, my son has a Tesla, lives in Atlanta. There's one supercharger between here and Atlanta, it's in Greenville. They pull off the interstate there and use the supercharger 20 minutes, have lunch, and then head on up here. But
Where is it? Is it at a Tanger? Is it what, like,
down in Greenville,
yeah,
it's, right there at that exit where Cracker Barrel is, that,
is that in Cracker Barrel?
it's not at Cracker Barrel, it's a separate.
They ought to put them in the pull-off stations off the internet. How smart would that be?
Rivian's own 25% of Ford,
Is it?
and you know, Ford's Mach 6 is sold out a year and a half's production.
Yeah,
It would charge a Mach 6.
that's a nice car.
What would it cost to upgrade ours to a Rivian? Or would they do that? Would they?
Well, we're hoping that Blue Ridge will have some answers for us when we meet with them Friday. The level 2 chargers, and I think I'm right about this, are about $6,000 investment per charger for level 2. But for these, they're about twice that, probably about 12. Is that what he said?
That's what he said. Yeah, so we're meeting with Brimco, I guess virtually this Friday, to talk through maybe hopefully some grant opportunities
Some
with him.
grants.
Be
maybe
interesting to
some
see if we
partnership.
can convert the ones we've got, since we already have the space.
Yeah, if the power is strong enough, that's what Brimco's gonna have to do.
So it's not the unit, it's not the unit?
It's both. You have to have sufficient, voltage in the system, in the electrical grid. And there are just a lot of places that don't have it.
I have a client from DC area who loves Blowing Rock, because Blowing Rock gives him a free tank of gas every time he comes here,
Yeah,
and a place to park. And he said that he walks all over town, and while his, usually he puts it in overnight, but in where he's from, it boots you up, so there's an amount you pay, and I can find out what it is for the charge. And then, once you're charged, it charges a parking fee. So you want to get your, and your son may know about this, we don't have electric cars, but, so there's a way they incentivize them to get off unplug and move on, so the next person can charge, otherwise they get a parking fee. That was very interesting to me, but he just loves all of y'all for every time he comes here.
well, the charger, the big supercharger in Greenville does charge, but I can tell you that Andrew gets 340 miles on his Tesla on that charger for $3.
Might be
So
something
you can
too, we
drive
could
your
look
foot
at if
Yeah.
we do the new parking lot over there across from Food Line. Putting some in.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But $3, yeah, $3 for 20 minutes makes sense, right? And then they're gone.
And I think what we're going to hear from Brimco is obviously there's some partnership opportunities for them to receive the money from it, obviously. So I guess that's kind of what we plan on hearing Friday is from them of what they look for in the fees or whatnot. You know, whether or not they put that in for free and charge or whatever the case may be. So we're trying to explore the opportunities.
Does it require three-phase?
That's part of it, yeah. Now, one of the grants is through the Volkswagen settlement, and so we know that we can get level 2s with that. Don't know how much, but, you know, level 2s are fine, it's gonna take a car 4 hours sitting on that thing to charge it. But we felt like level twos in the deck, and if we could get a supercharger or something, find a spot, and that's the thing I'll ask you all to think about, is if there is a spot that you think we can put it, somewhere, and of course, that's gonna be based on what Brimco tells us,
You,
the
you,
power.
you've got the power running out 221. That should be three-phase service. They can run off of that down to the Van Field parking lot.
Could you use a two-stage for just topping off?
Yes.
Yeah, the problem is people parking there, so doing the parking fees is a smart idea. Because we had trouble with people not moving out of spots. Or parking there and they weren't electric.
That's exciting.
The new Prius Prime, RAV4 Prime, which is a little different than yours, Sue.
Yeah,
It's 46 miles on electric. And you don't have range anxiety.
Yeah, because you got gas, oh,
Yeah.
gas. Yeah, I saw a Bolt at a gas station the other day, and I was trying to, it said Chevy Bolt, and he was putting gas in it, and I was thinking, what is wrong with this man? He has an electric car, and he's putting gas in it. But apparently it has a little engine too.
The engine runs a generator, charges the battery as you're driving.
yeah.
It's basically a hybrid. They abandoned that car. It might be. New day coming, it's time for Keith to pull all his hair out.
So that's all I had, is that we would be working with TGA very closely on the tourism management plan. There's a lot of research, there's a lot of, there will be focus groups, and lots of stakeholder groups that we'll be trying to assemble, to help get that set up with Robert Brooks. Does anybody have any questions about it?
No, but thank y'all for how you've navigated this past year. I know that has not been easy for the chamber. And I appreciate your leadership and Tracy's. Thank you for managing too much.
Charles, real quick.
Kind of at the opposite end of the spectrums, kind of.
Yeah.
Guys, so.
Michael, to tell the council in brief how you did fare this year. How you fared better than expected.
Yeah, we, as a 501c6 organization, we weren't able to get PPP until last week. But, it's over now, I think, so I'm not even sure that we're interested in it. We may still try to get it, but we did fare well. We, in spite of all of our loss of Symphony, we were able to cut back our expenses to the point that we did not have to touch our reserve funds, which was really, we were concerned about it. So
Did you lose any staff?
we lost one. When everything shut down, our receptionist was not, and the person that ran the visitor center was Harrison Herbst, as you may know him. But he ran the visitor center, and so that was closed for 3 or 4 months, and we did have to let Harrison go. We've hung on to everybody else, so hopefully we'll make it this year. We've had great response to our partnership program this year. And people have done, they've really stepped up and done a great job to make sure.
You gonna bring back that position, or do you know?
We will eventually. We're still, until we get that Symphony back online, we're still substantially less cash than we normally are. Symphony is our biggest, it's the chamber's fundraiser. That's all I can say about it. We do Winterfest for everybody else pretty much, but Symphony we do for us, and not having it really did kick us.
I was going to add just a couple things. The shuttle, maybe it's appropriate time to bring that up, but so the shuttle obviously did not run in 2020. The reason I bring it up now is because the kind of the impromptu committee, I guess, that's kind of discussed the shuttle and opportunities obviously, Mr. Matheson, who's discussed the shuttle for a number of years, and then the TDA, who's been funding the shuttle, and then with some assistance from the chamber, we've kind of talked through what 2021 potentially could look like from a shuttle standpoint. So we're in the beginning stages of looking at some options. One option that we're exploring is potentially running the shuttle ourselves with utilizing the vans that we have at Park and Rec. Obviously, they would need to have some maybe wrapping or something done to them from a look standpoint. Apple Cart is a big unknown right now. So if anyone's been following the news, Apple Cart, and like all public transportation services, receive their money based on ridership. And so that's been next to nothing this year. And they've received a lot of federal help. But if you recall some of the conversations I think we've shared with you over the last year or two, Apple Cart has been kind of putting us on notice, I guess, so to speak, that what they're doing for us is, even though we're paying for it, is affecting their bottom line, especially from a ridership standpoint. Again, the buses that are full for them, from an average standpoint, equates to more money. So when they have one-offs or essentially private shuttles, like what we have here, it does at the end of the day hurt them from a federal monies standpoint. So we're kind of operating under the premise that Apple Cart may not be an option this year, and then also under the premise of whether or not we know if we're going to have a shuttle or be allowed to have a shuttle or have riders. Or so I want to just throw that out there. If you have any questions, we are having those conversations now of what ifs, and then kind of where we're leaning potentially is, could we do this ourselves? Obviously that would require us hiring a driver and gas and things of that nature, but what would that look like from a scheduling standpoint, running the numbers of the trips themselves, and so just wanted to kind of open that up if there was any questions or any comments, or Mr. Matheson, if you'd like to add anything, or Tracy or Charles. We had a meeting, I guess it's just been a couple weeks ago, to kind of open up the discussions of what maybe 2021 could look like.
I think, from my standpoint, one of the biggest things that we were looking at is when we discussed doing it in-house, is because we were on the verge last time when we met with Apple Cart and we got the Apple Cart, we were told then that we were very lucky that we got it this year, and he couldn't even guarantee it the next year. And with what we were limited on how late they could run, I think put a little damper on things, because a lot of our activities on Friday, actually, such as Concert on the Lawn, starts at 5:30 and the shuttle's shutting down then. So I think this would give us a little more leeway into the hours that it can be run, along with the routes it can be run. It also gives us, we have 2 vans, so it also puts more on the road than what we had before with just the one. So hopefully that will we'll be able to utilize more stops than what we have now. We'll be able to go more places and stop more places. It was hard, like asking them to stop for symphony, working in events that we have. At least this way it gives us a better leeway if we're doing it in-house than through Apple Cart to work in special events that we have. So
I had a crazy thought. But if we could get Zach to, so I don't know, like personally, when y'all say shuttle, that kind of makes me, I don't want to get on in a van with a bunch of strangers. But Blowing Rock is set up for golf carts, and we get Zach to do an Uber golf cart. I mean, it sounds crazy, but something like that might work with all of our golf carts around town, and we could manage it somehow. I mean, that feels like a safe way to ride around town. To me, the vans, getting in, I don't know if we had it up and running, how many, unless it was open like the trolley.
I wouldn't get in a van with you, I can tell you that.
Right. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and I'll get in like a vehicle with people I know around town more than, if I see or going in stores and I'm like, oh, I know, I'm comfortable, but I don't know. But the golf carts are open air. Zach could do software like he does with his Uber trash. I mean, that just popped in my head. It's probably crazy, but, you know, some of these golfers, after hours, drive people around. I mean, they're the ones that pick up the Christmas trees and the trash if they've got a truck. It kind of, you know, I was just thinking if we had something, that's the only thing I can think of that we have that's open air.
You know, it might be worth, before we go too far down that rabbit hole, is to let Brooks come back with a recommendation.
Yeah, he might.
Because he may look at it and say, you got more of a parking issue than a people management issue, or, you know, there's some moving parts in here that we probably are not realizing. Part of it is just management of the street traffic, the foot traffic, having those walk signs and pedestrian lanes and all that jazz that we really need to realize or get through, work out. And I know you all are doing that with DOT at the crosswalks and stuff like that, but I don't know how much more time we have, but before we get out of here, I just want y'all to know that Charles and I, or the chamber of the TDA, are going to row in the same direction when we're in the boat, okay? We work fantastic together. Both our teams do, which our team is me and Amanda. He's got 3 people in his office. We work as one group, but to the town's benefit. We're not worried about how much money we make each year. That's never our focus. It is providing a good experience for the guests when they get here, and it's also making sure that we're not doing anything to harm the town. So just know that you guys can count on the chamber and the TDA to work with you and help you any way we can to make it a better place, you know, to live, to work, to play, all that, to visit. So,
I echo
Just know.
that, and thank you for allowing us to come and talk to you today, and share our plans.
I think Amanda too, because I heard through kind of like the grapevine or something, that she also helped some of the businesses in town set up online business during this, which was remarkable and helped them out quite a bit during this COVID situation of being able to do something they had never done before, is to be able to market and sell online.
You know, I'm gonna take this off. I'm fogging up, can't see. Pivot is the term, the operative term we've been using in the business. And we did. We had to absolutely pivot our messaging and everything that we were focused on. And Amanda's very intuitive, you know. She gets it. She sees a few steps down the road. She's been a godsend to us for 15 years now, but I can't say enough about how she jumped in and realized, oof, this is where we're dropping the ball. Not as a TDA, not as a chamber, but as a community. And what can we do? What do we have in our capacity, at our disposal? And I have to tell you, man, when you go back down to Raleigh, when you go back down to Charlotte, when you go to Greensboro, look at the boarded up windows. The little mom and pop restaurants that will no longer be there. We don't have that issue here, at least not right now. And hopefully we will not see that. But I think part of it is because we are so small, we can move quickly. And 2, we're in a place that people want to be in. And how lucky are we for that? We're blessed in that regard. Yes, sir?
When will we expect to hear, maybe, are we going to hear tidbits, are we going to hear the big enchilada, or what from this Brooks operation?
Depends on if our checks cash.
Nicole, yeah.
Yeah, Nicole.
Is she on?
Make sure there's money in the account, Nicole. No, he will do one big final presentation. It's about 2.5 hours long with the whole community. Hopefully, we could do that in person, but it may have to be done via the internet or WebEx, whatever, YouTube. But as he does his interviews, as he does meetings, I mean, there'll be open discussion just like we're having in here, so everybody will be kept in the loop.
And when will that, is that kicking off now?
That data collection is happening now, and that's where the chamber's helping us a lot on that. The actual interviews and stuff in person, boots on the ground, will be late June. He'll make the presentation probably mid-July.
I look upon that as some kind of a bellwether coming.
I wouldn't doubt that a bit. I'll agree with that. We have to realize that we're not the only town that's dealing with some of these issues. We're lucky that we don't have really bad things happening here, you know?
Charles?
Thank you.
Tracy, thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay for lunch.
Master Mayor.
Excuse me. You want a break? Ms. Sweeting has requested a break. We'll take 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in session. Thank you for your patience. Now we have coming up discussion on the Blowing Rock ambulance. I believe I'll turn this over to Kent Graham and Shane Fox.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we're all probably fairly familiar with the subject, Blowing Rock ambulance. This morning, we've got obviously Kent Graham, Fire Chief, is here and has a PowerPoint that he would like to share, I think, with some maybe updated information. But overall, the discussion with the Blowing Rock ambulance, I think, goes back to the 1970s, if I'm not mistaken. So this is a 45-plus year conversation that I think began at that time with the town and the mayor asking for a full-time ambulance service to be provided to Blowing Rock. Over the years, and like I said, Chief Graham can fill in some of the holes, but over the years, obviously, a lot of things have taken place, within the county, but a lot more have taken place within the town of Blowing Rock, putting together the staff that we currently have now in 2021 with, I may get this wrong, with approximately 13 paramedics that provide first response to, right now during COVID, your Delta and Echo calls. Prior to COVID, obviously, all calls from Alpha to Echo. Still during this time, we've been able to accomplish having a 9-hour truck that we can go into some further detail if you've got questions on what that 9-hour truck actually entails. But while still requesting the same things I think that have been requested for approximately 45 years, which is a full-time ambulance service to be provided or placed here within Blowing Rock. In North Carolina, all 100 counties are charged with the responsibility of providing ambulance service. Each one of those counties has responsibilities under state statutes to do so, and again, Kent can provide some more details there. When Watauga County, that means Watauga County itself is charged with providing ambulance services to the citizens of Watauga County. Watauga County contracts that service with Watauga Medics. I think they have now for quite some time. Don't know the exact number of years, but definitely quite a while they've contracted that service with Watauga Medics. And they have currently 3 bases within the county that run 24/7 trucks, and then they have the 9-hour truck here, and I think maybe a 12-hour truck is in addition to the Boone location. The point of this morning is to really just give a little background, open it up, have discussions, let Chief Graham speak for a few moments, but really provide an open discussion from the council. Any questions you have, obviously, on the history or current status, or any questions that you have moving forward. One of the more recent developments is that the Blowing Rock Civic Association took it upon themselves to hire an independent consultant to do a study of the Watauga County medical services. And you have a copy of that report at your desk for your review. I think it's about 22 pages. Some of those points we will reference as we move through this conversation this morning. But let me know if you don't have it. I'll walk around just a minute, Albert, and make sure. But each one of you should have a copy of that report. Mr. Joe Lord prepared that report for the Blowing Rock Civic Association, and that I think is soon to probably hit the presses of what the results of that study shows. A lot of what's in that report, I would say some of us have heard and some of us know, response times and things of that nature. It dives into not only Blowing Rock, but the full county in the way of response times and some best practices. We've heard things in the past of 10-minute averages. We've heard 90 and 9. We've heard a number of things that have been presented, and that report does dive into that. And again, we can refer back to that as we go through this if you choose to. Like I said, the report itself is fairly lengthy, so take some time and read through it, and obviously feel free to ask questions. But we appreciate the work that the Civic Association did by putting that report together to help, and I think that probably has some steps ahead of it going to the maybe local media and then going obviously to the county. But with that, Chief Graham is on the call, and we'll just kind of start there and open up conversations that you would like to have, and kind of lead towards if there's any next steps and what those next steps may be with where we're thinking. So Chief Graham, I'll turn it over to you if you can hear us.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hang on just a second. Let me turn you up. Okay. Try that, Kent. Kent, can you
Hello?
hear?
Hello?
Okay, keep talking. We're working on the volume here.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, coming down, and 1, 2, 3. I'm showing that I have microphone activity here.
We're just working on the speaker here for everybody in the room to hear you clearly, Kent. Now do it. I think we've got some volume up.
Hello,
Yes.
check 1, 2.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So, we will start here with, that's the Cybertruck that we'll use for the, with the electric chargers that the chambers going to have in. This is actually this is the truck that when Albert was young and Doug first started with the fire department. I think it was 1926. I just started with some of the things that we have done to improve the level of care and improve the responses for all disciplines, fire, rescue, and EMS. And just off of the top of my head, for the last several years, the changes that we've made and additions and so the 24-hour shift response, we were a combination department like we are now, but primarily volunteer, and we had some daytime employees during the day, during the week, and the rest of the service was covered out of the station here behind you in town. And it was a volunteer response. So we did have a QRV system that, when it was covered, we had people that would volunteer to take that quick response vehicle home, wherever that was in the district, sometimes just outside of the district. But we went to shifts, and we had one person per shift as we started. We changed to paramedic level care because of the situation with our response times and the ambulance service. Our insurance rating was a 5.9. We went to a 5.9E, which is an extended 6-mile district. There's if you're in real estate or insurance, you would understand the difference with that. So that was a big deal. We took the whole county to a 9E, to an extended district for insurance purposes. We built Station 1. Blowing Rock Fire and Rescue participates in the debt service for that station for several more years. It was a 20-year commitment. Ultimately, it's about 1.3 million, I think, that the fire department participates with on that debt service for Station 1. The fire and rescue merger, rescue of the squad and the fire department, shortly after construction completion with Station 1, actually. We built Station 2 as we had property donated to us for that station. It was in exactly the right place that it needed to be to improve our insurance rating. We requested to be re-rated under the same method that we were previously, and improved to a 4.9E. We added a Type 3 incident management team. So several of us went to the state level in the federal system, position specific for incident commanders, operations section chiefs, planning section chiefs. There are several with Blowing Rock Fire and Rescue that are certified at a level to be able to help in other areas of the state with larger, longer lasting incidents. and we have been to a few, and we have also received a good bit of help from other incident management team people within the state for some of our larger, longer-lasting incidents. We've added trench rescue certifications throughout. We have an ice and water rescue team. We have swift water rescue team. We've received some equipment grants recently for that team to be deployed. So you may have seen the boats and motors and rescue equipment and ice suits and dry suits and all of those things. We've had a high-angle rescue team for quite a while, but we did add certification to that, made that official for some of the search and rescue that we participate in our own district, as well as neighboring Grandfather Mountain issues and that sort of thing. We recently improved our insurance rating to a 4.4, so that is throughout the district, rather than just having the benefit of discounted insurance premiums in town where all of the fire hydrants are. We changed the method by which we were rated and did a water haul or water shuttle relay method, and that includes the participation of all of our surrounding fire departments, and several of us re-rated this year and last year for some really, really good results. So we're a class 4, and just to put that into context, if you're looking for the best insurance rating that you can get in terms of savings on premium, when you get to a class 6 or below, 10 is unrated. 10 is basically, you call that an unprotected area. So class 9 drops insurance premiums from a 10 to a 9, cuts it about in half. In the commercial world, commercial insurance, if you go down from a 9 to a 1, every step of the way, generally speaking, means about 8% reduction in insurance costs. So when you get to a class 6 for residential purposes, which is the overwhelming majority of our district and what we protect, a class 6 to a class 1 doesn't really change. That's about the best you can get as far as the insurance premiums, the insurance discounts. In terms of practicality and firefighting and actual response, it certainly is an indicator as you improve each level of what's going on with the department and response. So class 4, right now, I would say if I am involved with the next rating, or whoever is involved with the next rating, it's going to be no problem for them to get to a 3, possibly a class 2, because we were just a few points away from a class 4, and the method that we need, we know where we need to spend time and where we need to invest over the next few years in order to get there with the way that the point system works. We have staffed all 3 stations now, and that is probably the construction of these stations throughout our district and where they are placed, where they are geospatially located, is with people responding from those stations 24/7. That is the single most powerful factor in improving our level of service. It's when can you get there? When can you initiate medical care? When can you set up and attack a fire? When can you initiate the first response on any rescue situation, or a search, whatever it is, the quicker you can get there, is absolutely key to the outcome of the incident, whatever the incident is. So staffing those 3 stations, even though it's one person right now responding from each station, they are spaced out appropriately in the facilities that we have available to us, and that's one of the highest impact things on this list as far as approaching everything about our level of care across all of the disciplines of fire rescue and EMS, all emergencies. So we had been experiencing a great number of standbys for our backup ambulance service, and we kind of fell into being a backup ambulance by default or by necessity. We have had an ambulance with Blowing Rock Rescue before the merger of the 2 entities for a number of years, and some of you will know and remember that for about 10 years, the Blowing Rock Rescue Squad was started in 1974. That was a Hayden Pitts driven project, and they were the ambulance service. Then these discussions about the ambulance service being provided to the rest of Watauga County and having one over here they're beyond certainly my career and involvement with this. So when I say that we've been talking about this for 15 years or going on 20 years now, that's just, I've been talking about it for 20 years. Before that, it has been, we have pulled together something to supplement the system and take care of our own kind of thing. So for about 10 years, J.B. Lawrence and Angie Grider-Gregg, they were Blowing Rock EMS, and they literally ran every EMS transport call on a volunteer basis through the rescue squad. So there have been a lot of things, that list of changes that I just went over, that's happened over the last 15 years, 16 years. Before that, there have been all kinds of adjustments and changes and growth in order to supplement or make up for a lack of adequate service from the county. That's just about as simple as you can put it. So we were experiencing more and more standby calls, and out of those standbys, it's just a game of numbers. When you have 200 or 300 standbys in a year, they're going to generate out of those standbys, they're going to generate some calls outside of your district. And Watauga Rescue in the middle of Boone, it's a volunteer organization that is supposed to be a backup ambulance service to the county system as well. And it's not really, there's been no agreement for either one of us to actually provide backup services. We have just kind of fallen into it by default over the years, and as those call volumes went up and as the standbys went up, we began to experience more and more transports that came out of those standby. So as the calls are generated during a standby, then we would look to Watauga Rescue to be that secondary response, and Blowing Rock, in theory, would be tertiary, because we are not staffed to cover calls like that, and not leave our own district vulnerable for, again, it's not just EMS that we do. So when we take our crew, and for instance, right now, we're staffing all 3 stations. So we have 1 person at Station 3, 1 person at Station 2, and we have a captain and firefighter at Station 1. So when the ambulance leaves, for whatever purpose, it leaves with that Station 1 crew. And we have to start shuffling around and bring someone in from an outer station to cover Station 1, because, of course, the majority of our calls in terms of distribution are happening certainly in the middle of town rather than out in the district. So it puts us at a, so then we don't have another ambulance. So it had gotten to be too much. We're not funded for it. We're not staffed for it. We're not prepared to supplement an inadequate number of ambulances in a system at that level. So we informed the EMS Advisory Board that in November of 2019 that we would discontinue providing that service, because Watauga Rescue basically announced that they were not going to concentrate on putting an ambulance together in those standby situations when a backup ambulance was needed, which we kind of knew by default because of the number of transports that we had started to run from Blowing Rock. And they basically said they were going to concentrate on rescue in terms of training and response rather than EMS and EMS backup. So it was unofficial for a long time, and then it was kind of made official in that announcement. So following that announcement some months later, in November of 2019, I said to the EMS Advisory Board, we cannot continue to do this at this level. It's just too many. And it's not a matter of being a backup ambulance, it's being an additional ambulance. And especially if the secondary unit doesn't really exist and is unable to put a truck together, we're taking Blowing Rock staff time and money and covering the Watauga County portion of our district, as well as the rest of Watauga County, and it's too much, and we can't do it because we're just gambling. As call volumes increase, no matter what the nature of the call, then simultaneous calls.
Kent, while you listen to to that call, literally as you were saying calls, just if I may for 30 seconds. So when we're talking backup, that means that Blowing Rock Fire and Rescue, the ambulance, has been put on notice that it could be needed anywhere within Watauga County, not just here, but that's backup means outside of our district. So not just Station 1, but Station 2 and Station 3. So we've got 36.6 miles that we cover total Blowing Rock Fire and Rescue. I say we, but I refer to Blowing Rock Fire and Rescue as we. So that means outside of that 36.6 miles. Is that correct?
It does. It means anywhere in Watauga County.
It means
So
they're letting us
I-
know, yeah, they're letting us know that they may need us in what we're gonna talk about here, I'm sure, Vilas, Deep Gap, Zionville, with our ambulance and our people, is what they're saying. And so, go ahead, sorry.
So as the call volume real quickly, that 36 square miles, that's just Watauga County portion of our district. We're actually the
Sorry.
largest district by far because we've got several square miles in Caldwell County. So I noticed in that report, there are several things that are not quite accurate, but we have somewhere between 54 and 58 square miles of total district that we're responsible for. But yes, that is anywhere in Watauga County is what a standby means, that we may be, and it became likely that we would be running any calls that come out when the other ambulances are either out of the county or in service and otherwise unavailable. So I announced that we would be changing that because as the call volumes go up, as they increase, the simultaneous calls increase exponentially. So it's not like if you have 100 calls in a month that changes to 200 calls in a month. It doesn't get spread out and scheduled nicely over the shifts and over time. If your calls double, then the times that they're happening, they're doubling at the same times, at those same peak times, which only makes sense just because of population density or effective population density, visitors, whatever it is. If there's more people here, there's going to be more calls. And if there's more calls, they're going to be at the same time that people tend to have calls for service. So with that in mind, we had reached, we were approaching over 30% of our calls were simultaneous. So 30%, a third of our calls that we were having, had increased to at least 2 calls at once for a third of the time. So, we're not equipped or staffed to do anything extra beyond what we can handle in our own district for our own volume. So I had announced that January, this was in November, so January 1 was too early and unreasonable, and I knew that. But July 1, which would be the fiscal year change for the groups that I was addressing, that was going to be too late because we were getting beat up. And with the decreasing response from Watauga Rescue, it was too much. So I said somewhere in between there, we'll be making this change, and we will be stepping back to when the Watauga County Ambulance Service puts us on standby for a backup ambulance. We will be responsible for the backup ambulance calls that are generated within the Blowing Rock District. Outside of that, you need to do something else. You need to fund it. You need more ambulances. I mean, we all know the answer, but it's not my responsibility, and I don't have the authority to tell them how to do it. But I basically just said, we can't do it anymore. So we're going to take care of our district for those calls if you don't have an ambulance available. But outside of that, we can't do it. So I notified them of that change in I guess it was probably March, and it's unfortunate timing. I'll give you that. I understand that this was the onset of this this medical healthcare nightmare that we are in. But that didn't really change our availability. It didn't change our vulnerability and lack of redundancy built into our system in order to appropriately care for our taxpayers. So, unfortunate timing as it was, I notified them that that change would happen at the beginning of April. We received, until then, we received a $32,000 a year rescue funding. Now that was the only record of the agreement for that funding, and that's outside of the fire tax, was referred to actual rescue services, which is something that we did before we were a backup ambulance. Blowing Rock Fire and Rescue provides rescue services within the Blowing Rock district, and previously Watauga Rescue provided it everywhere else in Watauga County. There are some fire departments that have become rescue certified. We were the first to become heavy rescue certified in the area, and had always done it. So that funding was because Watauga County funds Watauga Rescue for coverage everywhere else in Watauga County. That funding was allocated for rescue services. It for whatever perspective it was that that applied that funding to backup ambulance services, that funding was discontinued 2 days after we put that system into place. Now, since that date, I'm showing that in our records that we've got 126 standbys since April the 1st. I don't think that's accurate. I think that there are several that would go on top of that number that we are either not notified or didn't make it into our records. I would have to cross-check that against the county's numbers, but our system shows 126 standbys and EMS backup responses within the Blowing Rock district where our ambulance has responded because other ambulances were not available has been 5, and we have continued to be dispatched once as early or as recent as just the other day on the 18th 4 different times. This is when our ambulance responded 4 different times. There have been others where we were dispatched but canceled en route. So I think that 2 of these resulted in actual transports, but you can see those locations are not within the Blowing Rock Fire District, and they are
Ken, if I
it's
may.
impossible for us to continue with that. Yes, sir?
Yeah, if I may, so your numbers here, after April 1st, after notifying of the change, after 2 days later, the funding being discontinued, these numbers are still happening to this extent, and there's still actual transportations that are happening. Can you answer?
Yes.
Can you answer why? Is it simply? Can you tell me why you're still responding to those from a public health standpoint? Because we told them we weren't going to do it any longer. They took our money,
Right.
but we're still doing it. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but from a your job service standpoint, Do you mind answering that? When the calls go unanswered is what I'm getting at, I guess, right? When you hear those calls and no one answers.
Right. If we're dispatched, we're going to go. I don't have another answer for that. And I know the perspective on that. I know that the citizens of our district, and their calls for emergencies, as well as, you know, when we talk about our ambulance obligations, we're contractually obligated with Caldwell County, and we're funded and supported by the Caldwell County system to provide primary transport ambulance services to them. And so when we do respond to the other side of where we're responsible for, it's gambling. It's leaving that vulnerable. It's leaving it uncovered. We have to dispatch an ambulance from Lenore to go out 221 because we're basically not, by doing this, by responding to these calls, we're not fulfilling our obligation.
Hey, Kent,
Yes.
it's Virginia. So, I don't know if this is just rude, but they cut the funding, and we're still going. Are we charging them in some way to get, I mean, it seems like we should. I mean, that's what it is blaring out to me. I love your heart, and I know all the guys, if there's a need, and if there's somebody hurting or needs help, y'all are there. Regardless of, I mean, that's just the heart of all of you guys. But it seems like, unfortunately, we need to charge them for being there when nobody else could be there and responding to these calls. It's not the history, it's not the setup, and while I can appreciate the perspective of it being, you know, the nature of the business is it's an altruistic kind of thing for sure, and I get it, and but it's also a matter of that's how the system works. You know, if we most of when we work a vehicle incident in our district, the Blowing Rock taxpayers, the Blowing Rock area taxpayers are funding that response. They're funding all of that that level of response that we work so hard to achieve, and level of care. And most of the time on a vehicle incident or a search, those people are not taxpayers here. Most of the time, it's not people who live in Blowing Rock. So it's kind of the nature of the business. Those people are in Greensboro or Miami or wherever they pay their taxes, then their fire department takes care of me whenever I mess up going through their district. So
this can be addressed in several different ways. I was approached by the director of Watauga Medics as we did this, and as the changes have been made for the tiered response portion of our system for the pandemic protocols, it has magnified, it has amplified the problem that has always been there. So that list of improvements and things that we have done, we have stepped up as an organization and as a community. We have stepped up out of necessity. We have stepped up to cover that gap. And when we say, okay, we can't afford to do this much of basically supplementation of an inadequate system. So we're going to take care of us, what we're funded for, take care of the properties and the people that are supporting us to step up to these levels. It really has magnified the problem and the inadequacy. So I was approached by the director of Watauga Medics that said, basically, what do we need to do to get you to run the backup ambulance again in all of Watauga County? And the answer to that is there isn't anything. We can't do it. We can't continue to do it. So in the discussion of, trying to come to a solution, the answer is you need more ambulances. You need not to put a secondary volunteer system, backup system on standby 300 times a year. The numbers are going to come out of that there will be calls generated, and if you can't put that kind of pressure on it. So if you were going to fund that to the degree that we would be able to do that, we would be able to staff and equip the redundancy into our system so that we could do that, then you might as well take that funding and add an ambulance to your primary system. So it's not a question for me to answer as far as how are we going to do this backup, how we're going to do these backup responses going forward. And, it was suggested that we utilize the mutual aid system, which is basically, it's an agreement with surrounding counties, which, Watauga Medics is also the contractor that owns the Ashe County system, for instance. So there are mutual aid agreements for mass casualty incidents or for catastrophic failures in a system. If there were to be a mass casualty incident here in Watauga County at the stadium at Appalachian State, then we wouldn't have enough within our system to handle that. So the mutual aid contracts would come into play, and surrounding counties would respond with whatever they could respond with and still keep their districts covered. And so it was approached as a solution to this backup ambulance problem because, and it was suggested to me that we are technically, our ambulance is the Blowing Rock Fire and Rescue's ambulance service, and our medical response is a part of the Caldwell County system plan. So it was suggested that we're part of Caldwell County. So if Watauga County calls for a backup ambulance and we just put the mutual aid agreement into place, then we activate that, then you're the closest ambulance. Blowing Rock is the closest ambulance from a neighboring county system, and we would be dispatched to respond anyway. And I hope that the general public understands enough about the system and enough about how the mutual aid system works and why it works to recognize that would be horrible abuse of the system, of the mutual aid system, by a private contractor. That I can't even believe that it was, that somebody said it out loud. But,
This is Sue Sweeting. I have a question. I'm a little concerned that we are still responding to these calls after telling them that we wouldn't and that they withdrew our money. Is one of the concerns from your part is that if we don't respond to these calls, that we won't get help when we need it, or the mutual aid will be denied us?
no.
Okay.
No, I think that,
Because the calls go unanswered.
I don't,
It's because they're unanswered, the reason that they respond. And Kent may not say that, but it's because simply there is no one that responds
It's
to.
in you, when you do this, that
You have to.
you saw it once happen in Tennessee because of an argument similar to this, that the fire department stood right there and watched the house burn down.
He
That's
just
not
said-
us, that's not Blowing Rock. And you're not made that way. When you take on this, whether it's volunteer or employed like Kent and the guys are, if call for help comes out and no one answers, you just can't sit there and listen to that call for help and not do anything.
Yeah, but what if I fell over in my driveway while you're out there doing that? Am I vulnerable, more vulnerable?
It's the same as what if that guy died over there and you just had a knee injury?
I think,
Who's paying for, I mean, it appears our word is no good.
Our fire district has a fire tax that's 5 cents that charges everyone in the district. And then we have obviously our town portion that we reimburse the Station 1 paramedics for, or firefighters for. So in a sense, our district is paying for that. The only additional funding we received for backup was withdrawn on April the 3rd. So when a backup happens and one of, our two folks from Station 1 is on Old Bristol Road in Boone, then there's a shifting of trucks that move from Station 2 or Station 3. But yes, to answer the question, I think in the simplest terms, there's a gap that's left behind that we fill by sliding trucks and sliding vehicles, but the simultaneous calls that are happening more frequent run the risk even higher of that happening, which is why the decision was made on April the 1st to stop this and to begin with, is we no longer have the ability. And Watauga Rescue, who is contracted and I believe still receiving funding, Kent, if you'll shake your head, is that correct, from the county, is who initially should be the first line of defense from a backup standpoint. Is that correct? So
This is Charlie. I've got a question. Watauga Rescue is nonprofit. Watauga Medics is for-profit. Well, what's the deal with the two of them? I've heard there's some intermingling. I don't know. That might be rumor. That's my first question. My second question is, that 5 cents tax in our fire district, what does that equate to annually?
$500,000.
Okay.
Hey, Kent, it's Virginia again. If you had unlimited resources, and it's not always about money, but what if it was? Would you put our own town-owned ambulance there? Or, I mean, what is the solution to your problem, whatever problems that you see I mean, I know it's not a simple solution, or but what would you see?
It is a simple solution.
Okay, give it to us.
But no, if we had that funding available to us, it's not about paying for things twice. It's not about the Blowing Rock area citizens supplementing an adequate service for people in other areas of the county. The answer to the question is the entity responsible for providing EMS services, acceptable, adequate EMS services, is Watauga County. They're choosing to do it through a contractor, to provide that service through a contractor, which is fine. It happens all over the place. But they're not funding it adequately. There's not enough ambulances. And this isn't even an argument of where they are. This isn't even throwing the data around or the political leverage or whatever makes these decisions. It's not a matter of distribution. It's a matter of not having enough ambulances on duty all the time. And that, there are some layers to that onion in terms of, how many ambulances are on duty and what percentage of the time is one or more of those ambulances taking an interfacility transfer from Watauga to Baptist or CMC or Johnson City.
I would hate for us to fund an ambulance and it be used everywhere but, Blowing Rock. So, that's why I feel like, we could make it.
There are several complications to that kind of solution, to just, take all the money in the world and secede from the nation and build your own system. We can't do that legally. There's would be quite a process to go through, and as I understand it, we wouldn't be supported or allowed to do that. That's not the only reason that I say that's probably not the solution. It's fine to make as an idle threat for negotiation purposes or just communication of these issues, but ultimately, no, I don't think that's the answer. The answer is much more simple than that, and that is provide enough ambulances first for the call volume. So when the Boone area or when Watauga County, when the high country is busy enough to have these overlapping calls, if there's 4 ambulances out, or 5 ambulances out on calls and unavailable to respond, then that's what this bottom list here is. That's what happens when we have to respond. I'll say that. I'll answer that question of why are we still doing this? We have to. I have to. So when that happens, when the system is loaded up like that in Watauga County, when they're busy, we're busy. Probably busier. I mean, if you took all the sections of Watauga County in a heavy, July, August, or October weekend, and that's where you'll find a lot of these calls that are generated out of standby numbers. We're probably busier here than a lot of places that you could pick out of the county. So,
Kent, Sue Sweeting again. Are we the only one that have rescue backup, or do all the fire departments have it?
no, there's no fire departments in Watauga County that do this.
So we're the only ones, rescue and Watauga Medics, is that right?
Correct. Watauga Rescue, Watauga Medics, Blowing Rock Fire and Rescue.
And that 5-cent tax that is paid, is that paid by everybody in Watauga County or just people that live in our district?
So I can answer that. The 5 cent is just for our district. If you look at the county, so every fire district has a separate tax. Most all are 5 cent. There are some that are higher than that.
Okay.
But each district pays a tax, and so that 5 cent is just the district, Blowing Rock Fire District.
So the money that Watauga pays the medics, 1.5 million, does that come out of the 5-cent tax that we pay, or do we also pay that through our county taxes?
Separate.
No, that's a fire tax.
Right.
That's for fire services. I mean, it's literally a contract for fire services. So money that in terms of, and that's been a big part of our project that's not listed in that list. The underlying administrative, I guess, the biggest project that we've had in recent years is gaining an equitable situation for dollar in to dollar protected among the different areas of our district. So within the town of Blowing Rock city limits, you've got one tax rate that's actually, the fire department is staffing is funded through the general fund, I guess. I don't know how the revenue stream
Yeah, that's right.
goes, but it's a different taxed district than the Watauga County rural portion of Blowing Rock Fire District, and then there's the Caldwell County portion of the district, and the emergency service numbers that go with them, they're actually different emergency service response districts, and then there's another one that's actually Caldwell County within the town of Blowing Rock. So there's different response districts, there's different tax districts, and getting that all equitable and building these stations out in the more rural areas of our district and getting everybody covered has been a long-term project in getting those funds right. But understanding that fire, rescue, and EMS are 3 different things, and understanding that some of the funding for these things is specifically for one of those disciplines. that fire tax is a fire tax. And, it's, you know, different, the two different counties that we're governed by, they handle things differently. So,
when you go as a backup response, are you going with an ambulance, a fire truck, or your rescue truck?
for
When
an
you-
EMS backup,
Correct.
we're taking our ambulance. It's a call for transport. It's a call for an ambulance.
So here's what I've heard that the people in this town want, is that we don't want to wait 17 minutes for Watauga Medics to pick us up. Is there a way that you can figure out where we, as an entity with our ambulance, can transport our people to the hospital?
So I would, let me, if I don't mind, so starting at the top, the only way that we're allowed to transport within Watauga County would be through permission of Watauga County and the medical director, and a franchise agreement would have to be put into place. So the ambulance that we have is a Caldwell County ambulance. So it's paid for, was paid for through Caldwell and provided through Caldwell to provide transport to the Caldwell portion of Blowing Rock. The only time that the ambulance rolls, and again, Kent jump in, but the only time the ambulance rolls within Watauga County is during these backup. We don't currently have a franchise agreement or an authorization to transport within Watauga County that doesn't arrive outside of a backup. So Caldwell, we do. So if you have a wreck below Green Park, we can come and pick you up and take you to Cobb Memorial Hospital. We have an agreement in place and funding in place. There's nothing like that within Watauga County. It runs through.
Our guys go, they can't transport. So I think people,
We can transport out of a backup.
but I think people, when that is said, they think that we're not coming. I mean,
So
the guys go to the,
And has that ever been
Simplify it
addressed?
too
Have we
much.
ever
They just
addressed
can't
with
transport.
Watauga Medics?
The whole world
That
does
issue.
not revolve around getting transported.
it does not, but
Sometimes the world revolves around your immediate care.
right.
And I want to ask Ken a question, and Ken, if you don't feel comfortable answering this, do not answer it, okay? But I would like for you to comment on our quality of trained people who come as first responders versus those that come in the ambulance from Boone.
That's the response right there.
Yeah,
Don't feel comfortable, don't answer it, but I have my own opinion.
we have
I'm very confident in the knowledge, skills, and abilities of our staff. Very confident. And they are, even the lesser certified EMT basics that we have that may not be paramedic level yet, all of them are better than I ever was. I'll say that. And I was pretty good at one time.
Doug has a question, I think.
Well, I've had personal experience with what I'm asking you. It was my wife. And our guys arrived and stabilized my wife. Now, I can't equate that to if we had an ambulance that would haul her over to Boone to be stabilized. She may have died on the way. That's where I come from with this. I think it is an oversimplification of the problem that, we just need the county to have another ambulance so it'll come over here or be here. If the guys running that ambulance aren't as qualified as our people, we're going backwards.
I believe
I appreciate the question, but the comparative nature of it, I'm not going to compare our services, in any of our services, to other agencies. I will only compare our level of service to how our level of service was yesterday, and is it better today?
That's
So
why I gave you the out. I know where you are here, and I know where you sit.
Ken, I think Doug has a question.
Yes, sir.
Chief, you're still good. With this unfunded strain that this puts on our department, what's your thought of just getting out of the ambulance business completely?
Let's take this opportunity to go to the next slide. This is so some of you may have heard that with the support of the board of the fire department and our agency, on March the 21st of 2020, we sent notification to the county that we would be responding, for sure, responding only to echo calls, and we would like for them to continue dispatching normally. We would acknowledge receipt of the call, and then we would determine on echoes or Charlies what we were going to be responding to. Now, that was based on information that was a protocol change with the state, where they recommended that you don't rely entirely on the EMD system, the emergency medical dispatch, because often information is inaccurate from the caller. Information is sometimes misjudged by the dispatcher. Everything about the communication of an emergency call has got room for error. So many Delta level calls are not actually Delta level calls ultimately. I would say the majority of them, but that's me using the information that we've got. We would then make the decisions on whether or not we would be responding. Now, this is in response to COVID in the end of March last year. And I was going to webinars and supposedly listening to the experts in the business and figuring out what our decontamination process was going to be and making lots and lots of operational changes. And so that was one of them. I was informed and this change came at the county level 3 days later. So I think they had already made the changes in Caldwell County to not dispatch first responders at all. And it didn't matter what level of call. They were not putting first responders out into the community to just be a spread fest from living room to living room. Right. And until we had gathered more information and gotten more data on what we were dealing with. So I made that call for our agency, and because I was seeing no activity or change in operations on the Watauga County side. So 3 days later, we received this, and that is where we still are, which is basically we respond to Delta and Echo calls as first responders and no other calls. And it was, I can't remember the time that had passed, but I was trying to adhere to our initial declaration of only responding to Echo automatically, but making the decisions on a case-by-case basis for response, and otherwise, the state office of EMS contacted me and informed me that I did not have the authority to make that decision for an agency. A single agency did not have that authority. That decision is made on response like that at the county level by the systems plan administrator, which in Watauga County's case, that is ultimately the owner of Watauga Medics. In conjunction with the medical director, as you can see here. So 3 days later, they made this decision, so that's what we have been adhering to since we kind of have to because they don't dispatch us to the other calls. I have corrected our approach since being informed by the state office of EMS that I didn't have the authority to make that decision. We have adhered to this since then, and it is sometimes controversial. It depends on where you are, I think, and how the systems are in place, and quite frankly, whether or not they're adequate. There has been no huge outcry in Caldwell County when they discontinued all fire department first response. There wasn't any question or any criticisms there because all of Watauga or all of Caldwell County has an acceptable and adequate response time for their ambulances because they're distributed properly and their number of ambulances is adequate. So this has been part of, along with the backup ambulance changes that I've tried to implement in order to protect ourselves. And I don't mean that from an infection control standpoint. These decisions are not made to protect first responders. I mean, certainly they are as members of the community, but these protocols are put into place and changed to control spread. I mean, it's infection control, it's risk management. So we did some things operationally within our own agency to, like staffing those other areas. And we do not, when someone comes in from Station 2 to cover Station 1, when Station 1 is out on a call, they don't come in and go through the building, and they stay in their vehicle. So we're isolating amongst ourselves. We're professionally distancing as well as the social distancing. So these things combined with the unfortunate timing of our attempted changes to the ambulance backup response really has magnified a problem, a systemic problem for us that has been here all along. And I don't like it any more than anybody else. I don't enjoy explaining this. It's not a political leverage move. It is what it is. It's hard decisions, and so we're trying to make the right decisions. And unfortunately, the answer to alleviate these pains is a very old question. I mean, it's a very old concept, old solution, and it's simple. And I would say, out of all of this and with all of these details and backstory and undertones, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed about what we, being responsible for this portion of the system, this small section of the world, our answer to all of these different options is still the same. We think that if we could start with a 12-hour truck, 7 days a week in the Blowing Rock district, you don't have to put it in the firehouse, somewhere, over here, closer to or in Blowing Rock, that would cover 68 to 71% of our calls for a transport, for ambulance services. Most of the calls are going to happen within that window of, 8A to 8P, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., something. Just a 12-hour truck. Now, that's specifically designated and funded for that location. That's not what we have now. We have a 9-hour truck, 5 days a week on paper. Actually, I don't even think it's on paper. I don't think there is an agreement. That truck tends to be about 6 hours, probably. I would say that's generous to say that it's a 6-hour average per day, Monday through Friday, and it just doesn't cover the numbers that we're looking for or that we have asked for from the beginning. It's also not a specifically designated truck for that location. It's just a truck that's on duty that otherwise would be in Boone, and they slide it over here in the middle of the day, somewhere around.
This is Charlie. That truck also can be called out to transport someone from Foley to Baptist
Sure.
or from Watauga
Right.
down
It's
to
a
Hickory.
trip. It's a trip truck, and it's really built into that system for interfacility transfers, or to cover those daytime hours during the week when another truck is making those transfers, which means it has to slide back to Boone. And there are a lot of those interfacility transfers. But anyway, it's same. This question is the same answer. So, should we fund it and do it ourselves? It's very expensive. Paying twice, I fundamentally disagree with that because, we have an agency. We have an entity that's responsible for providing this service for everyone in Watauga County at an acceptable level of service. It's just such a huge disparity between the level of service in terms of response times, the level of service that one group is receiving over the others. So,
Kent, I think so to that point, if I may, so we're back to what you would say is the same request you've had for a decade or two, give or take. Fair to say?
yes.
If I'm looking through our current numbers, our current staffing, if we were to not be in the rescue or EMS business, if we were a fire-only protection, would our personnel numbers change much at all or any? to provide fire protection. Same number of personnel would be required to provide fire protection for the most part?
Right, it would be obviously as the area grows and as traffic grows, then I would assume that, the rising tide raises all boats. There would be growth,
Sure.
need.
Sure. But
going
our
forward,
current,
but right now, no, certainly I would be gone, before any additional need.
Sure.
It would be plateaued somewhat.
my point, I guess, is that I've heard, over the last, and you're right, COVID has put a spotlight on all of this. And some points I would just like to make for the record. The number of personnel we have total in our 3 stations, and Station 1 being within the town, are required regardless of their training from a fire protection standpoint. We have to have those individuals there, or the things you talked about earlier go away, the fire ratings, et cetera. Fair statement, and just in simplest terms.
Yeah, there is a minimum staffing, for practical reasons across all the disciplines, as well as, what I call the paper reasons.
Right. So in response to the issues that we've been talking about for 45 years or so, we have trained and hired our individuals to provide the service that they're currently providing. I would like to ask, you mentioned earlier other fire stations, fire districts not providing the service. Does Boone Fire provide the same service we provide from a rescue and EMS?
They are providing heavy rescue now, and from an EMS standpoint, Boone, until recent years, Boone wasn't dispatched to medical at all, and then they added, they would be, calls for service if you have bariatric, if you have, patient access issues or just manpower needs, they would be dispatched to a scene that medics was already there. But they in recent years have added, I think it's Delta and Echo. I think it's only, witnessed arrest or, cardiac or respiratory arrest calls and I think Delta calls. I think they run Delta calls as well. But there's no need for that level of care, because there's ambulances everywhere in Boone's district that,
and that's a great, just a couple more points, and I'll stop hogging the mic. If I'm looking through this report that Joe Lord put together, and I know it's Watauga, part of our district only, it looks like Blowing Rock Fire District responded to approximately 600 medical calls in 2019. Is that roughly, you agree with that number roughly?
I haven't looked at 19 lately. That sounds.
So 600 calls. Looks like overall our response time is 6 minutes and 51 seconds is what this report says. Does that feel accurate somewhat? Total, I guess? Total district.
It's as accurate as we're going to get. The way that our dispatch center records times is, I think there's some discrepancy there, but that's the best numbers that we're going to get. Yeah.
Shane and Kent and council members. It's amazing to me. We have, I've been addressing this since 2015, and I've talked to Ken about it and others through the years, Doug Matheson. And I've attempted to talk to the county and the commissioners. Blowing Rock has 3 stations. We have, as Kent had mentioned, we have I don't know if it's a 6-hour truck, 9-hour truck, and a lot of times it's not even here. We have 3 stations. Our demographics are of people my age, could be older. So we could consider it to be a little more risky. The Blowing Rock Civic Association hired the consulting firm called Lord to do a comprehensive study, which thank you to the BRCA, because I'm sure with most of us it opened some eyes. And they determined that, we needed faster response times. Common goal was to the 90%, reaching 90% of the calls in less than 9 minutes. And that Watauga Medic's fractional response time was somewhere around 17 minutes, 90% of the time. That being said, then you look at the whole county. This is something the county commissioners need to address. Boone, response time, 6 minutes, 10 seconds. Blowing Rock, 12 minutes, 1 second. Deep Gap, 13 minutes, 39 seconds. Fosco, 14 minutes, 19 seconds. Meat Camp, 14 minutes, 46 seconds. First and foremost, people's health and well-being is the most important thing. If the county has to maybe raise taxes by 1 cent, I personally, as a taxpayer, would not be against that myself. They can raise taxes 2 cents on Watauga County residents to do the new rec center. It's time we looked after all of our citizens for rescue, for transport, and all work together. Shane, if you would, could you go over the county funds that are currently, what is being distributed for Watauga Medics?
Yes, sir. So we have that information. I believe we'll say approximately 1.6 million is the subsidy that's going to Watauga Medics now. So Watauga Medics is a private contractor, and I don't tend to get involved in knowing their business, but so that's separate of the billing. So Watauga Medics handles their own billing and receivables and things of that nature. So the county simply provides a subsidy like they would for the health department or DSS. So that number is, I believe, 1.6 million, which provides, I think currently that number, so that was a 1920 number, or maybe a 2021 number, which would be 3 full-time crews, and then there's, I think, a 12-hour truck and a 9-hour truck. So we'll say, 3.75, close to 4 crews is funded out of that 1.6 million. So that's an average of, we'll say, a little bit more than $400,000 per 24/7 truck. That's a subsidy. That's not, again, Watauga Medics, private contractor, does their own billing collection. Don't know that number. Public number is roughly 1.6 million for, we'll say, 4 24/7 crews. So give or take $400,000 per 24/7.
What does it cost for each additional crew? For the county to put on additional crews in the county, what would it cost the county?
The numbers that are in the report are from Watauga Medics and what it costs them. Obviously, we were asked, and Kent Graham was asked what it would cost us, and we gave those numbers. Based on the numbers that I'm just providing to you from Watauga County standpoint, it appears to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $400,000 based on the current subsidy.
That would be per station.
That would be per station. Now, there's some other things, like I said, I can't get into the details because I simply don't know, but we'll say a ballpark number of $400-ish thousand subsidy-wise. I believe if you look into the report that was put on, or put together by Mr. Lord, the number is somewhere around 600 or 650 maybe that Watauga Medics gave. But again, that number is probably taken into account the billings and things of that nature, obviously, that they hold on their side. So I think we need to look at, or what I would think would be more important is the subsidy number that we're looking at. If the taxes were to be raised, it would be for the subsidy portion of that.
Okay, so to put a full crew, just say, for example, in Blowing Rock or Deep Gaps, $400,000, would that be correct per year?
Again, I would say based on the subsidy, give or take, that's correct.
Does that include the ambulance? Because we're gonna need an ambulance if we're using Caldwell's.
I believe that it does. Again, I don't know the details, but I would say, let's say $400,000 to $500,000 to be safe would be a
Right,
good
so
rough
you don't need
number.
an ambulance every year?
No,
just initially.
no, that is
And then
correct.
every 5 years, probably.
That is correct. So,
But if
most
you're
ambulances,
looking at going to 4 different areas, that would be 4 different ambulances.
What 4 different areas?
I'm just saying, like, let's say you decide you want to go to Deep Gap, Fosco, Blowing Rock, Meade County. You would need 4 different ambulances that you would be adding into that contract.
ambulances are, we'll say, probably fully built out, $200,000, give or take. I mean, you can go higher and lower. It's like a car. I mean, there's different options there, but we'll use that number. Depending on what their standards are, I don't know what Watauga Medics uses for a mileage standpoint. A lot of places have a certain mileage threshold, so when they get to 100,000 miles or 200,000 miles. Ambulances are also different. We've got a great firm in Ashe County that can rebuild and replace chassis or the boxes that go on the chassis and things of that nature. So ambulances themselves are like cars. So if you throw a number out there of $200,000 and you say you get 5 years out of it, then that's $40,000 a year on top of, we'll say, $400,000 a year. So the number isn't staggering to buy the ambulance because it depreciates over a period of time. I don't know how much they get out of their ambulances, and I don't know what they do. Some, like I said, some buy ambulances every so often, some rebuild ambulances. So again, the $400,000 to $500,000 number per location per year going forward is a pretty good number, I would say, that you can use.
Right.
The ambulance and the equipment, the significant cost equipment is amortized over 5 years most of the time when you're putting these figures together. There's certain standards that, the number of hours or miles on ambulances and, just comes into the reliability and regulations and things. So,
And it's important to note for that cost number, for those that have asked, can Blowing Rock run an ambulance service? The number goes up even larger because we have no current infrastructure in place. Administration, billing, software, the systems on the ambulances, all the things that Watauga Medics and other medical industry or other EMS services already have in place are pretty substantial as well. So depending on what you do, if you outsource that billing, if you, you still need the equipment and software on the ambulances themselves, the coding system, you still need someone that understands the billing. So I do want to make sure I make that point. The $400,000 or $500,000 number probably goes more like 5 or 6 or so or more for someone who is not in the business to go into the business because of the administration side of that.
Is it also possible that we could provide the ambulance, transport our people, and work with Watauga Medics as far as billing? I don't think we've looked at that option.
A franchise.
anything's possible. I would say that there's another number that's not included for us to be able to do that, and that goes into the litigation that it would take in order to be able to do that, in order to be allowed to do that. There would be significant litigation cost. There would be attorneys involved, and in order to basically cut out our district from the rest of the county's obligation for EMS, and to either subcontract with Craig as you're talking about now. If you're going to have the billing with that, then it would be subcontracting with Craig, and then we would all be paying the supplement. We would be paying extra for whatever we determine, however we determine we're going to fund this service that we're going to do. We'd be paying the supplement through the general fund and our property taxes to Craig, and and then subcontracting back with Craig to do it, or the owner of said private contractor. So,
Well,
Can-
we've been looking at
lot
the
of
other
overhead.
way for 40 years, and it has not worked.
yeah,
We've got to either think out of the box. I'm a little nervous about setting up our own ambulance service, but to work within the system, I think we need to look at. I think we are not happy with the service that we're getting, and it's not getting any better. We have talked to the commissioners, we've pleaded with them, and what they did was took away our rescue money as punishment. You know, I think we need to think outside the box and look at how we can help our citizens get better care, because you've got the people, which is why they keep calling you, because you have paramedic level. They want you to come.
It would take, so my recommendation would be, if we were thinking outside the box towards a scenario like that, of course, we would have to have a separate crew of just running the transports. We wouldn't leave our base obviously open behind. So that would hire, our number that's in the report of, $650,000 or $700,000 the first year is probably fairly accurate. It would cost, for us, just putting out numbers, it's about $115,000 per cent on the tax rate. So anything that we fund in the general fund, above and beyond that, obviously, are things to consider. And I'm not opposed to that. Just want to make sure that where we're heading from a financial standpoint. It does appear, for instance, our tax rate, 1 cent on our tax rate's about 117 this year, 119 this year, and Ms. Norman can correct me, give or take. 1 cent at the county level is about 850,000. So pretty, obviously our pool is much smaller from where we're gaining from there, from what we're looking at, but,
Can I ask, so what I'm hearing you say is if we just had a 12-hour truck 7 days a week, that's all you've been asking for 20 years?
it is, and initially it was, that's proposed as a transitional, stopgap. It's a
this would-
transitional fix, so that we participate in there. I want to back up just a little bit, just for a very short time. When we talk about the response times in these other areas of the county, absolutely sympathetic to that. Trust me, I've been trying to communicate these numbers for a long time, but there's a reason that there's such heavy concentration in Mr. Lord's report concerning fractal math, and that 90% in 9 rather than an overall 10% average. And I know that we have beat that to death in terms of the math and how to approach it, but to put it in more a real easy to understand way, when you read those times and you say deep gap's 13 minutes or meat camp is 16 minutes, you have to apply the other numbers to that. So when I look at it, if I wasn't flying the flag for Blowing Rock, if I was responsible for a bigger area, or if I was responsible for Watauga County and making these decisions, you have to look at the volume. And that's why you apply the fractal equation to it, because that's how you do the greater good for the most. So if I say Stuart Simmons Fire Department, the Stuart Simmons District has an average wait time of 20 minutes, over 20 minutes for an ambulance. Blowing Rock gets an ambulance in 12 minutes. So we're a lot better off than they are. No. if you're talking about equal volumes, then yes. But that's why we apply the math fractally, and you say 20 minutes wait for 25 medical calls a year versus a 12-minute wait for 500 medical calls a year. That's how you adjust and place your ambulance bases. That's why you apply the fractal math. So the worst problem is not always just that response time average. You have to put the call volume in there. So I want to go through this right quick. This is in our current approach to the future and EMS with Blowing Rock Fire and Rescue. We have become a part of the Caldwell County System Plan. So their medical director is responsible for our oral boards and our peer reviews and our QA on calls. The medical direction is out of the Caldwell County system. The protocols that we follow on the ambulance in the Caldwell County area of our district are they're advanced protocols relative to the protocols in Watauga County. The funding that they have chosen to participate in order for us to be able to provide this service for the Caldwell County portion of our district is adequate and fair, and the equipment that is provided by Caldwell County to us in order to provide this service. When we're talking about the truck, there are other significant, we've got an auto lift stretcher, a cot that also has an auto load that was just installed into our ambulance. The LifePak 15, the cardiac monitors that are, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. They're supplying those. They're supplying the upkeep and maintenance and replacement of pieces of equipment like that. They're supplying our supplies and the backstock of our supplies. They have provided us with, in the distribution of supplies that have come available through the state and other agencies for COVID response and for infection control. They have provided all kinds of things that are, they're not, it's not things that we're calling and asking for. We are just included in that system and supported by that system. The training that is provided in order to maintain that higher level of care. So future arrangements for ambulance and staffing out of the Blowing Rock district and going to a tiered response, those are the discussions that we're having now. So getting into the ambulance business or getting out of the ambulance business and making arrangements with those who are in the ambulance business already to provide adequate coverage is more where we are headed. So that would be the direction that I would advise we go in order to, when you're talking about working within the system or working with Watauga Medics as an agency, I believe that it would be much smarter economically and for the level of care going forward to involve the Caldwell County system with the Watauga system somehow. And I know that, you know, we attempted this with the two counties in dispatch solutions some years ago, and and that didn't make it past the first meeting at the Blowing Rock Fire Department. But with EMS and with two neighboring systems that already have mutual aid agreements, that already have, they're already in the business. And I can't imagine that there's not an answer in there somewhere. Just bringing those agencies that they already do this. We have a great relationship with, we are a part of the Caldwell County system. And so the standards and the level of care with that system is a completely different thing. So having a call, let's say that we get rid of our ambulance. Let's say that Blowing Rock Fire Department gets out of the ambulance business and stays involved with the tiered response system, like all the other fire departments. And we still have this problem, then what's going to be the best route to cover this area and to not drop in level of care? It's, my findings have been that it's going to be with bringing these two agencies together in some way, in some agreement, and maybe one covering the other. It may be a meet in the middle. It may be, you know, backup ambulance services agreement, but the ongoing expense of just the level of ambulance service that we're in now it's growing, and we can't take all of this funding and support from Caldwell's system and utilize it outside of our district. Really, we shouldn't be utilizing it outside of our Caldwell County portion of our district, even in other parts of our district, but certainly not in Watauga County outside of the Blowing Rock district. So this comes back to that equity thing. The people who are paying for something need to be receiving it, and not people who aren't. So,
Can you set up that meeting? Or who should
Sure.
set
I
up
mean-
that meeting who's the correct person to set up what you see as a partnership with Caldwell and Watauga County? Is it,
Well, I think the council needs to make that decision.
Yeah,
We're
I
gonna
agree. I think we
pursue
need
that.
to talk about it.
okay. I mean, I like that.
I mean, I think this is another meeting.
Well, 45 years is a long enough time to have any kind of meeting.
Well, I think we've done it that way and it hasn't worked, so we need.
I think the council,
You're being hosed.
I mean, in terms of where Blowing Rock Fire and Rescue is going as far as the EMS business, and Caldwell County, and our governing body from Caldwell County goes, I think that the town council certainly would be a part of of that decision, but in terms of who would you be talking to in Caldwell County, I would assume that Stan Kaiser would be invited, but the emergency services director in Caldwell County is Dino DiBernardi, and the medical director. There's several people that would be involved with those discussions, but that would be a commitment to go that direction, for sure. So, yeah, the council and Watauga County and Watauga Medics, Caldwell County, these are political and administrative channels that we deal with in other areas of the business because of where we're located on the county line. So
I feel like like Sue was talking about, out of the box, but I think we have been going at it the wrong way. The way that we got the one on the western part of the county was Blowing Rock. We went and showed the need of what their response time was. I think what we're gonna have to do is show the need to the county, to the residents out in the county, the need for a change in this whole system. I don't think there's enough over here that they listen to. I think this needs to be a county-wide effort put on the commission, that there needs to be a study done to show these ambulance bases needs to be out, these response times needs to be out. But I don't think we're gonna get it just coming from Blowing Rock trying to get something done.
I absolutely agree with you, Doug. We've kicked this can down the road way too long. We've played nice. As Kent said, it's a very old solution. It's outdated. And until we get the county to take us seriously, it's not going to change. And I think that we're going to have more discussion about this most likely tomorrow and ongoing. But I think until we band together with Deep Gap and Meat Camp and Fosco and Triplet and Zionville, and potentially take legal action, we're not going to be taken seriously. And I appreciate Chief Graham's very detailed report, and it's a lot of the information we already knew, but what comes through is his passion and the heart to serve. And I think we see that in those unanswered calls that we continue out of the goodness of our heart to handle. But the chief's passion has made me passionate about this. It made me mad, quite honestly. And I think it's time we've had discussions, we've played nice, we've had broken promises, and we're tired of playing nice. I am.
Exactly.
it's to look at that list of improvements to our little system that we've made in order to step up and provide the level of care that people deserve, that people are paying for, it's very cathartic for me to look at that list and think about it, because in ways I'm more proud of that than anything that we've done, stepping up and closing that gap and even escalating beyond, the level of care that would be expected anywhere. That's that's awesome. And it's also getting to this point and really analyzing the outcome and looking at it. It's also the stupidest decision that I have made, that we have made as an agency, because it's allowed that inadequacy to continue. It has masked a problem for us, a shortcoming, and so that hasn't been so smart.
Oh, I would disagree with that.
Well, Kent,
Chief.
I thank you for who you are. I thank you for your passion. And I believe this council can work with you to figure out some way to get what the residents in this town need.
So we have more of this discussion later.
Yes, there'll be more of these
Yeah,
discussions
we need to
later,
stop.
because I think everybody's on the same page
Could we,
now.
could we get back to the fire truck?
The old fire truck?
Yeah.
He
Kent?
wants to go back to the
Can go
old
back to the
fire
old fire
truck
truck.
there, Kent.
The one you were
Okay,
doing.
okay, just real full disclosure real quickly, this photograph that's up here right now, that's something that's significantly changed so there's 50% of the response, and this is an old photograph, 50% of our response in this call right here, just in this photograph, was volunteer. And, that's not the world we live in anymore.
Who's the
It's-
white
It's very
helmet?
limited. That white helmet on the other side of McGuire is Chief Matheson,
That's
and
what I
that's
thought.
me on the other side of Mike O'Connor, over there. That's you and me, Doug. Do you remember that? Do you remember that one? Do you know what that one is?
That was a long time ago.
We need to close up.
So,
We need to
the-
close on a little lighter note.
this is ending on a personal note. Please be careful, and listen to your fire safety, educators, and, this is my mom's house.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So I'm very glad to see 2020 go, and
We're glad
I'm
she's okay.
hopeful for better times.
Kent, thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for all that you've
Hang
done.
on, we've got a fire truck joke, I think, coming.
Yeah,
Ken, I'm hoping our technology has gone beyond the emergency brake on that vehicle.
Rock,
And
That's,
rock.
yeah, that's called being resourceful.
since the presenter involved Doug and I as riding on that, we would certainly have ridden warmer because it's a well-known fact, hair on human head is a great insulator.
Thank you.
thanks so
Thanks,
much.
Kent.
And,
Absolutely.
I
Thank
think
you, sir.
moving forward, you've got the council behind you, and I think I agree with others saying that we need to involve the whole county, the different areas. And I'm sure you can assist with that. Thanks, Kent.
I will do whatever the day demands.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Kent.
Thank you.
No.
All right, shall we
You're not
break
ready.
for lunch?
Perfect timing, I would say.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take recess for lunch. We should. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in session. All right, moving right along here, we have Parks and Rec. This will be Councilmember David Harwood and, of course, Jennifer Brown and our town manager, Shane Fox. So moving right along, Shane, how do you want to divvy it up?
Well, thank you, Mayor. Lunch I thought was excellent, so thank you to Hillary and the staff for, and Rob Dyer from Bestseller putting lunch on. Thought that was an excellent lunch. We're a little behind, so our 11 o'clock hour, if you have an agenda and you're following along at home, our Park and Recreation Advisory Committee is now up. So we're about an hour behind, but that's okay. So we're getting through some good topics today. So we have a combination, I think, presentation between Park and Rec Director Jennifer Brown and Council Member David Harwood. So at this point, I will turn it over to David Harwood to start the introduction, and Ms. Brown will have the remote for the PowerPoint. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you, Mayor Sellers. I do want to thank a couple of people before we begin. I want to thank the town council for allowing the establishment of the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee at the December 15th town council meeting. We've been working very hard since that meeting. I also want to thank the committee members. Those are Melissa Pickett from BRAC, Pete Guarini from the Planning Board, Jennifer Brown, obviously, our Parks and Rec Director. Shane Fox is also on our committee. And last but not least, I'd like to thank Phil True and Corey Osborne from the High Country Council of Governments. We appreciate their insight and guidance relating to the Part F grant application and submission that we're contemplating. Corey came and met with us and was very helpful, and Phil had met with us earlier before the formation of the committee to talk a little bit about Part F and primarily to educate me on it. So I do want to just a little bit of history to catch everybody up that might be online and here in the council chambers. The mission of this committee was twofold. And since December 15th, we've been working on two primary goals, one more than the other. The first marching orders that we had set for ourselves and that we told you back in December that we would do was determine the feasibility of applying for a Part F grant in this year, the deadline being the 1st of May. And if that feasibility was positive, then we would identify potential projects that could be submitted within that time frame. The committee would then prepare a strategy of responsibilities and deadlines to accomplish this task within the May time frame. And if that deadline, if the May deadline was unfeasible, then the committee would devise a roadmap to submit in 2022. The other goal that we've been working toward was preparing a process to create a park strategy plan for Blowing Rocks Park System. This was not a new master plan as one was done in 2018, but incorporating that 2018 plan and updating it as necessary. The strategy would have a longer-term goal, maybe 6 to 10 months, and it would start after the completion of the Part F submittal. So the committee has really been focused on working on the Part F grant submission and not so much on the park strategy plan, as more work would be done on that after the May submission of the Part F. So since December 15th, the committee has met 3 times, January 5th, 12th, and 19th. So we've got to know each other really well, and we've learned a lot. And I think we've got some exciting things to show to you today. So let's talk first about the Part F piece of this. And then after we're done with that, we'll talk about park strategy plan. So at the January 5th meeting of the committee, we did conclude that it is feasible to submit for a Part F grant in 2021. We had some discussion at that meeting about what elements the park system needed and what would also score well as an application. There is a scoring system that is used to analyze submittals. It's not used exclusively, but it is a grading system that they utilize in part for awarding these grants. Shane and Jennifer have been through this, as have some of you here on the council. And Jennifer and Shane shared their experience with what might be good elements to include in a plan and what might not be. Then at the January 12th meeting, Corey Osborne from the High Country Council of Governments joined us and led us through a discussion of the scoring system. So there is a potential 100 points that an application can achieve. I will say that 10 of those 100 points is awarded to municipalities that don't have a park system, and this would be their first park system. So the best that we could ever do is 90 points, since we already have a park system. 20 of those points are in planning, 15 are in public involvement. Really, 35 is for facilities. It's 45, but again, we don't qualify for those 10. So 35 possible points for us in facilities, 5 possible points in site suitability, and then 15 possible points in commitment to operating and maintaining the project, which is Part F speak for having a Parks and Rec department. So we're pretty much guaranteed to those last 15 points. We anticipate the project that we're about to present to you could score around 75 out of an eligible 90 points on this. Would you add anything to that, Jennifer?
No.
Okay.
You've done very well.
Thank you. So, without further ado, we'll talk a little bit about the project that we put together.
So I have a couple of slides before we get to that point.
Okay.
And this is just part of this when we were going through what our needs were and what we could potentially apply for with Part F is restrooms. And I know that's a biggie. We've noticed that a lot here in the last 6 months in town for sure. And we actually put together, we looked up through the North Carolina code to determine that if you had an event, a venue, a park with so many people in them, if you have 30,000 people, the requirement is 250 men's fixtures, 500 women's, for a total of 750 fixtures for 30,000 people in your town or in our park. For 15,000, obviously those numbers are halved, and then for even 7,500 people who potentially are in our park at times, you're still looking at a total of 187 fixtures.
No wonder they were using the bathroom behind the post office.
Right. So currently, we offer a total of 20 fixtures in our town. Because none of the, there's the only restrooms that are offered for public restroom use is in Memorial Park. We have 2 at Brom, and then we have some at Devant Field. And then we have 2 at the pool when they're not winterized outside of the pool area. So if you look at the percentage that we're currently covering for the total number of required fixtures, we are covering not very much, as you can see. So this was part of our conversation when we were going through the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant and what we need. These are visitor numbers, and I'm going to let Thomas speak on this because I know there's a lot of questions of how do we get these numbers and how does this happen.
But Thomas went through, asked him to start July 4th. That's kind of right when everything was starting to open back up. We did not have a festival this year. There was nothing offered. So all of these numbers are really with just having our town here and what was open and what was allowed to be open. So Thomas, I'll let you explain how these are figured.
Do any of y'all have a question about these numbers?
And I would add, I asked for these numbers to be presented. We've had questions in the past. We don't really have a great exact way of counting, number of people. So the point of this is to try to gather the best data that we have. And that's why, Thomas, would you just kind of explain how this data is being obtained?
So currently, really the only way we have to get this kind of data is through our Wi-Fi system. Our Wi-Fi system through the park has an analytic feature that anytime any device with Wi-Fi sees our Wi-Fi, it gets a ping. They don't have to connect to it, even if it just sees their device go by, it counts it. These numbers are over a 24-hour period for each of these days, and how it works is everywhere that we have a Wi-Fi spot, we can pull the numbers from that specific spot. We get these numbers from the main spot right up here in the middle of the park, because that is where most of the people will be going through. So these numbers also do not include anyone who doesn't have a device with Wi-Fi, any kids, anyone with their phones off. So these numbers are actually going to be higher than what we have here. This is just our best thing to go off of.
And these are unique within that 24-hour period.
Sorry?
These are unique, so if someone walks through
Yes,
twice,
yes.
it's not getting
Right,
that.
I actually spoke to our hardware vendor and went deep into detail of how these analytics work. So all of these numbers in a 24-hour period, even if they come back, it is only counted once.
So if you look, like the day after New Year's, was 27,342 people that were in our park. Saturday after Thanksgiving, when we had no Christmas parade, we were at 25,806 people. The Friday after Thanksgiving, which is normally our lighting of the town, we still had 29,477 people. Whether they drove by, stopped, walked by, so as everybody has reiterated, and TDA and everybody, our town is being loved, and it's being loved to death in a lot of ways. So, with that being said, this just gives you a little background before.
That's pretty good when you look at, I think the chief was telling us yesterday, the average daily vehicles is 35,000 on the bypass, and you've got 22 or 23 that's saying they're in town, so most of the people coming down the road's going into town.
Right.
People don't,
So,
older people don't have.
this is this is from the parking deck looking back towards Memorial Park, and you can see the American Legion down at the bottom and the bank below. So this is sort of the area of focus that we were looking at when we were looking for what our project could look like for a Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant. This is what it looks like from the other side with the new playground, the tennis court area.
That's amazing how good that looks.
That's thanks to Doug.
I mean, the playground, I'm saying how it centers the
Yes.
park is, looks like it's always been there, or should have always been there.
And I'll let you talk, David.
Sure.
I'll let you,
I'm gonna let you run the laser, how's that?
do you want to run the laser?
No.
Okay, all right. Got it.
So the committee did look at a number of things. We looked at the 2017 Virginia Tech Plan. We've looked at the Legion Hill Plan and a number of other things to come up with this. The Part F grant, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a dollar for dollar match. So we're looking to maximize that match with what we have on hand. And we have some bond money, an exact amount, which I'm sure Hillary can give us. Not Hillary, I'm sorry, Nicole can give us. But we would be looking to try to maximize that. One of the nice things about having that bond money, it shows support from the community. So by having the community vote on that and affirm that they want to spend money on our Parks and Rec system in the form of this bond money gets us more points and helps to score well on the Part F grant. So what we'd like to do is probably start down at Mayview Lake. What we're showing here is an ADA ramp that would allow a passage from Mayview Lake up to the American Legion height of that hill. We're showing a long ramp that would meet ADA code. And we may actually have to extend that back behind the parking deck just to get under the slope. We may need a longer run to adhere to the slope requirements from the ADA code. But we're also showing some pathways here too. You'll see that there are a set of steps there at C. And then we also have a pathway on right there. So as you can either use the stairs to traverse this hill or you can use the ADA ramp. And we've got some places along the ramp where it switches back there at B. We're kind of envisioning that this could be a larger area. It could provide sitting. It could be a place to overlook the lake and rest. So it's not just a switchback in the ramp, but could be a gathering spot as well. One thing that before I go too much further, I do want to thank Adrian Tate. Adrian and I worked together, and Adrian donated his time to create this graphic, kind of pulling all these elements together. I think he did a great job, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank him publicly for that. Then as you arrive up at the American Legion building, you can traverse back to the Parks and Rec building there, either by the staircase or a set of stairs that was first introduced, I believe, in the Virginia Tech plan. So that would be F and E, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that we're also looking at doing is removing the parking spaces, which is primarily used for staff parking there on the side of the building. Maybe we can go back to the picture. Yes, one more. There we go. So we've got the wonderful postcard mural there. And you don't agree?
No, I think it's wonderful.
Okay.
I remember who initiated it.
Well, it's well designed. It's just spectacular. But
You can't see it.
you can't take your social media pictures in front of it
Actually,
because
you
it's
can,
covered.
but it's got a vehicle in it.
You always have the top of a VW in it or something. So one of the thoughts that we had was if we don't like to lose parking, but we also want to make a safe transition from the ADA ramp to Memorial Park. And we thought if we took that parking there, introduced a sidewalk, some low plantings, and at the same time provided a place for people to have their picture taken with that mural, that would be really great. Tracy Brown's has mentioned more than once to me that we need to either fix that or move the mural to another spot to get that social media attention. So that would be in this. And then once you arrive there at the Parks and Rec building, we have the other ramp that was shown in the Virginia Tech plan. Now in the Virginia Tech plan, that was a single ramp. We're showing more of a double back ramp. We'd have to look at the slope of that to see what we would need exactly. But the ramp also serves as a retaining wall there between the ramp and the tennis court. As you know, those railroad ties, retaining wall that's there now is failing, needs to be replaced. We think this would be a good opportunity to do that, introduce a new retaining wall. You'll see that where we have the ramp would eliminate the dumpster, and I don't think we would lose any parking there. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that dumpster in a little bit. So this gets us up to the Memorial Park level. Are there any questions so far? I'm kind of pushing through this. If so, just stop me. This allows us to get ADA access from Mayview Lake all the way up to Memorial Park with the introduction of these two ramps. We're proposing here with the tennis courts an idea that I think has a lot of merit. Right now, we're showing the tennis courts exactly where they are in the same location that they are. But we're looking at getting double duty out of them. If we resurface these tennis courts, we can introduce pickleball as a new activity, which is very helpful in terms of Part F grant. We could get, although we have some reservations, as many as 8 pickleball courts on 2 tennis courts. However, we think that that might monopolize pickleball in regards to tennis courts. So we may look at doing just 1 full-time tennis court and maybe 1 tennis court / 4 pickleball courts, or 1 tennis court / 2 pickleball courts. But the introduction of pickleball into this would be a new activity, and we're getting double duty out of courts that we already have. There you will see to the east of the pickleball courts an area called P, and that is where the existing volleyball court is. What we're envisioning here is kind of a tennis / pickleball gathering area. One of the things that the committee noticed that both tennis and pickleball especially are very social activities. The people that play those gather in groups. They monitor each other's time and who's going to play next, and it's a very social aspect, especially to pickleball in Memorial Park. And this would be a great place for individuals to watch the games, to gather and socialize. Also, its adjacency to the new playground would provide parents or anybody in the park a nice picnic area. So this may be a sheltered area, it may not be, but we're thinking kind of a gathering picnic area, if you will. While we're talking about the playground, we had talked about introducing a new element to the playground, another activity, and Jennifer, you might want to talk about that a little bit.
Are you doing away then with the volleyball court?
No, sir. No, we're gonna talk about where the volleyball court would go in just a minute.
So everybody loves the playground, but the one element that a lot of people are missing is our climbing wall. Through the company that we purchased the playground through, they have what are huge boulders that are like climbing boulders instead of a wall. And if you look here, if you look in this area right here, kids running from the swings to here, this grass is not going to last very long. And we envisioned that eventually we would try to put something in there and connect it all so that the grass would, we wouldn't have that issue of mud and that kind of thing, because that's where it's probably going to go. So we are proposing that we put some kind of climbing rock sort of piece in there, and that actually gives us a lot of points because it's a new feature that we don't offer currently in our playground as far as the climbing wall goes. There's also another option of I call it the new school merry-go-round, but it's ADA accessible. You can't get sucked under it and dragged on the ground like you did in the old days, but it's wheelchair accessible and anything that spin kids love, and we currently don't offer that as well. So those are two options that we can look at, and adding another piece of to the playground that shouldn't cost too terribly much. So
Thank you. So that would be an additional activity that we don't have. So that would be 2 new activities between pickleball and the playground element that we're proposing. Moving north, you'll see that we have also added new restroom facilities. We're proposing renovating the existing facilities and then mirroring that to have 2 more facilities. We've kind of located that to the west of the existing facilities and potentially a breezeway between the 2. The strategy here is that depending on if you have a male or female attendant cleaning those facilities, you have to close one down. So if there is a female cleaning the male's facilities, you totally have to shut down the male facilities, and there's it can get testy and the lines can get long, and what we'd like to do is have 2 of each, so that if you close one men's or one women's, you always have an alternate facility available. So either potentially the east side is all men and the other's all women, or they mix.
Can you do a family restroom?
Would probably look at doing family restroom as well, or having a provision for that. But we were proposing new facilities there on the where L is, and then renovating our existing facilities because they're in dire need of that. K is just a new path that would accommodate the picnic area and the new restroom facilities. So that is pretty much, well, no, I'm sorry, the volleyball. That would be included in Part F. So as I told you, we had taken the space that was for volleyball, but and our current volleyball court is, we could easily make it go away in about 3 hours or less. But volleyball seems to be a very popular activity. We'd like to keep that activity and just relocate it down here where we have J. That's right beside the horseshoes.
It doesn't take place in the horseshoes?
No,
No,
we'd
okay.
keep horseshoes.
So it would be kind of, let's see here.
Where that patch of snow is.
Yeah, it would kind of fall up in here above horseshoes. So it's right below the playground, right above the horseshoe pit.
You'd have to do some grading there.
Yeah, there would have to be some
It's a
grading done.
sloped area.
Or it would make a very interesting volleyball game.
Yeah. Short people on top?
Yeah. But no, we want to keep volleyball, and we think this might be a good location to relocate it. That would be the whole of the Part F grant application. But we did want to show you one other thing that we've included here just on this graphic. Down here where we've got labeled H, the west side of that is a blue square. We think this is a potential location for the dumpster. We're envisioning kind of an enclosed area for that. Would have doors on it, obviously, and then we can use the access to the lower part of the parking deck for that truck to back into and dump that dumpster. So we've got some maneuvering room for that truck. And then on the east side of that is another restroom facility. We need more restroom facilities. We think that having another one in Memorial Park is advantage. And potentially this could come, there's some different funding sources that we might utilize, such as TDA money or something, potentially for this.
Nothing. There's some bushes
It's by the CPA.
Yes.
So
Yeah, it's right beside.
It would fall right into this area, and I've already talked to Matt. Currently, where our dumpster sits here, they have to back in, and if there's any cars parked right here, they cannot empty our dumpster. So we've tried to keep it open. Some weekends, cars just park there, and they're parked there all night, and so then we can't get the dumpster empty. By putting it down here, the truck can pull in like they're going to the parking deck, and they can back straight into it. He said it would actually be easier and be a better access for their truck to empty. And part of the reason why we thought about why we were putting a restroom down here is you have the parking deck here, you have a lot of foot traffic that comes up from this area, from Bistro and Annie Cannon, and yes, Glen Burnie. So this would be a closer walk for these people who needed to go to the restroom versus having to get across the park. And it would help this area essentially with a restroom.
And would it give you an extra parking space or two?
Potentially, depending on how I guess it would, that area's a little tricky, so, I mean, it gets smaller I don't know if you noticed, but when cars park, sometimes they're out in the road, so it might be able to, but that would have to be a McGill question probably, when it's all said and done. You think no?
It'd be tough.
Where the dumpster's not as big as a car?
The problem runs into, it depends on how you want to put the ramp in there, and how far you have to go.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just a function of the space, it's a function of what you want to do.
So it would be this that might
Oh,
get in the way.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's more important.
What is the dumpster used for?
So that's where all of our park attendants, like that's where we dump our trash. So on the weekends, we have anywhere from 15-year-olds to 25-year-olds and older sometimes. Not all of them can drive. So we really need to have a dumpster near the park that they can haul the trash to. So that's why we kept it there in the back of the park.
And we did include an enclosure that would be kept that way for security reasons. We do have an issue from time to time with folks throwing their personal trash in there, so that would help with that as well, keeping
And not
that
just
down.
personal trash. I mean, we're talking things that shouldn't be thrown in the dumpster that we have to get out, so.
I did overlook the catch basin, and I apologize for this. So one other aspect of Part F would be up there.
This one.
So as you know, Mayview Lake suffers greatly from sediment. There are basically, Jennifer, correct me, there's 3 sources of this sediment. One of them being from the runoff up here at American Legion. So as part of this project, we would try to curtail at least part of the sediment with a catch basin and a means of after the catch basin, which is right there at O, then a means to transport the water down to the lake.
I was going to add just a couple points. One, the volleyball court relocation, in my opinion, would count for additional points as well. It's a major renovation, so moving that court and redoing that court, new sand, obviously that would count for some additional points too. So
That's
I think
correct.
that's worthwhile and probably mentioning. And then it was mentioned earlier about our bond money. So we have right now approximately $432,000 left in park and recreation bond money, of which the 4 purposes that it was originally sold for are all included in this. So the retaining wall we talked about yesterday, the new stairwell and sidewalk in the park, tennis parking renovations, retaining wall at tennis courts renovation. So these elements are incorporated in this. So it really already has been sold to the public. We just are now 7 years kind of after the fact, coming around with some of these projects. I think that's important just to note. And Part F does does really encourage using bond money, like that Mr. Harwood said, because it shows the public has already voted on the input on that. And so that, just wanted to make that point, and then obviously give what the numbers are.
And you've protected the basketball courts?
Basketball courts have not been touched.
I love it. I feel like you've listened, and I missed that, and I'm sure it was in your intro, and I'm sorry, I was doing work stuff. You've listened to everybody and incorporated it all, and here it is, and I love it.
One of the tennis courts possibly is a hybrid.
That is correct. I mean, we obviously have the potential to do 2 hybrids there. But since we made this graphic, we've had some discussions, and, you know, all of this, so much of this has to get vetted out. This is conceptual right now, and it kind of displays where the pieces parts are, but not necessarily the detail of those pieces. We have a strategy on how to move from conceptual to a more designed and technical stage. But in terms of those particular courts, we found that we can maximize, you know, up to 8 pickleball courts. That doesn't mean we have to do or should do 8 courts. And we think that maybe leaving 1 court just tennis, so that there's always an opportunity for tennis to be played, and then the other court being a hybrid between tennis and pickleball, is a good strategy.
I think it is too.
They have that at Chipola.
Do they?
You can walk over there today, and they were the first ones that I saw that had the pickleball painted on the, and now it's a different surface than we have for our,
Our surface would have to change.
Yeah.
And,
and that's been a pain in the rear anyway for years, hasn't it?
well, actually, a lot of people love our surface that we have on
Slows it
tennis. It slows the ball down. Our older population says it's easier on their knees and their joints and ankles, and so I don't know how they would feel if we went back to a normal tennis court. I mean, that's why we don't have pickleball lines on there currently, because you can't play pickleball on the surface that we have now for the tennis courts. So, you know, these are just the options though that we had, and, you know, I don't know, we could probably redesign that anyway. We could just do pickleball courts maybe separately from a tennis court, you know, if we wanted to keep this, you know, that same kind of surface.
I would dual make them.
But I will
There's
say
ways
that,
that you can do the lines, and you just, you know, put a limit on the thing about 2 hours per court.
I will say leaving one just for tennis and not doing both pickleball would probably make life better, because I foresee there being a lot of complaints that
Oh, yeah.
that there is time taken up for one or the other, and I just feel like that it would
No, not yet.
probably go smoother if you could do tennis on one just solely, and then you could do the other with pickleball.
You'll end up doing them both. Okay, yeah, you might as well go ahead and do it.
We're
I'll-
doing, oh,
And I sent it to David, a picture of a town I went to that had them both, and signs and how they dealt with it. So you could talk to them about how they control it. But I think, you know, part of the problem, the pickleball haven't had places, so they're trying to find more. And if they're given more spots, I don't know, I just gotta hope that things will work out. But I'll, if David doesn't have that, I can send it to you.
Okay.
and,
Go ahead, Doug.
has there been any consideration, Jennifer, especially like, we had used to have, pre-COVID, the storybook walks out there. Has there been any consideration, doing the handicap ramps and stuff, of doing anything in Braille?
I don't think we've gotten to that detail yet, but that can obviously, I mean, there can be, the storybook walks is really not through us, it's through the Watauga County Library, and they got a grant for that program, and they are a hit, The problem is there a maintenance problem? Because we don't maintain them, they do. And so we've had some vandalism, we've had the plexiglass break out of them, the frames break, the posts have broken. When we tore out the old playground to put in the new one, it was concreted into the ground, so there's not a really good place to put it right now in the park. Maybe there's another, like I've even thought about maybe Devant Field, that maybe we put a story walk down there for the kids that go down there and play in the field and have another element there. But she and I are gonna sit down and talk to try to find out a good location for that. And
Because I know it was very popular. I mean, it was very popular with the kids.
with
being
the
able
little
to walk
kids
around
to be
and
able to
leave.
walk, yes. So we're gonna sit down and talk. Now, as far as them putting it in Braille, that would, I mean, I don't know how they would do that, because they change the stories out. They're supposed to change the stories out between 1 and 3 months, I think, kind of thing. So I'm not sure if they would have that capability to do that while they were, if they change it out that frequently. And I think they have to get permission to copy that book to make it bigger, to be able to use the story walk kind of thing. So I don't think they can just pick whatever they want.
Any other questions?
This wouldn't, you're not addressing the water problem of the old fire station here at all, are you?
No, not in this. Again, the Part F grant is, it really is structured toward new activities. The point system is geared that way. It's really not geared to, one, supporting structures like sidewalks and restrooms, nor is it geared toward renovating existing or repair maintenance issues. So that's in part a lot of the reason that we've selected what we've selected, is to grade high on that point system.
Well, I mean, if we ever decided to do that, I don't see anything you're doing that's going to make it harder.
No.
I like it.
And I would add,
Good job.
Albert, I would just add, as we, if you look at, G with the walkway, and the sidewalk area there coming up from F, we've discussed internally that there's probably some waterproofing and things that could be done as we're tearing some of that out. Obviously, I don't know if it needs to go to the full extent necessarily that we had talked about previously, especially given kind of some of our usages of this area, but there is some additional waterproofing and things that could be done as a part of that.
We were really talking about it when they were going to have a theater in there.
Right, right.
It's been about 4 times too low.
We have an ongoing, I would say, water, problem or issue, but it's not significant for the use, especially of what it's being utilized for right now. So
Right.
it's not causing
It's
any.
no issue with me.
Yeah.
I just didn't see anything that would create a problem if you wanted to do something.
It's not something you want to dig up, like doing the roadways. You don't want to have to dig it up in a couple of years after.
Right.
you put it in.
Right.
Right.
There's nothing there that would come into play.
So the committee was, if this meets with your approval, our plan would be to get your feedback today and your authorization to move forward with submitting this by the May deadline. The timeline kind of looks like this. So we would start tomorrow to work with Corey Osborne at the COG to help us prepare that application, those application materials. There's a lot of work that needs to be done between now and May. We would also start preparing materials and working with McGill to get cost estimates, prepare whatever drawings that we needed to do. Shane and Doug have already talked, and it's my understanding Doug says that he can meet our deadline requirements, so we're very appreciative of that. We would use the bulk of February for those type of activities. Once we had those in hand, we would want to use March to finish up those and also obtain public input. Public input is very important for Part Fs. As I said, we already have a lot of data for public input with our previous application, our master plan, but through the use of public input, it's kind of a weird situation because of COVID. And it's really hard to have public meetings in this, but we think that through surveys, utilizing civic organizations and others, that we can get the input that we'd like to get. Based on that input and feedback from the council, we would continue to refine and finish our documents and estimations of cost. Depending on where those costs came in, we may have to tweak this some to bring it into line. Then, a wonderful thing about Part F is you can do like a preliminary submittal, and they will actually go through your application, give you suggestions on how to make it stronger or to clarify things, and it's sort of like a pre-submittal and proofing of it. So we would use April for that. That is, we're shooting to have that submitted to Judy Francis at RSS on April 1 for that. Once we get those recommendations back from them, finish up our documents, our application, and then we'd like to get that in May 1st. The deadline's May 3rd, but we'd like to get it in before if we can. But that is our timeline strategy.
Sounds good to me.
So essentially.
Say go ahead.
okay, we essentially cannot make any decisions during this, but as Mayor, I think the council agreed that when we allowed this committee to be formed, we also gave this committee the ability to come back to the council with numbers, cost, so on. So I think probably the best thing to do is to go ahead and move forward as you've been given the right to do, and then once you have some firm numbers, then come back to council in front of you tonight meeting. Would that not be correct, Shane? What do you?
I agree. I think tomorrow, obviously, this would make it on the top 10 list as a priority, and obviously, I think that's probably expected. At some point, as we start to firm things up, I do think it's appropriate, and we did discuss that of coming back to the council with more firm information.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
firm numbers, and then of course, then, correct me if I'm mistaken, in February, if you come with some preliminary numbers from Doug, 'cause I know Doug can do this in a matter of a couple of days. At least
He's such a talker.
No pressure, Doug.
Then you could get a further vote of confidence from the council. Would that work for you?
Yeah, I think, our firm numbers would only be after it was bid out, but I think we can provide as good an estimate as we can in the time given, and we will be able to provide that at February or no later than the March
Does
meeting.
that give you what you need?
Yes, sir.
Have you
How much
prioritized?
bond money we got?
I'm sorry?
How much bond money?
We have $432,000 approximately,
So you're thinking
$860 or so.
bids will come in about 430?
Thereabouts,
Give or take 400.
Times two?
times two. We'll just see where this all comes in.
Have you prioritized any of this in case we don't get all that, what we were asking for through the BARF, or if this goes more expensive than what we can do?
Not at this point, we haven't prioritized it. And we would certainly be looking to the committee and to the council for recommendations should we need to scale back.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you, guys. Jennifer, thank you. David, great job. Great job,
Yep,
Jennifer.
thank you.
Looks good.
Thank you.
Really does.
The other part of our presentation was on the park strategy plan, or parks strategy plan. As I mentioned before, we've been very focused on the Part F part of our mission, and we have not really dived into the park strategy plan. Although we're going to, once this is off to The application's mailed off in May. We're prepared to dive into that park strategy plan, and we'll have an update as we get closer to that. But I did, on the handout that I gave you, these are some of the things that park strategy plan would be looking at. Whether or not we do a lot of this in-house, or if we're looking for consultants, all of that needs to be vetted out. And we'll dive deeper into that once we get Part F off our plate.
Thank you for your work,
Yeah.
all of you.
See, I saved 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We're ahead of still
We're moving right along.
moving right along.
What's
All
next?
right, now we have Parks and Recreation continued. 321 landscaping. Shane, I guess Jennifer?
Yes, so just a little quick background. Valley Boulevard, our landscaping, more specifically on Valley Boulevard, I think we've all talked about it for at least a few years now, but the current plan is that as of July 1st, 2021, which is about 5 months from now, the town of Blowing Rock will be charged with maintaining Valley Boulevard. And so this presentation goes through I think it starts with kind of an outline of what that entails, the number of miles and plants, et cetera. And then we've taken upon ourselves to get some preliminary numbers from a contract standpoint of what some local and regional contractors have given us. The purpose of this is, again, discussion, no action to be taken, but this will be a part of the 21-22 budget somehow or some way, either whether we do it internally or we outsource it. So this is kind of a chance for the Park and Rec group to share some initial thoughts and then some results of some informal conversations with some contractors to start the thought process of what this may entail as we take it over. So with that, I'll turn it over to Park and Recreation Director, Ms. Jennifer Brown.
So back in this past budget year, our goal was to start implementing and hiring on staff and starting to buy, our goal was to start buying equipment and stuff to be able to take this on starting July 15th. Well, obviously COVID hit and everything sort of stopped because nobody knew what it was going to be like. So now we're to the point where we're less than 6 months away from taking this on and having to maintain it. So here essentially is what our Valley Boulevard maintenance needs will be. You're looking at 624 trees that have been planted, almost 7,000 shrubs, native grass, perennials that have been planted. That all includes watering, pruning, trimming, fertilizing, replanting of damaged materials, mulching, and then you have your turf maintenance that goes along with all of those beds, which is about approximately 16 miles of mowing, edging, weed eating, fertilizing. There's pre-emerge, there's all kinds of things that need to be done along this corridor. And then there's also the banks and things, the taller banks and stuff that we'll have to take care of and maintain as well. And there is the median at the Parkway that we currently maintain and have on our plate. So with all of this being said, while we're working out there, we also have to maintain safety, which is a big thing out there. If you have 35,000 cars a day going through that corridor, you can't just be out there mowing without being safe. So Corey Cathcart is here. He is our interim landscape specialist currently, and so he's gonna kind of help jump in, and because we've had a lot of conversations about all of this as well. So do you have anything we need to add to that? Nope, you're good. Okay. So everybody's driven out there, but here, the next few slides just show you how much there actually is. This is Valley Boulevard north, the north side, and this is where the Parkway median is that we are currently maintaining. Then you've got your shops on the Parkway to Food Line section. Then you have Valley Boulevard and Sunset intersection, which is down here. This is like the main corridor, the main straightaway there. And then you have Valley Boulevard and the entrance to South Main, which is here. This is the entrance to the Country Club section. This right here is near Green Park. And then you have your south entrance. And it actually extends even farther down here because there's plant materials and beds that's even farther down beyond the sign that we're also responsible for maintaining as well. So we received 2 quotes. They're not firm. We sort of went to them and said, just tell us, drive through here and look at everything. Corey's met with them. He's met with 2 contractors. There's a 3rd one that contacted us yesterday who is interested in bidding it out as well. The one thing we've recognized by doing this is that we really need to give them an itemized, here's what we want done on this so that we're comparing apples to apples. We received a bid or a quote from Piedmont, who is currently overseeing the project, and they were way off. They didn't even bid anything like the other 2 did. So we really need to go back to them and show them what we really want this to.
Way off lower or way off higher?
Way off lower. They just essentially quoted mowing and weeding, like
Pretty much what they've been doing.
Yes. There was nothing else to it.
Have they been doing or doing that?
They've been doing minimal.
They've been doing minimal work. A lot of the things, one of the first steps we've got to focus on from here till the contract's up July 15th is there's a bunch of trees that need replaced. We need to make sure on our end of it that we're getting everything that we need in our contract replanted and established. So, that's one of the main things that we need to focus on as a department. But they have been doing just a minimal work quality. But I do believe when we go back for bids, they're going to be a good basis to, they've been doing it, so they know what they're getting into. It's just, they give us a very general mowing, string trimming, weeding bid, which was a certain amount a month. And that doesn't entail everything that Darren from States Maintenance has given us. I told him to kind of give us everything we need so that we know what kind of quality work we can get. And that's everything from street sweeping to keeping it maintained. There are some things within the first year that we need to fertilize plants and trees till they get established. Following year, maybe not so much. It may be mulch that following year. But with a project this big, we can't go into this without being fully prepared, and we can't have someone do it without giving us good quality work. So either way, we really need the best we can get.
So again, I would just add for the record, these are not firm quotes. We were essentially looking for assistance, I think, from the contractor as well. We utilized 2 very well-known, I think, contractors to kind of help dictate some of the things that they would do or they would see happening out there to help this process. I think we've got some discussion to be had about where we go from here, formal quotes, et cetera, later down the road. But I think going through these and seeing these numbers kind of helps guide the conversation, perhaps.
What are those numbers?
What are the numbers?
Yeah.
What's the total on his thing?
So his total is 207,000.
Is that a state?
Yes.
That's per year?
Yes, and this is really, I would say this is the first year. The conversation I had with Darren is you're gonna have to get it up to a certain point to where then you can maintain after you get it there. And right now, as you all have noticed, the very minimal has been being done. So it's gonna take it, he's gonna have to get it there first. And then once you get it there, and maintaining it is much easier.
So
than-
he supplies the mulch, he supplies the dirt, he supplies the equipment.
Yes,
Okay.
it would be.
Have you crunched numbers, Jennifer, on if we did it?
So Corey and I have sat down and there's nothing, you know, in pen that says, yes, this is the number, but you're looking at that or more by the time you buy, I mean, we would have to buy a truck with a trailer. We would have to buy some kind of safety sign that we could put out there to be able to block the lane off, to safely be able to mow and do those things. Probably cones, you know, some kind of big cones to block off the lane. We would have to essentially buy new mowers and weed eaters and blowers because we don't have enough to be able to maintain in town for them to take and use out there on the boulevard.
And how
So
many additional personnel?
Corey and I were discussing that part. We're probably looking at least 2 full-time and then 2 part-time that we could hire seasonally to come in and help. But you would at least need 2 full-time people out there that worked year-round, because this isn't just a April to October job. I mean, once that happens, then you're going and you have to trim all this stuff and you have to cut back beds, and you know, there's a lot more to it than just a seasonal. Seasonally, you can hire a couple people to help you with all of that.
Is there any snow maintenance on this?
When I was talking to Darren, one of his things was that he would help maintain the sidewalks. Was like when they would come through and we're doing the beds, that could potentially be something that they could do, is help with the sidewalk clearing. And he mentioned to me, he said, we could take a mower out there, mow the grass and blow the grass in the road, but have the sweet streeper behind it, which essentially our roads would be swept once a week, like the main road would be swept and the gutters would be cleaned out as they come through. So we're kind of getting a bonus essentially, because you'll get your streets
They
swept.
already own a sweeper too.
They do.
Well, and that's some of the things that we need to look into as a department is, you know, us hiring these people, and there is some downtime in the winter. So having 2 full-time people, is that worth it? We, as our department in proper town where we're doing all our flowers, when Tyler gets mowing, it's just Will and I right now. And we've got the library we're starting to take over, we got the sunset landscape, once the flowers come. So we can't take away from what everyone loves here. So we need to be able to make sure on our end that we can do what we're gonna do. Some of the other issues is if we get trucks for out there and do it, we have nowhere to store stuff. There's a lot of things that we need to be able to look into and need some time to try to figure out what's the best work from the town's perspective to make this work.
Plus the new entrances we have coming.
Yes.
We've just got a lot on our plate, and I feel like we need to get ourselves where we need to be with employees before we start hiring people.
Right.
I'm not sure yet how that works, and if there's a winter like we have, we got 2 full-time employees that are dedicated out there, I don't know. Can we keep those people busy?
And
So these are all questions that, you know, I feel like with some time, we will figure out, and we'll know if it's worth us.
Yeah, so that was one of the conversations that Corey and I have been having, is not saying that maybe down the road that it doesn't come in-house, but we really need to see what it's like. We need to have time to figure it out and not just necessarily jump into, okay, let's hire, buy, and then we get into it and be like, holy moly, this is like way more. So we got another,
Well, I was going to ask a question. I think
Sorry.
Doug had a question as well.
Well,
Sorry.
it's more of a statement, is that, Darren contacted me about what I do at the station and where the town begins and ends there, which I'm doing the town's part down there because nobody ever fixed those banks back. And he asked me whether we needed the banks fixed back, because if you look at an aerial through there, stands out like a sore thumb. And, you know, I've got nice green grass and here's the brown banks that go around there because there's nothing but rock and I can't get anything to grow on there. You know, it never was fixed back properly to start with.
That's correct.
But he was very nice to contact me and want to know, you know, do I want him to do this? And I said, well, I'm in between, you know.
Do I?
Yes.
I can't tell you.
Yes,
can't
I
tell
do.
you yes or no. I said, you know, so, but anyway, he was nice enough to ask, you know, because there is some work that needs to be done there. And then I also told him about, you know, we don't know yet what we're gonna do with the gateway there also, so.
And that, I was going to bring that up. So does this include, I know the other quote, I think, breaks it out. Does this include the median at the water plant and the cemetery? Because we did ask for.
Yes, so this quote includes the median at the parkway. So yes, it would start from that median from, at Ski Mountain and run all the way, and he included all the way down past the south entrance sign to include those flower beds.
But not our new purchase.
Correct.
What about the cemetery?
I have separate quotes for those.
From a different company or a same one?
Well, I have a different quote from another company for Valley Boulevard, and then I have, we have 2 quotes for the cemetery as well, yes.
We felt like while we were having this conversation, it was appropriate. And we did talk to Levi as well, Watson, who's
Yes.
Dustin's brother. So we're reaching out to try to gather as much quotes and information as we can. So that should be a part of that as well.
Yes.
I'll just make a statement, no way will I vote for the town to buy all this equipment, hire 2.5 people. You're gonna eat up $200,000 right quick, right there.
Yes.
I did offer my mower to them. And
And your
are we going-
mowing?
Okay,
And your
let's go off subject. Let's go off subject. The library maintenance is something new to me. Are we gonna charge?
Yeah, what is
for
that about?
This is something that came about when Chris was here a while ago. We were having issues with the people who the library had hired to maintain their part of spraying grass into the flower beds. A lot of their stuff was growing into our flower beds, and if you notice, our flower beds are kind of joined on this side. And so Chris was like, just let us mow. So they finally got to the point where the library kind of approached the town and said, you know, what would it take to maintain or do, I mean, the grass is not much. And so essentially what we worked out is that the library would essentially pay for any plantings or anything that went into the beds. They would pay for all the materials, and then for us just to keep it maintained, along with the other flower beds, because people were associating their flower beds with ours, like assuming that the town was letting the flower beds look like that.
Does that come to about $2,000 a year? Because how cool would that be for that to disappear?
I don't know if I could give you an exact quote of how that.
What do you mean?
We could work with something.
I don't follow you.
We pay them for whatever reason we haven't figured out, $2,000 a year, the library.
It's just an annual contribution that we have given them
Yeah,
for quite some
So
time.
maybe that disappears in exchange for,
I would vote for that right now.
And really,
We
what
can't,
Charlie's like, whoa, stop.
No, actually, Albert's made 2 votes in the last 5 minutes.
They've never been a good neighbor.
the idea for, the beginning of the library landscape really is to first just kind of clear out a couple pockets in the front to start kind of resembling town hall's bed, so bringing in some flowers, because it's all really one entity right there. And
I don't have a problem.
I mean, bringing a couple flower beds in, just cleaning up first off. So, I mean, when I say landscape, this isn't, we do this for 3-4 weeks straight to get it. It's gonna be a little by little process. But the first step being, in the spring that we have these pockets of flowers similar to town hall, and eventually with the goal of looking just like town halls. It's been overgrown and just, it's got a lot of things going on in there, and the first couple steps are to get it cleared out, get some of the stuff that's overgrown out, and get some flowers in there to kind of look similar to what town hall is.
It does reflect on the town because when people come in, they think that is a town building.
Absolutely.
It is.
Well, good point.
Is Mr. Graham,
Next.
is Mr. Graham not gonna be doing their work anymore?
No,
They're
sir.
gonna be rolling in the money.
He's gonna work for Corey.
He's going-
They're gonna be rolling in the money.
Well, and so, I mean, that was one of the things, is that we were not going to offer to pay for any of their plants or stuff, because they're not having to pay anybody to come in and maintain. And it's really not a lot, when I talked to Corey, I mean, to mow the library grass is not adding that much.
About $2,000 a year.
Oh, well, it could be around that.
I think there's more history to this than you're aware of, Jennifer. They should get the undercurrent.
Yeah, but the library reflects the town.
So our second quote that we received is from Price Lawn Care, and it was $191,750. This is, he doesn't quote everything that even Darren quoted as far as like street sweeping and all of that. And so this, when Corey and I received both of these, we pretty much were on the same page that we need to hand out a sheet that says, quote mowing, quote this, quote that, and then we can even have a section for extras like street sweeping. So if we didn't want him to street sweep, we could say, no, don't do that, we'll cut that out. So that's going to be kind of our goal when we actually send this out for bid. And like we've said before, Corey's had another guy contact him about giving a quote. And we'll also go back to Piedmont with that list to say, quote this. And they may get it and say, we don't want to do this. So.
Well, and this guy's got Woodlawn in there.
Yes, so that was the one thing I was gonna say, is his quote for the cemetery is in this whole thing. Which if you see up there is $36,000, so technically Valley Boulevard maintenance is a little cheaper, because if you take that 36 out.
Yeah, but you know, if their stuff's up here, it just seems easy to do the whole thing. Once
And-
they're up there.
So you have an outlier bid.
Right, so, and here's, estate maintenance also gave us a bid. His bid was around 26, I think, is that what it's
That's right.
Around
26,600.
26,000.
Yeah, 26.6.
And part of his quote is there's the bank coming into Woodlawn. He would be weed eating that every other week, I think. So he kind of breaks it out over there. He would be doing some extra that's not really getting done a whole lot right now. And then our current cemetery contract is with Watson Landscaping. And this is what we essentially pay him, about $35 a year.
And I don't think he's had a chance to give us an updated.
He's
number.
not had a chance to give us
We've
an
asked him.
updated bid. This is just current.
Right.
He's actually one who wants to meet with us on 321 as well, so
I can't see.
we'll get better quotes for sure when it comes time for budget.
Albert asked it's 26,600 is what was quoted by state for the cemetery. And that's, again, these are informal, so we'd have to go through a formal
It's
process.
35 now.
Correct, give or take. Albert also asked, and I think we can probably share this, he asked about the Piedmont, I believe they quoted, how much for the mowing?
41,000.
So we obviously know there's an outlier there for 321, based on the other numbers. So that's.
That was just mowing.
And
That had
and that's
nothing
all
to do.
quick bid, so that's why after the fact, Jennifer and I need to get together, you know, because Darren's got street sweeping on. That shouldn't take away from his bid in any way, it's an added bonus, but we need them all to be able to come in and say, this cost this amount, and us be able to compare everything, because some of them, you know, until we get something together, people are leaving some things out, putting other things in, and what we really need is apples to apples. And, we can really put more time in here after the retreat to get this.
And we want it to look down there like what a town looks like.
Absolutely. We put there's a lot of money into that, and, you know.
Well, and I think we all knew that we didn't know what we were getting into, and that to put in a bunch of money into personnel and equipment was not what we wanted, that it may take a year or two for us to figure it out. So I'm all for putting it out to bid.
Oh, yeah. Well, who pled dolo contendere to, all that misplanting that went on out there?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry. So who's to blame for the misplanting? Is that what you were? Yeah.
Yes, Shane. Yes, Shane.
I used the term dolo contendere on purpose. That means I don't accept any responsibility.
Right.
I place myself before the court.
I believe the proper way to answer it is with the truth, and after conversations with, Blowing Rock Town staff, North Carolina Department of Transportation and Piedmont, and David Goodson, who is one of our residents, an extensive amount of work and inventory into not only the site plan and the planning plan, compared to what went into the ground, compared to even the quality and the size and et cetera. It was determined that what ultimately, I think, took place wasn't to the standards in which it was approved. And so I don't know if we went any further than that. A number of replacements have taken place. I couldn't tell you the number. Corey may be able to tell you. It's into the 100 plus, I would imagine, range.
Yeah, as far as, most of the plants and shrubs got replaced in the fall. Trees, on the other hand, have not yet. They were supposed to be done, but they didn't. And there's a few areas where some, fir trees got put in. And with salt and wind damage, I asked them to replace if that was something different, because we're gonna get the same issue again, and then it's gonna be our problem.
Right. Right.
So with the winter we've had, I've asked them, since they weren't able to get it in by fall, I want it to get planted at a good time. I don't want them coming out here for 2 days and then it be 100-mile-an-hour winds and down in the tens. And, so when the conditions are right, they will come out and get the rest of these trees planted out. There are some that we kind of had discrepancies on. I kind of thought they were dead. They didn't. We were going to wait till spring to relook at it. It would be easier to see the bugs in the trees and be able to tell. So that's really where I'm trying to be able to put the energy this spring into. So like I said, our contract's through July 15th, so we need to be able to look at every single thing out there and be able to, have 100% guarantee that the trees are good.
My question is, when these trees are planted in the spring, under the current contract, are they guaranteed for a year after this planting?
That I have to go into detail. It does not end in July. I do know that much. I can't remember what Ivan told me about that. So it will be extended. If they plant this stuff in the spring, this will be, and I can't remember exactly how that goes, but it would not end on July 15th.
Yeah, but spring is not the time of the year to
Yeah,
plant.
I believe it'd be a full calendar year once they do plant it. So that stuff they do in the spring, then we would have another full year. I have to verify that.
And I think one of the benefits of all of this is that Ivan Dishman, who is our local DOT representative, and Corey have developed a great relationship because of all this interaction. He's essentially been charged from a DOT perspective of upholding the contract. And so I think they're in regular contact now, which didn't happen on the front end when we started getting the complaints and the issues. So all of that, all those issues really have been a positive thing to this point, I think, because now there's constant communication, inventory listings of things of that nature of what's out there, where we didn't have that before. We just knew trees were dying, and they started magnitude. Obviously, the magnitude of that got a little bit out of hand early on. So now we've been able to kind of rein that back in with the relationship that they've been able to develop, which has been positive.
Are we under competitive bid restraints with this?
No, we will, and Nicole and I haven't had a chance to talk, but we'll end up putting this together as a formal RFP, I'm sure, with the details that we derive from this. So we will go through that formal process. Absolutely. We aren't technically, I don't think, given services that are required in the amount under obligation, but I would recommend us following those guidelines and doing so.
What do you need from us to move forward?
I don't think we need any action other than we'll,
I know,
Yeah,
I know, but I'm just saying consensus.
well, because what would happen is if we put the RFP out next month and we run it for 30 days and we bring it to you in March or April, it's going to be a part of next year's budget. It's going to be a part of that approval. At that point, if you choose to not approve it, then so be it. The other option obviously is in-house, and I'm not hearing, I guess generally I'm not hearing that's the number one option from everyone, but that would be plan B, obviously. I mean, plan A would be go through the RFP
And we've
process.
got just a little bit of time because we actually don't take over till July, right?
July 15th,
So
I'm
we've
sorry,
got
that's right.
just a little bit of time on this.
That's right. So it doesn't hurt to go through the RFP process. And so what they need is some more time to develop that RFP, which I think this process has been very beneficial to give some ideas of things that may have not even been thought through to begin with, but now we have it. So next steps I would recommend is, and that's a staff decision, is going through the RFP process. There's no obligation there. We're not obligated to take, any of them. So
So this tree replacement is separate and apart from, it is its own thing.
It is its own thing, yes.
Okay.
They're obligated by contract. So.
The only thing, if we did contract out, that we would be responsible if it's 2 years from now a tree died, the town would have to pay for
Oh, yeah.
the contractor to replace this, we would replace the tree kind of
Yeah.
thing. So other than that, they would maintain mulch, they would have all the
We would do that
chemicals
even if we had it in-house.
that's right.
So,
Well, I consider it a good attack of the problem.
oh, well, bug. All right.
Any other questions for Corey or Jennifer?
Oh,
Corey, thank you.
thank you. Appreciate you.
One more topic to go for Park and Recreation before we get into all things planning and zoning. Devant Field, over the course of the last 2 years that I've been here almost, I guess now, we've talked, several folks have come to me on what I would call the highest and best use of Devant Field. So what are we using it for? What could we use it for? What options are out there? This year was even obviously more odd in the fact that we didn't have activities really to be had anywhere in town, from sports activities or festivals or et cetera. But this can be a real short topic or a long topic, but it's a matter of just bringing up the topic of what we have and showing some aerial views and what we currently have within Devant Field, and opening up for discussion of whether or not we're utilizing this space for the highest and best use, or if there's discussions out there of other things. Since my time here, it's been brought to me from other folks, whether council members or citizens, that we could use that property for things like parking, festivals, other activities, sports activities, a number of things. And so I thought it was a proper time at least to bring it up and have a conversation about the field itself. Pickleball, I forgot that one. So it seems like this area, being the green space that we have, the largest green space outside of the park, this area does come up pretty often about could you do something different with it. So I just wanted to have Jennifer and staff have a chance to bring this up and kind of talk just a second about what we currently use it for and what's being used. It's come up in conversations even with the county and obviously them renting it and having access and scheduling. We've now taken that back from the county, so the county doesn't schedule this field. It's now ours to schedule and do what we will with it. So I think that's important to note as we go through this conversation.
Yes.
Congratulations on being able to use your,
Thanks.
as you want to.
So here's the aerial of Devant Field. I will show you, that's kind of the whole thing. So currently, what we use Devant Field for is Kinder T-ball, which are Tuesday and Thursday evenings, somewhere between April and May. They typically run about a month. There are times that Watauga Parks and Recreation may want to use the field at the same time. If that happens, we typically will take our kinders down to the school field. The school's really nice about that, and the Watauga's leagues actually need a real baseball field. 3 to 5 year olds we can utilize the school field and not need a big baseball field for. So there are times that we will do that. Like I said, baseball, Watauga County, there's Equip who contacts us as well about utilizing the field. And that really is anywhere from April through October, any day of the week, mostly afternoons during the weekdays, but even on Saturdays, it's all day. Sometimes, anytime they'll ask if they can use it. Kinder soccer we have out there, and it's kind of the same as kinder t-ball. Sometimes we'll go to the school if they need the big soccer field. We have a lot of pavilion rentals, more than you would think. And especially this year, we had a lot of pavilion rentals because you could have more people outside than you could indoors. So we get that anywhere from March through November. We utilize that field a lot for summer camp when we have summer camp. We do a lot of things out there on that field and with the pavilion. And then, we also there's a handful of road races that will actually utilize Devant Field. I know the High Country Half Marathon now ends there at Devant Field, and they have their tents and stuff set up, and they've really enjoyed ending there because they have a lot of room and a lot of space for their runners and that kind of thing that they can use and stretch. I've had high school football teams in the summertime ask if they can come up here as a week get away from the heat and do things out on, practice football and stuff out on the field. We've done that before.
What's that bike race? Is that,
The Mountains to Sea utilizes that when they start here for sure. There's a lot of camping and stuff, tent camping. So, the field, and I will say there's a lot of residents who use that field with their dogs. There's a lot I've seen since we've paved the track around there. A lot of people walk and run around that track now. So it gets utilized for sure. It's probably more utilized than in years past, but there is opportunities for more. So
Yeah, because I just see it sitting empty way too much out there. We do have people utilizing the walks now. You're right there. But I see it utilized more as a dog park where people practicing golf than I do anything, There's so many things that, because travel teams, we can charge them, I just feel like sometimes it's underutilized, and that's the largest area that we have really, is sitting right there.
you don't have the school uses it all the time.
well, that's true. I mean, I do have the school, especially end of year, a lot of the classes will ask if they can go down there and have field day, like do a class field day picnic kind of thing down there, and we do allow them to go down there and use that as well.
So how many of those events are sponsored by Blowing Rock?
Kinder T-ball, soccer, summer camp,
So 3 of them?
yes.
Okay.
And then the pavilion rentals are just rented, yeah.
How about Medivac? They still use it?
Yes, they do, like a helicopter, sometimes we do have a helicopter
Well, I
land there.
think this may be another area that we need to add to the Park and Rec Advisory Committee, to see what is the best use. I think those people know more. If you want to bring in teams like Doug said, that's something you can research. But I think our park is actually more than just Memorial Park, and I think we need to be thinking that Devant Field and the whole pool complex is part of our gift.
As a mom, this is where the only flat place that I could figure out where my kids learn to ride a bike. That's why I don't like that it's paved now, because they learned on the gravel. They were afraid to go to Boone and break, it was gravel and easy to fall and flat, and we went around and around and around, and it's a very special, I think we do need to use it more, but where else do you have flat space? I think that needs to be protected, not jumbled up with stuff, because one time the school used it for their fall festival, and it was unbelievable. It was like a circus down there. Do you remember the stuff that we were able to bring in?
I think it was a circus, literally a circus.
It was crazy amazing. And we don't have that, especially being a mountain community, we don't have flat open space, and I hope that we can protect, like, do events or whatever now and then, but protect that flat open space, because that is sacred up here.
But it
As a
was built
home.
for a ball field, and it's not being utilized as a ball field. And it's one of the best ball fields in the county.
Well,
You got baseball up there?
Our kids did all the kinder stuff there. I mean, it is brilliant as that, yeah, for sure. I don't know how you get advertising or get people in there or whatever and
Well-
use it that way.
And, Watauga, this year, for sure, the use went way down just because everybody had canceled all of their things. Watauga Parks and Rec wants to use our field especially when they have a Blowing Rock team, and sometimes they have, 2 or 3 teams in different age groups that they call me and want to use the field because it's more convenient for them. I do know Equip they have teams that call me directly and want to rent out the field to be able to use it to have practice, because they now have 2 big fields, but before they only had 1, and they had all these teams and didn't have enough practice because they have a regular league and a travel league. So, I do get those calls. A lot of it is in the afternoons or evenings, because people work, but, I do get phone calls, so, more people know about it than don't.
And it's a great thing now is that we have that control back.
Yes. And that's been an issue in the past, is that we didn't have control, and so it was quote unquote booked out every day of the week, even if a team wasn't on there.
And sat empty, right?
And then it sat empty, and then nobody else could use it because they may need it in case if it rains or in case if something happens, and it was sitting more empty because we had no control.
So this year hopefully will be more normal, but just, I think the things that I've heard, and I think it's at least worth keeping in the back of your mind as new things come about, new groups wanting to do things or have festivals or things in town, keep the space in mind for certain things that may fit here better than they do elsewhere. Certain things won't, certain size of things and et cetera, but I think our goal is to try to utilize this space more than what we're currently utilizing it, and encourage using it for various things.
Well,
Absolutely.
and wherever else we aren't meeting other people's needs.
Right.
But with that being said, we need to remember the restrooms. Need
Well,
to
I
be
think
redone.
that restroom needs to be updated,
Terribly.
for sure. And, we may get to the point where we want to heat it, but that's a whole different ballgame. But, if you're going to renovate, look at it,
Well, I think this certainly will be part of the park strategy plan, and
Yeah, it needs to be.
as part of that plan, we're gonna get public input, and we can certainly, get input on the band field, how much it should be utilized by outside entities, the restrooms, all of that. On a personal note, I agree with Virginia. I love it. I think that it's kind of a, I hope the visitors don't discover it ever, it's, when Memorial Park's too crazy, you can always go down there. I see all kinds of activities going on down there that can't happen in Memorial Park, and so it's a nice kind of other end of the spectrum bookend to our park system. And the last thing I would want to do, if you asked me today, would be put more stuff in it. My 2 cents.
I think lifting that, the clamp of the county having the say-so is gonna open it up naturally, where you had to say no before. And then people, once you get in on people's radar, they're gonna wanna do it again and again. And that'll be, so.
And we get calls from large groups who want to come for a picnic. Where can we go picnic, or what area do you have that would accommodate us that's not on the parkway? Or so we utilize that for them as well, for sure.
Luckily, it's always been large enough, you can have different activities. I mean, you can rent a gazebo and have a picnic while somebody else has got the field rented and using it at the same time, But luckily now with Jennifer having that luxury of controlling that will be a whole lot easier.
Is that where you were coming from, that you were saying it was underutilized, was because we didn't have control?
Right, and we didn't, just like Jennifer said, a lot of times the county would have it booked, and it was booked, that was it. We couldn't put anything on the field because of them having it booked, and it just sat there empty, and you have, right now, travel teams are begging for space to practice that. I mean, that's big. Jennifer's got kids there, they're begging for space, and you've got one of the nicest ball fields in the county sitting there empty because it's booked and nobody by the county, and then not being used. I just felt like it was a big underutilization of that piece of property for us.
Mr. Fox, weren't you the one who did that?
I'm sorry?
Weren't you the one who got the field back? The control for the field back? Was that you?
I don't know if it was, I can take credit for that. It was just I think a mutual understanding, and Ms. Brown speaking to Mr. Pujols, I guess, also as well, so.
Okay, good.
We did keep the $12,000 though, so that's important to note.
You won't for long. They're gonna take that away from you too.
Boy.
The 32 goes, so does the 12.
No wonder Darren didn't like us.
I'll tell you what that field's not good for, is flying drones. The big pine trees down there will jump out in front of your drone, and your drone runs into them. It demolishes your drone.
In other words, you don't use you to do overhead.
No, I just said that not. I've heard that.
It was arbitrary.
David, when that was first built out there, we had visions then of the bathrooms and stuff. That was actually also a concession stand and everything together. We had visions of games being played out there, it really being used, and it never come really to fruition because of some of the things that had happened. But that building was actually built to be a concession stand there.
Well, that may be.
It still has the window in the
Looks like
garage.
it.
Currently,
On the
in
side.
that garage, we store all of our Christmas decorations. So if you walk in there, it's Christmas. But yes, the window is still there, like to be utilized as a concession stand.
Yeah.
So yes, it is. It
That
is.
makes sense.
So, what's next?
Well, we're gonna take a
Oh, we're doing one of these?
litter box ring.
We have caught back up to being within,
It'll take 10 minutes.
yeah, we're within 7 minutes of being on time.
Take a
We are recessing for 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, Mr. Shane Fox.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Our last agenda topic, I guess we have several items under this topic, is planning and zoning. We're going to go a little bit out of order. Mr. Doug Chapman is back with us today. We're going to start with the last item under planning and zoning, which is stormwater. So I think everybody here is probably aware, if you've been here for quite some time, that it feels like our stormwater issues continue to grow, and number of complaints and potential issues that come along with those. I think that obviously coincides with the number of downpours that we've had in the last several years, the frequency of those. So in the discussions that we've had over the course of the last, say, 20 or so months that I've been here with Mr. Rothrock and Mr. Chapman and Mr. Blackburn, and of course several of you council members, we take these complaints and issues kind of one at a time, and I think that's kind of been the tendency that we've done in the past. But they've become more frequent, as I said earlier. They've definitely become more frequent. So it kind of leads into a larger conversation, along with our increase in development that we've seen, number of CUPs and conditional zoning permits we've had in front of us. Seems like stormwater has come up in each one of those conversations. And so thus the reason for this topic is for us to present our current ordinances that we have in place, maybe some changes to consider, and then overall just to look at our stormwater management plan as it is now and what it potentially could be with some additional changes. So I think Mr. Chapman is going to lead this presentation. With that, I will turn it over to Doug Chapman.
Thank you, Shane, Mayor, and Council. I know that there was some discussions about the stormwater topic through, I guess, the ad hoc committee, 321 corridor stuff, and that's where this started, I think, this last time. Stormwater has been a thing in, obviously, forever, but stormwater control started in Blowing Rock in the early 1990s. And what we want to do is talk about sort of where we're at, and then talk about some items that we may want to make changes to going forward. I would say this may be an initial discussion, depending on what the council's intentions may be, is where this would go next. Most of the things we're talking about are ordinance changes, and those ordinance changes come with some pros and cons. So I'm going to start out talking about some of what the ordinance requires now. The ordinance requires stormwater controls on all projects. Now, I use the term all projects loosely because there are some projects where stormwater controls aren't being applied. I'll talk about that in a minute. But on single-family residential projects, it's only detention required for the streets. And what I mean by stormwater controls is that's essentially what we're requiring is a detention volume. So you collect the stormwater and you detain it for a portion of time, and that volume is based on the characteristics of the property, not a pre-development, post-development flow. Now, those stormwater controls are only for increases in impervious area. I'll try to give you a few examples. If you take the project for the condos at the old hospital site, the impervious areas on that project after it was developed is less than the impervious areas when that was a hospital. So there were no extra stormwater controls required for that project. If you have a project like the fire station, the fire and rescue building, now that's been a long time ago, now 12, 15 years since it was built.
Wait. Can you go back? There is less impervious up there. I can't believe that.
Yes.
Really?
Well, I mean, if you think about before, everything inside that circle was impervious. All the buildings, parking, and everything in there was impervious. And then when you look at the site now, it's not a big difference, but there are pockets of grassed areas in amongst the buildings and everything else. I don't have the statistics.
Okay,
They did
so,
add a little bit of detention control with the outlet pipe, but we
They
So
weren't
if-
required to. We asked them to, and they did.
I know they did, so if it didn't impact, so here's, if it didn't impact that site, if different in impervious area, if that's what we're basing all this on, or part of it, you've got more points to go through, and I interrupted, I'm sorry. But it has interrupted, and it has changed the stormwater issues up there, otherwise, we wouldn't have done Chestnut.
So one of the points coming up
I'm jumping
is
ahead.
some changes that could be made to the ordinance that doesn't necessarily just look at impervious plus or minus, but looks at detention or retention separately from that, so.
Okay, good,
That-
okay.
Currently,
Jumping-
this is the current ordinance in place, which
Yeah.
is what didn't require them to do what they did do, I guess I should say.
Okay.
There wasn't any additional.
I'm sorry, I've had way too much caffeine today.
There has been a myriad of stormwater issues on Chestnut that were, many of which were not created by that project.
I would agree, but I would also say many of them, it's been, I mean, have you seen a difference living there since it was built?
I would say we needed to do Chestnut regardless of what happened at the top of that hill.
Okay, but
But
has it been,
there's more runoff.
right,
But there's also been
it was an issue.
more
before.
storms.
Okay,
too.
there's more,
So if I keep along that lines, it's for the increase in impervious area. If we look at the fire and rescue building that we built on the bypass, that site was a clean site. It didn't have any impervious areas on it before to credit to, so we put underground detention for the whole project.
it's not on the top of a hill though.
It doesn't matter where it's at. It doesn't matter if it's on the top of the hill, if it's at the bottom of the hill, on the creek, or downtown. The requirements for stormwater detention applies throughout the town's jurisdiction, and the only differentiating factor is if you are in the central business area, or if you're in the general business area with a special intensity allocation. You're required to have stormwater detention.
So it needs to be changed.
So we'll talk about some changes potentially.
And those volumes were set up for water quantity, not quality. So the ordinance was written very specific that says if you have this much area, you're gonna put in this much volume. And if you look at those numbers, comparing them to other jurisdictions and other requirements, Blowing Rock's volume requirements typically are much higher than many other jurisdictions. And it would appear that that was related to the fact that knowing even in early 90s, I won't say 93, but it may have been 91 when this was passed, when that came into place, only so much development could happen in Blowing Rock. So if you have more detention on the new development, it helps the overall watershed. So you could say that higher volume requirement was overcompensating. So the reason I want to point that out is if we talk about some of the options going forward, some may require more, some may require less. And that's something to talk about as we go forward, because one of the points that have been made around town is we need to do something with water quality, we're killing the streams. So we'll talk about that. I
But-
don't know that that's the case, but
The 91 ordinances were put in place without knowing that we would get these rain events every year instead of every 100 years, too.
And that's part of what he's gonna discuss.
And I don't, I don't know that we have good documentation to show how much more frequent the heavy rains are, but we know they're happening. I mean, everybody feels like they're happening. Now, I will say that the rainfall intensity and frequency in Blowing Rock is different from many other areas. And I can't give you a technical proof why. I have plenty of opinions, but opinions are like hair. Some of us have a lot of them. So, one of the other things that I want to point out with what happens right now is all the improvements that are made to the town stormwater system is made by Public Works at the general fund expense. So there's no separate monies available or set up associated with stormwater. So just remember that as we go forward.
Point it this way. Good.
Okay, so we want to go through some items that we could consider changes. If you have the narrative, do they have the narrative that I gave you guys?
So as a part of yesterday's handout from Doug, it's in the very back of it, so it should look like, and I apologize, I should have pointed that out a little bit. Yeah, that's the one, so it's the last few pages in the back of the one that Virginia, can you hold that up, Virginia,
The thing with all the streets,
Yes.
Let's see, Virginia.
I've got everything here.
Oh.
Yep, this one. You keep flipping
what
over.
does it say?
It's a memo that talks about,
Stormwater ordinances?
yes. No, it's not a PowerPoint thing. Do they have this sheet?
Got it. Changes to consider, stormwater ordinances, add a, here it is, add a finding of fact.
That might be, well, there's another document, and Shane's gonna print it for you guys.
Would that be the
has-
memo?
I got it.
That goes beyond this, and it has some of the pros and cons listed for each of the items that we'll talk about as we
I don't
go
think I
through
got
this
the
list.
Is
The
that,
list is the
is
same.
that considered Main Street? No?
Let me go,
No,
y'all keep talking.
I don't think it's in what you've got, but let's keep moving.
Okay.
And you'll get it. So, the first thing we listed was add a finding of fact statement to the ordinance. That doesn't change what we do. That's to characterize the fact that stormwater in Blowing Rock is unique. It's, and that's because of the features of Blowing Rock, the soil conditions, rock conditions, everything else is different in Blowing Rock. So that doesn't have any impact on the town. It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost the property owners and developers or anybody anything. We recommend when you do that to recognize why Blowing Rock's special when it comes to stormwater. The next item that we think you should consider, and understand that these aren't necessarily recommendations. These are ideas for points of discussion, would be to require detention on all projects, regardless of whether there was an impervious area there before or not. Now that's going to have, the pros of that is it would increase the amount of stormwater management across town. It'll provide more detention across town. The downside to that, or the con of that, is it's gonna cost projects more. So a project that would have, that's like the hospital site, that's all impervious, we'll say all impervious or heavily impervious now, and that wouldn't have to have detention, would have to have a large detention system for that type of project. So that would be a significant change. One of the biggest detention systems that I think I know of that I've seen was the one that was put up at the Samaritan's Purse facility when that was built. There are 10 and 11 foot diameter pipes underneath the parking lot. I think they're in the front and the back. I think one's 10 and one's 11 or something like that. They're huge detention systems under the parking lots in the front and the back of that facility. So that, there are heavy requirements for projects, and many of them, because most properties are already developed to some degree, that's a significant change. Another one would be to look at requiring stormwater management for water quality. And typically when we do water quality, we treat the 1 inch of rainfall. The good thing, or the pro for this item would be, it's targeted to improve water quality. The quality of the runoff that goes into the system, and that happens in a variety of ways. Sometimes we create bioretention areas. Sometimes it's a wet pond. There are different ways that can be done. A challenge in Blowing Rock are most sites are relatively small and they are intensely developed. So what I mean by that is you can't build a wet pond in Blowing Rock, it's not cost effective. It would be difficult to build a bioretention cell in Blowing Rock because it takes up a good bit of space. So when you look at doing underground facilities, it's difficult and more expensive to do underground facilities for water quality. It typically happens through some type of sand filter system, or something of that nature. Some type of, I'll call mechanical equipment. Now, sand filter is not a mechanical piece of equipment, but it's more than a pond. Basically, you're in a pond, you let the water sit there long enough so that the nutrients in the water settle out.
Just like Ransom Street, in front of those two townhomes, the pond there. Why don't they do that more often?
Space. I mean, even that one, it doesn't look great in front of two condo buildings that have a pit in the ground.
Right.
It'd be better if it was all landscaped, and that's, space.
What about a rain garden? Can you use those?
You could use those,
You can landscape
but
those things.
typically they take a lot of space for the amount of area they treat. You know, properties are so expensive in Blowing Rock and so valuable, it takes up a lot of space to put those facilities in. So that requirement would have an impact on what you can develop. Now, if you look at the 7 acres down there near Chatola, you can say, well, there's plenty of room on that site to put in those type of facilities, but it takes away high-end property that could otherwise be used.
Well, we did a couple of projects over there. Usually what we did is we took the water and made it non-potable water. So we have the tanks, under the building, and then it's just used for flushing the commodes and stuff.
That's brilliant.
It's, I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
That's a great idea.
there are things like that we can do. If you want to do some things type for water quality. You know, one way to do, and it gets more complicated the more facets you try to throw at it, but you may get credit for a detention requirement if you use non-potable water, if you reuse the rainwater, for instance. But to do that, you got to be able to store it somewhere. And the cost of putting those systems in, if you've got to put in some type of sand filter or media filter, they're expensive to install, they're expensive to maintain. And you still have to have volume. So that's not going to remove the volume requirement that we're talking about either. So all of those items get more expensive than what we're currently doing. And those expenses go to either the property owner or developer, however you want to look at it. The next item that we would throw out for consideration is changing the detention requirements to match pre-development, post-development runoff amounts. Now, that's typically going to reduce the volume, and that's going to cut the cost to the developer. And that's probably going to reduce the amount of detention that's provided. The challenge in looking at that is pre-development, post-development is all that's related to calculations. And we know that you can't always calculate what stormwater is going to look like in Blowing Rock. We've already talked about the nature of rainfall and runoff is unpredictable. That's why you have some of the problems you have, is just being able to catch the water and point it in the right direction. So that would be something, I don't know that I recommend you consider it, but I think we ought at least consider that as one of the items of talking points.
So are you talking about, so while they were building Chestnut, do you remember meeting me out there, Kevin, in front of, who's the electrician that lives right on Main Street?
Richard.
In front of Richard, and it's a waterfall down that. Is that what you're talking about? Some like holding back the water while they're bringing, is that what this one talks about?
All of this is talking about managing rainwater, nothing to do with erosion control.
I know, so as they're building the site, managing that water is just gushing down. And we've got a house in our neighborhood that they're building, and it's totally, everything is just washing down into this field behind it. And it's not being, is that what would be for the pre-development?
No, this is talking about, and, you know, give you an example, we'll pick on the condos
Okay.
at the hospital site, because we've already talked about that. The engineer, when they design it, would calculate what is the runoff of that site as it was before, you know, when they started. And then they would calculate the runoff rate after it was developed, and you put in detention for the difference.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So on a site, I guess so that site, the number you calculate is going to be less, so you wouldn't have to do anything.
Okay.
If you
I
take a
thought-
site like the fire station I mentioned earlier, there's, you know, you think a grass site, there's not much water runs off of it, it's pretty low flow. You take and you pave it and put it on roofs, it's gonna run off a lot faster, you gotta have a lot of detention to handle so that the post-development or the runoff after you develop it isn't any more than what it was before.
So what
Now-
I'm talking about is while it's being done, and this is like, our guys are sweeping someone's driveway while this house is being built, and the water is just mud and muck is just washing down. Do we have anything like that in the ordinance?
We have as part of, yeah, say,
That's
While the
good.
site is under construction, you're concerned about sediment runoff from the site.
Right.
And we do have erosion control standards, and really the county is our erosion control authority.
Well, they're not coming over here.
Well, these sites have to do this. Now, they're only designed for about a 10 to 25-year storm event. And that doesn't mean that's only gonna happen every 25 years. It is a measure of intensity. We have those intense storms in the summer or any other major flood event pretty often for 30 minutes. You know, 2 inches of rain in 30 minutes. The site can't handle it. You can't design enough erosion control to be able to handle that and actually put it in because the site's not big. That's what we see when we have mud running down the street or mud running down. It's overwhelmed the erosion control measure they put in place.
So you're saying regardless of what's in there, that the county manages about erosion, we can't do anything about it?
Well,
You can only control a certain amount of water.
the town doesn't have designated erosion control authority. Erosion control happens either at the state level or a delegated local program. And Watauga County has a local program, so if you disturb more than, is it an acre or half acre?
It's happening.
If you disturb more than half an acre, you gotta get a permit from Watauga County with engineered plans, and those get approved, and you follow that plan. Now, that's supposed to take care of what happens during construction. But if, you know, on small sites, it's typically silt fence. If a backhoe backs up and backs over a piece of silt fence and the mud runs over it, it's useless. And things like that happen every day. Now, Kevin tries to look at sites that have erosion control and tries to get the builders and the developers to take care of them, you know, but he really doesn't have the authority to do that because it's not part of the town's.
And we can't give him the authority?
I'm kind of an extension of the county locally in that, you know, we have a house, if you have a house site, usually it's not a half acre disturbed, it's a third at most. And they put things in, sometimes they don't put it in correctly. But a certain intensity of rainfall is gonna blow it away. It's just not able to handle some of the intense rainfalls.
Okay.
If we don't have a local erosion control program, and we really don't need, county is sufficient for what we do.
But they're not really sufficient because it's not handling our rainfall.
Again,
We can't, it's not.
they're always sufficient.
Go ahead,
The
Doug.
erosion control program is sufficient.
normally.
It's just sometimes,
It's
you know,
not.
overburdened.
Go ahead, Doug.
And the systems that we're talking about with stormwater management are typically post-construction. So that's where you see some of some of the issues that you guys have seen, from the condos up on Chestnut are maybe the difference between during construction and post-construction. Because until everything gets paved, that final pavement, the systems typically won't always work the way they're intended to. Because water doesn't get in the inlets right, because asphalt's not under the curb. Another consideration would be to require stormwater for single-family residences. I mean, that's a pretty significant change. That would mean residences would have to put stormwater controls in, or at least new ones. I mean, we're not talking about retrofits, I don't think, but when something new is built, then that would be a requirement. Would be to try to control the stormwater from a single-family residence. One of the things that we've tried to do, though it's not specifically spelled out in the ordinance, but I think it should be, is that we require projects to extend some measure of conveying stormwater to a place of discharge. So what does that mean? That means if I build a subdivision here and I just put a pipe off the end of the street, I put a detention system in, but I got a pipe off the end of the street. And then it runs across 5 houses before it gets to the next street or to a creek or something like that. We've I think fairly effectively tried to require that, even though the ordinance doesn't say it, but it needs to be spelled out if that's our intention. It may cost more in some circumstances, but I think it's necessary. It benefits the town, because when somebody discharges a pipe, even though the town doesn't control stormwater on private properties, the town's the one that gets fussed at when something doesn't go to please somebody, regardless of whose responsibility it is. The other thing is there are circumstances where it could put a hindrance on developers or property owners because they couldn't get the right to cross somebody else's property. So if you're developing your property and my property is between yours and the road, and you've got to extend the pipe to the road, I can keep you from doing that because it's my property. Because you as a private citizen doesn't have the right to put a pipe across somebody's property if you can't work it out. So there's a burden there that could have an impact on development if we required something like that. The next item that we want to talk about was adding a statement, and this is another one of those things that doesn't cost anything, but this is already state law, but just adding a statement to the ordinance that requires property owners that they accept water coming onto their property from upstream properties and they carry it through. That's twofold. Number one, if water's coming off of somebody's property onto mine because I'm downhill, I can't block it up and make it stay on their property. I have to be able to accept it, and then I have some responsibility for it to go across my property. I can't just say, well, they're dumping water on me, you do something about it. Because the water naturally has to go downhill. And that I've heard the attorney quoted a number of times that, you know, the law requires you to accept water that comes onto your property. We just think that ought to be part of the ordinance. The last couple of things that we had on here to discuss was to consider developing a stormwater utility. That's a pretty cardinal change, just like some of the stormwater, the detention requirement changes we're talking about. But doing a stormwater utility could look like a lot of different things. There are a number of communities across North Carolina that do that. Typically, they're charged fees either annually or monthly. It either may go on the tax bill or it may be on their water and sewer bill. And it can be based on different property conditions. Some of them are based on acreage. Some are based on use, whether it's residential or commercial. Some are based on impervious area. So what's the size of the rooftop? So if you have 10,000 square foot house, you're gonna pay more than somebody with a 1,500 square foot house. Whether that's based on roof area or driveways. Typically, most mapping systems have a roof area. Has the ability to calculate roof area much more than they would driveways, because the building footprints are accounted for in GIS more often. And those fees are used to fund either capital improvements or the cost for administering the program, because there's a cost to handling that and cost to just address property owner concerns. I don't know that this doesn't necessarily increase the town's responsibility for addressing stormwater, but if people are paying a fee for stormwater, they're expecting the town to do more. So you're gonna get more calls, if that's even possible, of, hey, the town needs to do something about this. Along those same lines, I think the town should consider being more explicit about where the town's responsibility for stormwater ends. Because the town doesn't really have a responsibility on private property. Though the private property owner who's got a street culvert that discharges on their property says it's all the town's fault. But the town's responsibility stops at the right of way or the property line. So I think it would be to the town's benefit to specify that, whether that happens in the ordinance or some other policy provision. That's a legal question. And the last thing would be to think about having a stormwater committee that could advise on issues, how to address issues. Shane mentioned the different staff members, and that's probably where how that committee would be comprised. But so that there is more of a procedure for how stormwater issues are addressed, as opposed to, I shouldn't say haphazard, because I think stormwater issues are handled in a pretty well manner. But I think it would give some level of procedure and guideline for the town, particularly for the staff, because they're the ones, it's their place to address citizens' concerns and what happens, and that would give them a clear path for how to go forward with those.
And I would add to that, so in my time here, it depends on what's affected, depends on what we hear. So if for instance, if a stormwater event leads into property damage, it usually starts with a call and a conversation with either Public Works or Planning or myself, and eventually gets to the insurance company. And the insurance company that we have is through the League of Municipalities, and they really look at fault. And is this someone's fault? Has someone intentionally done something or not done something that has led to this event? My experience is more times than not, they choose not to cover that claim because it's not at fault. It's just a stormwater issue. And so the issue doesn't get resolved there. It then manifests into, more calls and more complaints leading back to it. So I think there's a couple issues here. One is on the front end, on the development side, things to consider. Two is we've got a pretty good list of things out there that continue to pop up of stormwater issues that have been in place, for quite some time. And some of those can probably be fixed fairly easily. Some of those are more complex. And so a lot of this is dealing with several different issues, kind of on the front end, and then some that are on the back end of what we're dealing with this. So just want to answer question and answer type of thing here. Doug's obviously gone through some potential considerations from an ordinance change standpoint. But then, like I said, there's some other side of that as well with some of our ongoing issues that we will continue to have because of some of the problems that we've essentially inherited. I think if you go back, 2 or 3 decades or beyond ago, things were fixed as they happened, and now they're potentially popping their head back up, or issues have arisen from that. So we do need guidance from time to time from a staff level standpoint of where do we go with certain things, and what do we do with some of those things. And then again, on the front end, when development's coming to you, and maybe not just development, maybe single family, when they're coming before the planning director and the building permit side, there's additional things that potentially could be considered there on the front end to help, alleviate some of these potential issues later down the road, so.
Well, the stormwater, so we had a stormwater issue at 10:30 one night, and these guys came out, and Shane and his son came out. And I don't know if y'all figured where that came from when it washed away the Kips, it washed away their driveway. A trickling creek. And it's happened now, it happened, the October 2017 event was the big 100-year event. But then it happened last year, right? I don't know the date on it.
I'll have to look at pictures.
But anyway, the water comes in and it surges over the road in front of my house because all these rivers connect the Middle Fork and different things. But I know you guys were trying to look at where was that coming from, because if we're gonna have the Green Hill development, well, there are two, like the new one that's proposed, and then the other one, that's off Fairway, is that where the other one that we already blessed? They haven't done anything on it. though.
Rankin?
Rankin.
Rankin.
Okay, that one, and then there's another one that's over by that Octagon house off of Green Hill.
Yes,
What's that one called?
just past Fairway, you're right. Yeah, just,
It's expired.
Okay, but let's say all of those were gonna be developed. If all of that water is coming, I'm gonna set up a park, a tubing park, right there. I mean,
right.
if that's where it's coming from, it may not be coming from there. But how can we be proactive? It's stormwater, wouldn't you say? I mean, what is it, Matt?
I think part of the answer to that, it is stormwater. Some of these things that are up here, right now, really, and I don't want to simplify it, but I think I can, right now, we really only require the increase in the impervious area to be part of the detention system that's out there. There's other measures that we had talked about that could be a part of that. Subdivisions, commercial development, even residential, that can be, I think that's, some of the bullet points here, some of the considerations to try to capture that before it becomes an issue. And a lot of times here, I think it's fair to say, we don't know what's going to become an issue until it's an issue. Does that make sense? I mean, you don't.
Yeah, I mean, we still don't know where all those bubbles came from, remember that?
And sometimes you simply don't, and that sounds, water will find a way to go downhill, and we're blessed with a lot of hills. We got hills everywhere.
And it ended up in
And
front
so-
of Chatola, you guys. I mean, this is the middle fork.
It looked like Mr. Ball.
Yeah.
Well, and I think this is,
We've had that before, that's been going on for probably 30 years. We have times of that when I used to run the ABC store, bubbles would come down that stream, and we would track it all the way back up through the golf course and never could find out where the bubbles came from.
Judy's house.
Yeah.
but I think this is taking a stand as a town to look at what we have, what can we do better, and to help the quality of our water, which I don't think we've really addressed. And so I thank Doug and.
One thing that's mentioned, Sue, in there is the same thing that Greensboro does.
Pardon me?
Greensboro has a tax on impervious area, roofs. So you get a monthly water bill, and there's a small amount on there that you're taxed for the amount of roof surface you have. That's how they use that funding for cleanup, for rebuilding, and for cleaning the streams.
Well, and the other thing is, what about at these single-family homes
I mean, which makes sense, it's not
that,
large.
are paving their driveways that used to be gravel? If somehow that can't, because, doesn't it help to have gravel as far as stormwater goes versus a paved driveway?
Like according to
reward
fire.
them for leaving it.
It all ends up out in the street.
I have a house next to me that was renovated, and what they did was put the black corrugated pipe, and they brought it down from their yard, and it's dumping right into it doesn't have a ditch in front of its house. So it is now running across the road to the other people. And this is what you would address is, okay, wait a minute, can you do that? Do you need to readdress, do we need to put a ditch there so that the water goes into the ditch next to me instead of running across the road?
But I thought you were talking about new construction. Is that
But he
right?
also said
Well,
single family.
there's a point where you have to, I mean, you always have to draw the line somewhere. Are you going to, are you only going to require it for new construction? Or do you require it for remodels? If you're talking about single-family residences, and at what point does it trigger? If I mean, technically, if I replace the roof of my house, I'm remodeling, does that, if I have to get a permit, should I have to do it? So or if it, is it just because I'm increasing the footprint of my house? Or is it for all houses? I mean, and I doubt you're gonna go back and say, okay, and you've got 3 years to add some kind of stormwater controls to your existing house. You're probably not gonna do that. So, you have to draw the line somewhere, wherever that is, and wherever you draw it, if it's anything more restrictive than what you're gonna have now, it's gonna be painful. Because you always affect somebody in a negative way with everything you do, even if you affect 10 people in a positive way.
They affect us negatively.
And a lot of times we think about these problems being related to central business or in the commercial areas, but you're talking about areas that are pretty much all primarily residential
Right, I mean,
and not heavily developed.
and all of a sudden, everybody's getting a paved driveway, woo-hoo, the next, but we're also seeing all this stormwater. I mean, maybe that's where it's coming from. We're just trying to figure out what's going on.
I think it's appropriate to develop some of these thoughts, and obviously I would think, the planning board is going to come into a factor here, especially with the ordinances and proposals. Obviously, what Doug and McGill's put together are some suggestions of things they have. I would think, is that not correct, Kevin? If we were to go the next step, we would have the planning board obviously review some of these suggestions and some of the feedback that we obtained from the council for some guidance to start looking at maybe changing our current ordinances.
Yeah,
These are just examples of things that are out there.
I mean, it's really, what's the appetite of the council to make changes? And
Say that
how
again?
far?
What's the what?
What's the appetite of the council to make
Appetite,
changes?
okay.
Yeah.
And things of where you start and where you begin and an end and that type of thing are all things to consider of what triggers these additional requirements, whether that's single family, whether that's still just commercial, whether that's subdivisions. I mean, there's a lot of factors to go into.
Well, it all adds up, I mean.
Correct. And I think the other piece to keep in mind as we go into tomorrow and things to think about is the existing issues that we have and we come up with. Right now, those are handled by staff, whether it's appropriate, because it's common in other places that have, stormwater issues to have stormwater funds or stormwater committees or both that kind of help advise and evaluate some of these issues. Right now, we don't necessarily have that mechanism. If I say no at my level, the only other option that really is out there for them is to come to the council. And that's not really a formalized process right now that's in place. And so those are other things just to kind of consider, keep in the back of your mind. Kevin, got some thoughts on that? Is that, you're shaking your head? Yeah. So that was the purpose of the conversation, I think.
Thank you,
Kind of
Deb.
summary.
Really good. I
Thank
think
you.
this is good. Overdue.
All right. So,
Thank you.
You are.
Doug.
I mean, we work with a lot of communities across the state that have, stormwater programs, and we've got folks that know a lot more about it than I do. So they actually put the information together. I just made it pretty.
Well, and I think it's new to us. It's just something that we've dealt with stormwater and development, but we haven't really looked at the quality of the water in the residential areas. So I think it's something
Not residential.
that we're open
Ends
to
up Chicago
suggestion.
Lake.
Yeah, I mean, and
That's where it ends up.
as much as people have issues and problems and complaints, you do have probably more pristine conditions than most everybody else around has. So even on bad days.
You got experience with other cities in this subject? Converting to residential control?
I don't know of any community that's done that yet. Not on the single-family residences. Most of them are focusing on commercial properties. That's where the triggers tend to connect, or multifamily.
Well, and if we allow, solar panels on roofs, that might quicken the pace of versus an asphalt roof versus there are a lot of things to consider how
Well,
that is.
That would be trivial.
Well, we talked about, we talked a lot about water needs and sewer needs the other day. When the bond was done in 2014, some stormwater issues were included in that. Those were included in the bond, things like paving ditches and replacing culverts that were bad. And those things help manage stormwater in town, but when we pave a ditch, water runs faster. It doesn't cause problems at that spot, but it does run faster somewhere else.
But it doesn't go fast.
And where does it end up?
I'm glad we don't
Total
go there.
Lake.
Virginia now.
All right, let's move
So
on.
what's next?
All right, Kevin.
Mr. Rothrock.
Kevin, you want to switch over to here?
Thanks, Doug.
Yeah.
Thanks, Doug. Drive safe.
This microphone's a little better, so if you'll switch over to here. As you're being the main focus.
Do we have this?
You probably don't. Hang on. So,
Good, because I can't find it.
I'm sorry.
Do you have it?
It appears I did really well up till about lunchtime today, and I have not
Are
been
you,
able to.
well, it's that barbecue.
Huh?
It was.
Yeah, yesterday,
That was good
I
barbecue.
think.
He's gonna email, I'll go make
Yes.
copies.
Sorry.
You can
Go
use
for it.
this one to print, just let me have the
You
first
should
couple
have it.
sheets.
Just like you got it.
Go for it.
Okay, ready?
Yes,
Yeah.
Good enough? I'll just give you a quick summary of 2020 as far as construction activity and what we saw this year. Construction values this past year totaled $35,440,000, which is the second highest ever in Blowing Rock. A large portion of this value was from the Rainy Lodge Hotel project, which is now called the Embers. That totaled $7 million. They paid, they are permitted to begin. They paid their fees, but they have not started construction. They expect to start when weather breaks here early spring.
Kevin, they have still left to go on the availability side and fees to pay. Is that, just to not interrupt you, but there's some additional fees left to be paid.
Yeah, I don't think they paid availability fees, which is $100,000. And post a bond for letter of credit to cover pre-construction issues and replacement of things if the project does not go forward. If they tear everything down and disrupt the site, they have to go back and replenish the site. And there's a bond that covers that in the conditional use permit. $15.7 million was from 11 new homes that were permitted this past year. The rest of the construction value was $6.2 million, and that was from single-family renovations and additions. And considering we're currently in a pandemic, this was a big year for construction in Blowing Rock. If you could look back for the past couple of years, the biggest ever was 2017 at $39 million. A lot of homes that year as well. But you can just kind of compare, and then attachment A, you'll be getting that in a minute. We'll give you a summary of 2020.
I can scan now, can we do?
Yeah, that'd be fine. One house that we had two houses submitted in June. One of them was I think 7.3 million. So that's a big part of some of the construction values too, is a high-end house like that, so. Any questions on this past year?
No, but there were a lot of renovations
There were.
to address what Virginia was talking about.
There were some interior, there were some additions. We had 193 permit applications for single-family renovations, which would include a bathroom remodel, anything interior or an addition added on, stuff like that. So that could cover a wide range of things. Something that would be replacing some plumbing fixtures or something like that to an addition, a very expensive addition, even $300,000 or $400,000 on the house. We get those too. Building a house on a house, I guess. But just every time that we look at construction values, it just tells you the level of activity. It just gives you a snapshot of that. And we were very busy this year, and we'll continue to be, and will be in the future. There's other projects that are coming forward. I've talked with many people, developers, other things that are kind of in the pipeline. So there's things that are still coming. So commercial construction, all these things are still going, and a lot of other new homes that are online. So even with the, some of the building materials right now, I think they're coming back a little bit, but they were really high in the fall. And so, which is good. It's good, but it just tells you that we're really busy with it.
I think if you take month by month, in the last 12 months, the 12 months of 2020 equaled about the last 31 or 32 months before that in total value. So as much as was done in all of 18, 19, and the end of 17 was done in the 12 months. And really, is it fair to say, really not 12 months, really that's about May through December, probably, April or May through December. There wasn't a lot of activity, I think, early on in 2020.
Right, there were no new house applications up until May, but a lot of it has to do with rates too. Rates are really low and people are spending money. Even in a pandemic, they're really spending money.
This is gonna continue for at least another year.
Yeah.
Is this, John going out and checking on, is this fall under him, or you've got to go out and? Like, as far
On the
as, like,
home, if it's
work-
not a new home, I really don't go out much. Sometimes I might go out on a setback inspection. Or I would go out if we have an erosion or a new home, a lot of disturbance, we'd go out on those. But John goes for all inspections.
And he's able to handle this workload?
Yes. Yeah, he's really busy, but yes, he can do it. The office is open right now 3 days a week, but we're in here about every day. Some days we're not here, but John's been able to handle that, and it kind of helps a little bit not getting the walk-in. It helps us to be able to manage, but it would be good when Tammy's able to be back. But she's been doing a lot for town hall by answering the phones. So, we really miss her when she's not here. Managing files and applications, we're just not real good at it, John and I both. I mean, John does better than me, but you need someone that can handle that, handle phone calls and handle that load. But she does a really good job from where she's at home. But it's just not the same.
No, it's not.
No. And y'all probably all experience that, with what you do. If you're at home, you probably can't do as much.
We know who runs that department.
Yeah,
Exactly.
no doubt about it. I hope she's on. I hope she's seeing this because she is very critical for the function of our department. Next thing would be, any questions on that? Just a recap. Okay. The next thing would be update to General Statutes 160D, which would include our land use ordinance, Chapter 16, and also updates to minimum housing ordinance, which is Chapter 17. We rarely use Chapter 17. but I'll go into that a little bit. In 2019, the North Carolina General Assembly adopted sweeping changes for land use law in North Carolina as a new chapter, 160D, in the North Carolina General Statutes. These statute changes require local governments in North Carolina, both city and county, to modify their land use regulations consistent with this 160D. Due to the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, the deadline to adopt changes to the local ordinances was extended from January 1st, 2021 to July 1st, 2021. Planning Board member Bill Carter volunteered and provided an update to Chapter 16, which is the land use ordinance. And Mr. McCarter also updated Chapter 17, which is our minimum housing standards. The full ordinance revisions for Chapter 16 is scheduled to be presented to the Planning Board in February. Once approved by Planning Board, the entire revised land use ordinance will be brought to Town Council for public hearing. The effective date of these new changes would be upon adoption, but in no case later than July 1st. So I've included 2 attachments. I think Bill may be on, if we need him, on Zoom to answer any questions. But these are things that we have to do, especially our land use code. I did not include the entire land use code for you. I think you'll appreciate that, but you will be getting it at some point. But this is just a checklist that Bill provided from the School of Government, and it is active with check marks on what he has accomplished, and he has already done all the work in the land use code. It was great to have Bill do that and volunteer to do that. It was very helpful to me. I'd still be spinning my wheels, but Bill did a great job for us. So the first couple of pages of this checklist, you can see the things that Bill worked on and what section of the ordinance was updated. So all of that is ready to go. We will present this to Planning Board next month, and if all goes well, we'll bring that back to you in March or April. Then Chapter 17, as I mentioned, we don't use the minimum housing ordinance very much. We don't have these issues.
Tiny homes?
No. Landlord-tenant situations, poor condition housing. We don't really have an issue with that here.
Oh, taking over,
No, if a house it
They
doesn't
can-
meet a certain standard
uh-huh,
for someone that's living in it, that's renting it,
yeah,
that's when you might use this.
okay,
We don't really use that much. We do demo houses on occasion, things that are abandoned that need to be condemned, and we do have those demolished if they can't be repaired. And we just use the general statutes in the building code to accomplish that. We've probably torn down about 12 houses in the 20 years I've been here. And some take longer than others. There's one on Possum Hollow that took years to get done. But finally, using the general statutes, we're able to do that. And the council sometimes has to get involved if there's an appeal. So, but this language in Chapter 17 has been updated too, and we certainly appreciate Bill doing that for us as well. Any
Thank you,
questions
Bill.
on that?
Yeah, does everybody know, and I should have said this, does everybody know Bill McCarter? Have you met Bill McCarter? So Bill's on the call, but Bill, actually I worked with at Cleveland County. He was the planning director there and has retired to Blowing Rock permanently. So he's a full-time resident. He is on our planning board, has been on since last February.
Right.
So he is approaching a year on the planning board and brings with him, Bill, I may be wrong here, give or take 30 years worth of experience, if not more. So there's Bill. So everyone to see, let me pop Bill up just real quick. I think it's worth at least saying thank you to Bill for, and obviously my.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you for your
Thank you
expertise.
so much.
Appreciate the help.
You're welcome.
Eric?
Yeah, we kind of hear you, Bill. We appreciate your help, absolutely, for all that you've done. So
You're welcome. Glad to be here.
So this,
Bill lives off of Green Hill, I think, over in the Green Hill area, close to
Green Hill
Drive,
Woods.
so, yep.
Where?
Over in your neighborhood, off of Green Hill. Green Hill
The
Woods.
new roundhouse that I heard mentioned earlier.
Wow, that was nice.
Thank you so much.
So this would go, this goes to planning board?
Go to planning board next. We're ready to tackle it next month.
Does this require a review by Alan?
We could certainly send him a copy. Certainly, yes, sir. And,
More of a question than.
yeah.
It's not required, but it doesn't hurt, is what I would say. There's no requirement there. The checklist that was used through the UNC School of Government, I would say is kind of what it is from a change standpoint. But to Alan, taking a look at any ordinance change, I think is appropriate and should be done. So the plan would take it to planning board in February and town council in March. Is that
We'll
correct?
shoot for that.
And shoot for that in March.
Awesome.
Okay, next topic is 321 visioning Valley Boulevard study. And provided for you a kind of an introduction. In 2019, council established the ad hoc committee to study Valley Boulevard for past development patterns and to work towards a desired vision for the corridor. Benchmark Planning was hired to assist the public involvement process, and the Valley Boulevard study was completed in January of last year. The study identified 19 implementation strategies consisting of 11 design modifications, 2 procedural modifications, 1 permitted use modification, and 5 supplementary recommendations to help achieve the vision for Valley Boulevard. Planning Board created the Valley Boulevard Subcommittee to dig deeper into the implementation strategies and how they could be codified in the land use ordinance if needed to support the vision. The entire Planning Board reviewed the proposed updates from the Valley Boulevard Subcommittee at their December meeting, December 2020, and agreed to forward the following 4 implementation strategies at this time. Attachments are provided for specific land use ordinance amendments. A new language in each one of these attachments is highlighted. The first one is limits to exterior building materials. That's on, the summary is on page 2, and we'll go through that in a minute. That will be attachment A at the back of this package. The next one is reduce maximum building height. Again, that's on page 2, and that will be attachment B. The next one is reduce the required front setbacks. That's pages 2 and 3 of the summary, and then that will be attachment B. And then permitted procedural modification, which will remove some permissive and subjective modifications from our ordinance. That's attachment D, excuse me. So the next couple of pages in red provides an update where we are on each one of these implementation strategies. I could go through those if you'd like. I was mainly going to focus on the attachments that we're ready to bring forward and send out to the public. One of the things that we're challenged with is we want to make sure that everyone on 321 that owns property is aware of what we're looking at doing. And it's a little difficult in the situation we are in inviting people to come look at something in a broad public meeting. So we're trying to come up with some creative ways to get people involved, notify the people on 321. These are the things we're looking at now, and just handle this in small chunks instead of an entire rewrite and massive code changes on 321. So these first 4 things are what we're prepared to move forward on, but we'd like to have a public involvement process that brings people along with us, and especially the people that own property on 321. I'll go through the first one. Limit the exterior building materials. We did some work on that. It took us several months. If you'll turn over to attachment A, which is page
7.
7. This is from our ordinance in the commercial design standards. One of the main things we did was eliminate brick as an option for a building material. We went back and forth. We looked at examples in Boone, the building that's just down from First Baptist Church on King Street. It's got rock and brick. And we liked the way that looked. But we went back and forth several times, planning board and subcommittee. And we eventually arrived at, we're just gonna not let brick be available. And that's not just 321, that's town-wide for commercial buildings. We think the consensus was that natural stone or stone-like products, natural wood and equivalent materials were the things that were most common to Blowing Rock and what you would find in a building that, you know, the type of design that we think Blowing Rock defines Blowing Rock. So in the first two sections there, what's highlighted strikes brick from being able to be used. Also, architectural textured block. That's been in there in the ordinance since 1997. And the planning board didn't feel like that was a material that would be in keeping with the character of Blowing Rock.
Can you use brick as a replacement from damage?
If it's already brick,
Right. On an
yeah,
existing
you can
home.
repair, yes. You just couldn't build a new building out of brick. What else? On the second paragraph, 21.4.2 is buildings that are not adjacent to a street, so the side and rear of the building. We would still allow stucco to be used in those cases. But also stucco could not be used to replace or cover old historic brick. And that language has not changed. It's still the same. The third paragraph, we felt like it was limiting the design to only allow 2 primary building materials on the sides of a building, so we increased that to 3, because there's going to be a lot of times at least 3 building materials to make the building look right. That's all on exterior building materials. Attachment B addresses building height on 321 and the required front setbacks. So if you'll look at page 8, the recommendation was to limit building height to 35 feet in general business if you meet the standard 20-foot setback and the 8-foot side and rear setbacks. You can go to 50 feet if the building meets a street setback of 40 and side and rear setbacks of 16. So that will be a change to what's allowed on the bypass. Okay. And the only other change is attachment D, which is very simple, actually. It's just some language that is permissive in nature, and that's in general landscaping. We took a couple of terms out of that, and that's not a very big change, but that was one of the recommendations from Benchmark, to take some language out that was permissive and kind of vague.
Is there still a provision for reduction in setback for topography?
That is allowed for residential.
Not in general business.
There is?
I'm asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Is there a provision for reduction in front yard setback for topography in general business?
No,
Okay.
no. Those are the 4 recommendations we're prepared to take forward from 321 visioning. There's some other things that we're going to work on to bring those up to speed too, but we felt like this was the first 4. And the one on building height and setbacks is pretty big. But we've got some other things that we bring forward, and they're all summarized in this document on where we are with those.
Have you had any other thoughts how you're gonna present this to the public, though?
Yeah. Just took
I sure thought they were, David.
What's that?
I sure thought they were. Phil Pickett, one time was going to sell, remember? And there was, I just thought, Kevin, at one point, there was discussion of Phil Pickett's hotel, the one that Ray still has, or has sold. Wasn't there some kind of a credit he was gonna get to push it back? He was thinking about selling to somebody. He was gonna do something else.
We're not changing anything for central business building heights or setbacks. This is only 321.
I understand that.
But there is, if Phil in that case was to go back further, he could go up higher, yes. That's already in the code,
Well, yeah, right, it's there.
yes.
Okay,
Is it,
that's what I was talking about.
is it possible, I mean, considering, like you were saying early on, the COVID situation, you know, possible for you to address each one of the property owners along 321 individually?
Yeah,
I mean, I
I
think,
mean, I
because you
wouldn't
can't
mind-
meet in a group.
I wouldn't mind having 2 or 3 people come in at a scheduled time, and I can, you know, we make contact with them, they can email me.
That'd be
They
good.
can come in here and say, look, this is what we plan on doing. And so they can understand how it affects their property, and I can meet with them individually. There's not that many really that would be affected,
Right.
that have vacant property or property that's ripe for development. But I'd be glad to meet with them.
I think it'd be a
Then
good
present
idea.
it in a public manner, at planning board, on Zoom, on YouTube, so everybody can see, hear it that way too, sure.
Yeah.
I think the technology that we're utilizing now helps. We talked about that with utilizing Zoom and whatnot with property owners. So definitely we take into account.
Okay.
Short and sweet, that's all I got.
Good job, good job. Nope.
Well, I was going to say, our last topic, and we all of a sudden, I think, started running ahead of schedule, which is good. So that's a positive thing. I'm sure we're all eager for more. Short-term rentals, and this is not anything that's prepared.
Done
So
with me
Kevin,
then, right?
what's that?
You done with me, right?
No. So this is where the conversation can get lively, I suppose. But like several topics on here, this is something that this year, I think, more so than in the past, has become a very typical topic that has come up. It seems like more often is short-term rentals and our current ordinances that are in place. Several of you had asked me to put this on here, I think, for kind of a general discussion. Don't think anything really was in need to be prepared other than kind of knowing what we have currently in place. And then the discussion towards the enforcement and any thoughts there. So not sure how much more to go into depth other than just opening up. I know there's some frustration and there's some, I guess, concerns, and there's also maybe some unknown of what we have in the way of short-term rentals. So I was going to ask Kevin, definitely put you on the spot, so I'll go ahead and say that out loud, of what our current ordinance states, the 28 days, if you could potentially just explain that. And then the areas, obviously, in town that we have that are allowed versus, not.
Okay. Well, short-term rental, anything less than 28 days is prohibited in R15. It's prohibited in R10, mainly our residential neighborhoods. it's allowed in central business, town center, office institutional, general business, Chatola. I think I mentioned town center, which is,
Royal Oaks.
I'm sorry,
Royal Oaks.
Royal Oaks, yes.
Pink zones.
Pink zones, that's right.
Rainbow.
Pink and purple and orange or red, dark red. And that's it.
So
There are some places where it's grandfathered in. A couple places in Sunrise Cove, when we took that in, the ETJ. The old blue house over here, Moody House. There's a couple of places in the backside of Chatola, on Bass Lake Drive. There's one off Goforth Road. I think Ada Webster has a place up there.
And they are grandfathered because they predated
Yes,
the ordinance.
yes. Like Ada Webster's was in the ETJ when we brought it in, and they were doing it then, and had been doing it, and they continue to. And then Sunrise Cove, I know there's a couple that were, they established a vested right that they had a non-conforming use prior to us going out and taking that in 2005.
And they would lose that vested right under what condition?
Not renting it for 180 days.
Thank you.
Now, someone would have to know about that. You know, someone would have to be observant, hey, they haven't used this place in 8 months at all, and have to bring something to us to show us that. Those that are non-conforming, they know that they're grandfathered in, and they're gonna continue to rent for the most part. I wouldn't see why they would ever let that down, but that's the only case where they would lose that non-conforming status.
So, can I ask you to clarify something?
Yes.
I've had people come up to me and say, well, if within 28 days, it only rents for a weekend, is that okay? And what I just heard you say was, it's a minimum of 28 days renting. You didn't say
This is
it's allowed if, within a 28-day period for any number of days. That's not what you just said. So,
Right.
I think that needs to be clarified to the entire community and to realtors. And we used to have a meeting with the realtors, they would have a town.
High Country
manager.
Realtors.
Yeah,
I spoke to them.
where they would come
Last
to
year.
Boone, and then they would come to the town manager in Blowing Rock, and that went a long ways to help with that, because they would ask about it. But there are, second homeowners that have come up to me and said, well, I can't have it if they only rented it for the weekend.
If that happens, they cannot rent it again for another 28 days.
So you just.
I
you
can't
just
make
said-
someone stay for 28 days. I have no authority to say, you've got to be in that house 28 days. I don't think there's any law that would allow me to do that. But they cannot rent it to anyone else or use it by anyone else other than themselves. They went in there to clean it or whatever for another 28-day period.
So you've just opened up by saying that the whole town to short-term rentals.
No,
Yes, you have.
no.
Well, I think that's, so,
No,
So-
you still can't rent it any more than 28.
No, but you can rent one weekend or 1 week.
so,
And we are not.
And maybe there ought to
arguing-
be a different way to say that in the ordinance.
I was gonna say, I think that's where, if I've heard anything from short-term rental, a loophole is what maybe was intended versus what is written and what is actually used, is that
Yes.
there's a 28-day period that's out there that I think some believe you have to rent for 28 days consecutively. So if you rent a home in this area, it must rent for at least 28 days or more. So you're renting to David for 28 days or 30 days or 35 days, but not 26 days and not 2 days. Where if you take it, and this is, we've had this discussion even with Alan, and this is a part of the Board of Adjustments and other things, that if you rent it for this weekend, and then you rent it again 30 days from now for another weekend, 30 days from now, another weekend. That's where I would say if there's a loophole in this process, that's where it is.
And
I-
that's
I
the
would-
complaint of the homeowners
And
that
you
are
need-
living next door to them.
And you need to, when you tell them that, give them a form to fill out for their short-term rental and for them to pay occupancy tax.
So
They're not renting it short-term, though.
I would add,
They're renting it for the period. They're only renting it once in that 28-day period, that's legal.
Unless we change the ordinance.
Unless you change the ordinance that says that they have to stay all 28 days.
Right.
I think
So-
we need to look at
so-
that.
And I don't think you can do that.
So-
I don't think the laws of North Carolina will allow you to do that.
so
When you go to a hotel,
Force anybody to stay 28 days.
No, but
can.
you can say that the area needs to be rented for more than 28 days. That's the way you flip it. Instead of saying less than 28 days, which catches, you just say in short-term rental, and R15 and R10, any rental has to be greater than 28 days.
yeah, you can do that.
And all they have to do is say, we planned on staying for 28 days, but we only stayed for 7 days.
And that's, again,
But
that
that's
could
what they're
happen.
doing now.
But then no one else could rent it. If you've got a lease agreement for 28 days, no one else is gonna be able to come in there and sublease it or use it at all until that another 28 days starts again.
Well, then
There's
I
no
think
way
we
for
need-
us to
We
enforce.
need our attorney to help us with that in the way to word it, because the problem we're having in some areas is that people are saying, this is my family. This is, and they're abusing the weekends, and they're also not paying any kind of occupancy tax.
Playing the game.
And the neighbors are the ones suffering.
How do you enforce it when somebody says, I'm just being devil's advocate here, how do you enforce it when somebody says, yes, that was my family there? How do you prove it wasn't?
That I don't know.
That's,
I mean,
that's a question I'm asking.
I don't think that we legislate for the 2%. We legislate for the 90% of people.
And we have.
I'm talking about the 90% of people, and when you do this loophole, allow this loophole, when we do that, we're setting ourselves up for a whole different community than the 28 days or more. So to the homeowner, that's saying, okay, this is a serious thing, you need to set it up with VRBO, you need to pay occupancy tax, you need to make sure it's safe, you need to, if this is a short-term rental, that's a whole nother mindset than in and out, Airbnb, weekend kind of thing. We're changing how our village is used.
Well, if I may, I think Sue has a good point. The attorneys need to get involved, because when you require someone to pay occupancy tax, you could automatically say, okay, you're now short-term rental.
Exactly.
Okay, if you're calling them short-term rental, then are you not, and I'm not an attorney, of course, but I think the attorney needs to look at that, because when you say you're gonna pay occupancy tax, now you're a short-term rental, now are you granting them the ability to rent short-term other than for 1 weekend? I don't know.
You can't if it's in a neighborhood.
I know, but if you are.
If you recognize it, then
That's what I'm saying.
So the occupancy tax piece is different, so, that's what, so I think it's 90 days or
90
less.
days or less.
It has to
You can
pay
rent 3 months.
the
So
6%.
9 days or less.
That's right, so that's a whole different scenario.
Is that state? Is that, the 90 days, is that state or is that?
I think it is.
I believe. Nicole, I see your face on TV. Do you know, is that right on the occupancy tax? Is it 90 days? She's shaking her head, yes. That's right. So
Is that state mandated?
that is. And so when we adopted the 6%, I think we had the 3 before. I think it was part of the 3, and it's definitely a part of the 6. It's part of the regulations there from a state standpoint of what we do. So,
So we need to get our village protected. And the way that they protect from student rentals is no more than 2 unrelated people can rent a property. So we need Alan's help in this loophole, because once a property turns into a short-term rental, the value of that property goes up. And you think we can't get people to live here now?
So I think sounds like there's several things. You know, one, if you look at the town, we have about 6,000 homes. Is that right, Hillary? 6,000 total homes in the town.
That's within city limits.
Yes. So think about that. That's a lot. 6,000 is a big number. 50-some hundred, I think is what it is.
About 33% off.
Yeah, so when you look at it from a whole standpoint, obviously we've got the zoning as a part of that. So I think what we're looking at is that we're looking at kind of some wholesale changes. You know, one, obviously getting the attorney involved, planning board is going to be a piece of that, looking at some other examples. You know, I don't know when the last time was. It's before my time that we changed the short-term rental. I don't know what year we put the last piece into place.
19,
19.
18 and
It was
19. It was 18 and 19.
18 and
I think
19.
it was, yeah.
I think it has grown since then. I don't think there's any doubt that folks have bought property since then for investment purposes. You know, we've got a lot of different pieces of that though, from 28 days piece, the loophole, families, the occupancy tax and what's being paid there. There's a lot of different aspects of this, I think, that we need to probably consider. Much bigger project than just the 28-day piece. I think we may want to look at that.
The other
If we're looking
question
into it.
is, I don't know if y'all know, but we caught someone red-handed who came to us, to our council, and we told them, no, it wasn't allowed, and they're still doing it.
No, she's not.
She,
No. Lisa Harris? She's not. We checked on all our rentals.
Let's let Shane finish his thought.
Yes, so I think because of the heightened market that we're in right now, because of the where we are from a short-term rental, number of tourists in town, et cetera, I think everything's heightened right now. So we've got more people in town than ever before. That's proven. We've got more people wanting to be here than ever before, both permanently, seasonal, and tourists wanting to be here. So I think our market has changed a lot in the last 2 years. And I think it's going to change, continuing to change. I think it's important for us as a group to think if this is something that, because this is a big endeavor, to kind of take this back on in a different approach. Again, if it goes through, the attorney and the planning board, there needs to be some guidance in what we're looking for. So I think helping identify what we think are the problems or what the areas that may need to be reviewed would be number one. So if it's 28 days, that's number one. If it's, certain areas completely, banning, that's another, scenario. So I think we need to kind of think through that, if helping guide the thought process from those folks who are not in our shoes, in your shoes, of what the issues really are, and what we think the issues are for them to be able to dive a little deeper into it.
As Virginia says, let's tie up some loopholes.
Because we've got a lot of one-offs. I mean, no doubt about it. We get a lot of complaints in, so we get a lot of things in that are one-offs that tend to be, nothing. Or we find out that they're a family member or something, or so they say. There's a lot of, in today's technology world, it makes it incredibly difficult, obviously, for us because there's so many different platforms for them to use, or no platform. Some use none, and they collect on that. So it's a very difficult thing to manage to begin with. So I think we need to think about it from a code standpoint and an enforcement standpoint as well, what we're actually saying and what we're thinking here.
I think leading into it, like you said, is the enforcement aspect. We've all talked about it. And I think as much as our town has progressed and grown, with so many factors like been brought up with short-term rentals and water runoff, and I could foresee Kevin and John and Tammy having that enforcement officer reporting to Kevin is his or her sole responsibility is checking on building permits, following up with John, checking into short-term rentals. When one of us call in and say, hey, we saw something. Also, have we been enforcing the code aspects on short-term rental as far as smoke detectors, CO detectors, fire extinguishers for those people renting short-term? I hope not.
Virginia.
The other thing about that I'm seeing in the real world is, we don't have any, long-term rentals available. People think that, all the money is in short-term rental, and I want to short-term rent my house up here that I never use. When actually, they'll probably make about the same amount of money with a long-term rental, but they don't want to do it that way. They want the fast, quick. So, if there's, that's a real need we have now some properties I can't sell them because there's nowhere for them to land and rent the property while they build their next house, or while they're looking for their next house. So it's kind of sucked up the long-term rentals because everybody wants the short-term rent.
Well, there's more money.
Well, back to my question. What do you think about an enforcement, we call it enforcement officer, or a Kevin, a junior Kevin, or a junior John, somebody that can back you guys up, do the legwork. What's your thoughts on that?
Yes.
Well, that job entails working the weekends, going home at 5 o'clock on Saturdays.
Well, and I thought we had a program that we had with TDA, and somebody was looking at that and giving you numbers. Is that not still happening?
It is. It's still out there. It goes through and what's the term I'm looking for?
Reviews?
It scrapes.
Scrapes the internet. It's a STR helper.
And there's holes there as well. There are, because of how things are set up and how they're blocked off. And there's formulas within all of that. And there's other software companies that may be better, and we haven't really explored that. Right now, we did reduce some of the aspects of what we're paying for, and Nicole, I think, can chime in. We're paying a fraction of what we were paying for just the piece that we're utilizing. So it may be a thought to utilize either a different software, or maybe more of the software. I think the enforcement piece is a large aspect of that. I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole, but I think if you saw earlier, there's been as much in the way of building permits and value in the last 30 or in the last 12 months, or really 7 months, as there was in the 30 plus months before that. So things tend to be busier around here from just a sheer development and enforcement on the building permit side and zoning side. And so I do think there's times in which some additional eyes from an enforcement standpoint wouldn't be a bad thing. And I think that would help all of us with helping run some of these things down and maybe dig deeper and further investigate into some of these different areas. So I think that's another aspect. So code over here, do we want to maybe go down this road of maybe looking at some different things? We also have the current aspect of the enforcement side, and then we'd have the other side, which is the revenue side of it. I think there's, and I don't want to make just a blanket statement, but I think there's no doubt that we aren't collecting 100% of what's being put out there, whether they're charging the 6% or not, and whether or not we're collecting the 6% or not. I think that's out there. We don't know how much that is, because again, we're almost 6,000 properties in town, and we don't know necessarily every house in town what's being done at it, from a consistent basis standpoint. We rely on complaints. We rely on the neighbors and the council, and that's what we rely on to give us what we need to move forward with it.
So you're not getting a list from the STR?
We still are. Yeah, we're getting results. We do.
They work for that property.
No, that was well, if we're talking about the one on Norwood Circle, that was I never even heard of it. Evolve is the platform that they were using. It was like a timeshare kind of arrangement where people were trading their rental days somewhere else. That was not even available.
Well, and I
That should
think
be Scrapes. That's one of the most popular ones out there. And Tracy knows of that. It's like Jackrabbit, Evolve, Jackrabbit. The STR program, so we need to look at that.
And in that case, for 60 years, friends and family used the house. No one ever said a word. No one really ever lived there. And then all of a sudden, about 2017, started renting.
every weekend.
And
Then we started getting, oh, what's going on over here? And then that's what we got.
Doug's got his hand, I think, up.
In the last year, how many, or even 2 years, if you have that number with, how many violators have we caught? How many's been repeat offenders? And how much in fines have we collected?
2 years. We had a little, when we updated the ordinance, we had a little run of about 6 that were violations, we sent violations, and we had a few came into the Board of Adjustment, and the board, you know, rendered the decision that they couldn't do it. And then we had 2, Frazier and
Myers.
Myers. No fines on any of them, because they appealed within the 30 days. Once they appeal, all bets are off. I mean, not all bets are off, it's just it stays any enforcement action at that point. So we didn't have an opportunity. They didn't repeat. They've appealed, and both of them are gone to Superior Court.
So we've caught,
8,
Jane Doe or so-and-so that owns a house a couple of times trying to do it. Theirs were appealed on the issue that they were grandfathered in.
that's right.
I'm talking about, so have we caught anybody that has been doing this in the neighborhoods illegally that has been turned in and?
Not since those other 6 that were the initial run after we adopted the ordinance. No.
So the report we're getting is 0? That we're getting from the STR company?
No, the report continues to chime out X amount each time. I mean, and some of those are redundant. There's some of the same ones.
A lot of them are, like, some would be Chatola.
Some are outside of the area. So in let's say a normal circumstance, correct me if I'm wrong, Tammy's kind of running those numbers or running those reports and following up, phone calls, emails, that type of thing. Sometimes it takes you going out there physically to see it or be a part of it. We aren't hitting on those necessarily. The ones that we've had the issues with have been, I would say, neighbor complaints. That's where those have been driven, as the neighbors complain because of the folks on the weekends or the parties or the trash or that type of thing. So
I haven't had any since then, other than,
But what I'm saying, have they been violators? If they haven't, it doesn't sound like we have a SDR problem. And I'm just going by what's coming out right here, I
No,
mean,
I mean,
that's what
I'm
I'm
not getting
asking.
anybody
is-
else that's
It sounds
violating,
like we're
no.
not catching anybody, so.
So we need to clean up the ordinance, to tighten it up. I think we need to talk to the people. I'm hearing complaints from Hill Street and from Mockingbird, or Mockingbird, that they're still having short-term rentals. So I guess my issue, instead of an enforcement officer, because I think if they're having a party and they're drinking, I don't want to send somebody that doesn't, a policeman. So why can't we cross-train our police? I mean, there may be these ordinances that aren't, that we need to follow. Train the police so that they can go out, like the construction. The people working on Sunday morning on construction, trying to get by with that.
That's been done down the mountain. They don't train them as code enforcement officers, but they get a really broad view of some typical code violations, like working on Sunday, stuff like that.
So limited,
You need to follow all of
whatever
that.
we're having trouble with, maybe 10. Cross-train them, let them, and then, because they're out in the community looking. Because I can tell you, not all neighbors are comfortable, except for my neighborhood, complaining. My neighborhood seems to be.
I think from,
Oh, okay.
I think that absolutely could work on certain obvious things, construction on Sundays, that, the things that if they drive past and see somebody's outside working on their house past a time, that type of thing. Short-term rental, I think, that would be a noise violation they would respond to. I don't think it would be typical for a police officer to go knock on the door if there's not necessarily an issue that would be a legal issue. So,
But we don't know. What we're hearing is that in the last 3 years, we hadn't had any.
Well, what I think we need to do is and maybe the rediscussion of this ordinance brings to the public's attention, if you've got a complaint, call, let us know. If it's noise, call the police. If it's, alcohol related, call the police. If it's, you think that you see cars there every weekend that are different than the other weekend, and it's in R15, then go through the planning and zoning necessarily. So I do think there's certain aspects that the police can identify absolutely on the weekends, and Chief Miller and I can talk about that, and Kevin can talk about some of those visual things they see. I don't think it would be appropriate, obviously, if, Susie up on Main Street calls the police on a Sunday because of short-term rentals and have a uniformed officer knock on the door necessarily. I think we gotta manage that a little bit of how that
Yeah.
would be and what that would obviously look like.
Right,
Standpoint.
but I think there's signs that are going up out on 321, out in neighborhoods that the police are driving by that can see, that are put out there, internet, call 29 whatever. I mean, those are all over. They're not supposed to be out there. And they're picked up by the weekend. They're picked up by Monday morning. And I think those are small things that if you can cross-train your officers, I think you'll do fine. I don't know that we need an STR enforcement officer if we've only had 8 in 3 years.
Well, I think you need an enforcement officer, not just for STRs, but just to back up our planning and zoning. And that takes somebody that you train, you just don't throw them out there. They'd have to work under Kevin, they'd have to work under John. But it would be an arm, look how much construction we do have going on. And that would be an arm of Kevin's and John's, to look at not only STR, but John will say, hey, I've got to go over here to this location. Pete, can you go over to that location?
Unlicensed vehicles, signage,
Yeah.
a number of things.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm speaking of, not just STRs. I'm saying the whole gambit, okay?
Yeah, and I think there's pieces. So Kevin and I have talked about the busyness of the year and how it's obviously been a different year, and Tammy and some other things, I guess. So I don't think what you're talking about has not been thought through. And you speak, this is your department. But I think there's opportunity there. I think Kevin could probably tell you 40 hours worth of work right now to give someone pretty easily. So I do think as we go into, I guess, this upcoming year, budget-wise, a conversation to be had, for sure.
It's a lot different place. When they first started with 3 employees in our department, it was like 1994, and there's still 3. It's a different place. There's a lot more going on. And it ain't always gonna be like that. There's gonna be dips, but by and large, there's a lot more to look after. And because short-term rental hasn't been a problem, it's more of a problem certain times, and sometimes kind of goes silent. Stormwater, runoff, those are issues too that we deal with. Signage, junk cars. I mean, there's a long list that I cannot catch up with. John is doing it, but if there's things that is not directly related to the building, he don't need to be doing it. It's a big load. I just kind of leave it at that, and we've got a lot to do.
Well, think weekend, because they know when you leave town, Kevin. I guarantee you they do. They do.
But I think
He's gone.
I think the good point that the mayor made is in what Kevin just said. 26 years ago, we were in the same number of positions as we are now. The town obviously has changed a tad bit in 26 years, and
She's
so.
renting it. Pull down the freaking website.
Go ahead, Shane. Finish, Shane, would you?
So I think from that standpoint, it makes sense. I think there's aspects of all of what we're talking about and talked about in the last couple hours that can be part of that. Absolutely. So that's our job to talk about and my job to bring to you as a part of this upcoming year and I do think that's going to be, coming forth.
But I'm hearing 2 different things. I'm hearing we got a problem about enforcement for simple things that I don't think needs a planning and inspection director. And then I'm hearing that they're overloaded, they're overworked. So those are two different people, because if you're doing enforcement, the enforcement, I hate to tell you, the problem's on the weekend.
No. No, it's not, no.
The hell
No,
it
it's
is.
not. No,
Oh,
it's
it
not.
is too.
It's not a misdemeanor. No,
What?
it is not. If you're renting a home short-term, that's not. a
I'm not
misdemeanor.
talking short-term rentals, not the only issue.
Oh, you're talking.
But, I mean, everything changes the minute the 5 o'clock on Friday, and you know this, Kevin, because,
They know when Kevin leaves town.
yeah.
As for the timing,
This person could do that could be a
So I
collateral
think,
duty.
yeah, I mean, if you're talking that they're overworked and they need more help, that's a different issue than we've got a problem on the weekend.
I think you can look at it as a combination potentially of the two. I think depending on what you're looking at for, if you're waving the wand and hiring a 40-hour person, what that person does in that 40 hours, whether that's Monday through Friday or Wednesday through Sunday or whatever the case may be. I think there's different aspects that could be a sign that we haven't done previously. So thinking outside of the box a little bit. So that's part of, a discussion I think to be had of what that looks like. And maybe during certain times of the year, that's a different story. Right now is, or next month is that a different schedule than it is in the middle of the summer type of approach. So what we've had for 26 years has been pretty much a Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 p.m. position. I will say that on the weekends, whether it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, whatever the day may be, it's still the same people that get the same calls, whether or not they're here or not, or they go unnoticed, like we've said, right? So there's a lot of different aspects of that to be taken into account when we're doing it. I think there's violators that are out there that go unknown, of course. In every town, that's the case. So I believe the better way to look at this is probably as we move into the 21, 22, budget conversation and what that looks like.
The other thing is, it was surprising to me to go into a parking discussion and we have no right to tow. So we fixed that. So if we're gonna go into a short-term rental discussion and enforcement officer, then we need to have the right to fine them, or the right to, or is all that set up? We can't just assume that we can do all of that. The right to, we need to have those. I'd rather go at it in a proactive way to get it clarified that, this is allowed or not. Here, it's allowed or not. These are give this list of properties that are grandfathered in to every realtor. If you happen to get this as a listing, it's allowed. Everything else is not. The pink zones are allowed. It's much nicer to everybody know proactively up front what they're dealing with instead of going after. I don't want to have to take a notebook around my neighborhood and start logging the license plates and people, and oh my gosh, look, they have one of those containers on their car. Are they short-term renting a property in the back of my neighborhood? Am I going to have to start watching that and log it in a book? That's not fair to ask the neighbors to do that. So if we could set it up for success, and then, it's already happened. By the time you got here, they've got their money. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, by the time he calls them, it's done. So, I mean.
One way to do it is just no rentals. Period.
Well, all right, moving forward, I think,
That's
Kevin and
settled.
Shane, if you all think that's an idea with the fourth individual of planning, zoning, I don't know, it's just an idea. But like you said, it'd be in the 21, 22 budget. And, I think council probably look for a detailed plan. What is John Doe going to be doing?
Sure.
Or Jane Doe?
Sure.
But
Yeah.
I think it's something we ought to look at in some respect, moving forward.
Well, I think this is a management decision by Shane,
Yeah.
in consultation with his department. And he can bring those recommendations back to us at budget time.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah, thank you. All right. Moving forward. Moving forward.
we are finished for the day, unless we
Shane,
want to stay around
Dig
longer.
up something else.
in preparation for tomorrow,
Yes.
what if any type homework would you like us to do tonight?
Can we look at the board recommendations? Do we have those that I can look at?
It'd be sure great.
I don't know who's on it.
Yeah, if we'll give Hillary just a few minutes, she'll have those to
That'd be
take with
great.
you. Yep, is that okay, Hillary? Yep.
Or email them?
Can you just email them out? You don't have to print all of them? I'll let folks.
Yeah,
I can email them and then do it, if you would, let me put it this way, if you would rather have a printed copy, I can do it, but I can email it to you and then have it printed for tomorrow. Which would you rather have?
It's huge, isn't it?
There's quite a few of them.
Yeah, then let's
You want
just
to know?
Let's save the trees.
email it. Are you
Email.
saying email? I'd say email
You mean just email them?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
it. Yeah, it's too much.
So-
Save the
Does
cost.
anybody want a printed copy at any time? Albert, are you good with email or do you want a printed
Oh,
copy?
you know what that's called.
You want
Tomorrow?
a printed copy?
Hillary, I'll do a printed copy tomorrow. I don't need one.
Okay, anybody else want, everybody else get email? Okay.
Yeah, I just sort of like to eyeball.
Netflix is no good tonight, I wanna read it.
So tomorrow's agenda, I popped up on the screen here. We'll start in the morning with the administrative items, the board appointments, going through each one of those boards, and just a quick refresher, obviously, of the number of positions we have, et cetera, what those positions, some of them have qualifications, some don't, obviously, like TDA and Board of Adjustments and Planning Board. So we've got some things just to quickly go over. You'll have those copies of the applicants tonight, it sounds like, emailed to you, and copies, here, paper copies in the morning. The Blowing Rock Historical Society has two properties that they manage that we own, which is 1888 and Edgewood. There's some updates or recommendations that we've heard previously with the porch, and then there's been some additional things that have been discussed from the Historical Society standpoint. So we've got a brief presentation from them of where, I think they want to head with those two buildings. And I put on here sustainability. We've talked a little bit about the electric vehicle charging stations, and we talked a little bit about solar power last year. This one's one I'm not overly prepared for, but it probably needs to be on there from a discussion standpoint, and I know Mr. Harwood and others have a good interest in that. And then really the rest of the day is just prioritization for 2021. So, kind of creating that top list of items that we've talked about the last 2 days. So, one of the things to do is, I guess, review the agenda for the last 2 days and the topics, and we'll have those ready to do our voting as we did last year to kind of give a feeling for what we feel like is number 1 and 2, 3, 4, et cetera.
The board appointments, the TDA board has a council seat, correct?
Yes.
Does the ABC board?
No.
No.
And the TDA is you, Virginia?
Correct. Yeah, ABC.
Let me off.
I have no complaints with your performance. I'm just clarifying.
So one of the things I will say, similar to last year, we have more planning board applications than we have spots. We have less applications on the Board of Adjustments than we have spots. So there's going to be a conversation that we have similar to last year, that as we get to February, when we actually go through the voting, we'll need to probably call, and so to keep that in mind if that's something you're still looking towards, but those that aren't on the planning board would be willing to serve on the Board of Adjustments. So Board of Adjustments is the only one that we have less applications for, and that's a common thing, just given I think the frequency or non-frequency of when they meet, et cetera, there.
They've been busy in the last 2 years.
They've been busier.
And I would say that's, if you want to really, to me, the reason why a lot of the short-term rental conversation that's going on, if you're not a realtor, and I don't mean this disrespectful, Virginia, whatsoever, but if you're not a realtor, you don't hear about it necessarily if you take out some of the Board of Adjustments cases that have been in the news, and if you don't live in a neighborhood that has issues. Some people I'm sure in this town don't have any thoughts toward short-term rentals, but it has been magnified in the last year with some 2 very lengthy cases that the Board of Adjustments have heard. And we don't know whether that's a trend that's going to continue or not, but we know that we've had 2 in the last 12 months that have taken 5 of those 12 months, I guess,
Depending
total.
on what the judge says, that could be blown all out of the water completely.
So I think it's appropriate that short-term rentals is out there and kind of in the forefront, whether or not we know that's 50 violators or 5. That's a lot of the unknown that's out
And we
there.
have realtors that are misrepresenting areas and saying, this house can be used as short-term rental when they go to sell it.
And that has been taken into shame when that happens.
The real estate board.
I don't know where this come from, Albert. I was trying to look, is
It's
it over
over
there?
there.
Okay.
It's,
Real
it's
estate
coming
commission,
from.
they have interest in that. I mean, you're misrepresenting a material fact.
I'm not getting involved in that.
Okay.
Because if I get involved in that, then
I understand.
I'm a party to the problem.
I
And I
understand.
get a hit against me.
So don't expect tomorrow to take until 5 o'clock. That's on here. I don't think with the subjects, materials that we've talked about, we're gonna be here all day tomorrow. So I think we'll have a shorter day tomorrow than what we expected. But it's also, I didn't put on here, I did last year, if there's any other topics or anything, obviously that's up to you all if you wanna discuss anything, tomorrow that we haven't discussed in the last couple days.
And we'll let you know tomorrow.
Sure.
She's thinking.
All right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
Second? Weird. For the evening.